be the same tornado. So they are working to figure that out. And of course, they do have a lot more surveying to be done. All of this information can be found right now on the top of our website. Be sure to head to WKRN.com. I do want to talk more about Putnam County because that is where the largest number of deaths happen, and there is significant damage all over the county. Again, 16 deaths, according to the mayor. And the mayor is telling us that some of those victims are children, but the ages have not been released just yet. A lot of information is still coming in because crews are going door to door right now doing surveys, not just here in Nashville, but also in Putnam County. And we are told that excavators are being used to lift up homes in Putnam County to search and see if there is anything there, any missing people or anything of that nature. So this is going to be a long search effort that will continue all throughout the day and possibly into the upcoming days. All right, now I want to send it over to Bob and Erica with the latest on the situation.
Thank you, Josh. We continue our coverage of this devastating weather event. Bob Mueller in studio with Erica Francis. And we wanted to let you know that people have been working throughout the night trying to rescue folks. Pray for your neighbors. 22 people dead. Pray for those first responders. They're working hard throughout the evening. The weather event itself is over with. The danger from that is over. Now we're in a stabilization period, trying to determine which building is stabilized. They continue to search for victims. It's a long way to go before recovery begins.
You got to worry about all those things when you're cleaning up too. Those down power lines, you got to stay away from those. And I know we've heard from multiple officials today, time and time again. They are urging all of you to just stay home if you can. If you don't need to go anywhere, stay home. Watch everything unfold on the news. We are showing you these images as we get them. Just be sure to stay safe. Call those that you're worried about. But again, we also heard from other officials, once you're done calling your loved ones, try to stay off the phones because we're running into some issues with that.
Yeah, cell towers are down, cell service is sketchy in places, and people are trying to maintain contact with their family to make sure those who are safe are safe, and to make sure that those who have not been found yet, we know about that as well. Quick update, you heard Josh talk about, this is breaking news going on as we speak. Excavators being brought in west of Cookville in Putnam County to lift houses up. They have collapsed. They are searching for possible victims, so that scene is taking place now. We know that Governor Lee is heading to that location. We have crews heading to that location as well. You saw there some of the bullet points, some of what we now know. At least 22 people have died, more than 160 people injured here in Nashville alone. That number is going to continue to grow.
And I believe we are going to toss things on over to Alex Dennis. Alex, you are in East Nashville. Remind me where you are right now.
Yes, you're right, Erica. Okay. We're right off of Main Street. So if you're familiar with the area, we've got Weisslickers, their sign devastated, ripped off after decades atop of a building, kind of like a landmark for us in the area. Also, Fieldhouse Jones has had some incredible damage right across the way. I'm joined by two residents. Remind me of your names. I heard you say the dog's name, but I didn't get yours.
I'm Jessica.
Jessica?
Aaron.
Jessica and Aaron and
Oscar.
I did hear that one. So now you guys, oh, look at you looking when you hear your name. Where were you guys in the area when all of this went down?
So I live in a condo on 11th and Fatherland, and I'm in the upper corner unit, and I was asleep, and there's windows in my room, and I woke up from the windows rattling, and then he was watching TV, and then we all went down to the stairwell with other residents.
About how much time did you guys have before you saw the tornado through the area?
I'd say 6 minutes. We got the alarms on our phone, and then I jumped up and I was like, hey, we gotta go, and we ran downstairs, and then next thing we knew, it was loud.
Yeah, explain that for me, because you always hear that through the area. People say that this was an EF3 that went through our area.
Yeah.
Well, I was asleep. I woke up to my windows. I heard them rattling. So that's what I heard, but he heard more.
There's a lot of green lightning flashes, and like just out of nowhere, it was like,
yeah.
But yeah, we were very fortunate to be alive.
Did it last long?
I'd say 10 minutes, maybe 15.
Wow,
but
enough.
Yeah, I mean, it did years of damage here, though.
Yeah, we were really shocked and blessed. We couldn't believe that our building didn't get hit, and it's just amazing.
Yeah. You had some damage to your car, though, right?
Yeah, I had a fence hit my car, but still nothing compared to what a lot of these people are going through.
Yeah, as you walk up and down some of these side streets, it's unbelievable to me. Have you been over yet?
Not on that side.
Okay, so there are cars just demolished, homes that are ripped in half. We're looking at some of the churches that have stood for years. The roofs are peeled back. It's an unbelievable image. As you walk by and what you have seen, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking about the local businesses. For like my friends and myself, I work in the neighborhood, so I'm wondering about how that's going to pick up.
Yeah.
So I guess economy, and also I thought a lot about the homeless people I saw 2 homeless men that I know, and they both told me they were outside, just kind of huddled behind a building. So that was wild.
Yeah.
But they made it.
Yeah, I'm just glad there weren't more fatalities. You know,
And he's in Lebanon,
More than
Wilson
20
County.
now in Middle Tennessee.
Oh no.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. It's crazy. It's just pretty surreal. But there's people down there giving out food, like the restaurants. So it's neat to see.
What are you thinking? That was a big reaction.
Whoa, I didn't know it was that big. I heard 2.
2 here in our area.
That's
in
it.
East Nashville. Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you guys for taking time to chat with me today. I'm glad that you are safe and okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you
Be
too.
careful as you continue to walk around.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless you guys. Here in the area as well, this is a really popular strip mall right across from Fieldhouse Jones. There's like a hotel entrance on the side as well. But I'm familiar, when I used to live in this area, there's a nail salon right on the right side of this strip mall. And I was speaking to the owner earlier, because when you walk in, you would have no idea that that is what it was if you weren't from the area. The desks are toppled over. You've got all of the insulation hanging from the ceiling. It is just an unbelievable sight, and it's sad for the people here. But you know what I really am impressed by with everyone in Middle Tennessee is that they're resilient already. Talking to them just hours after this entire thing went through, and they're like, it's all right. We're going to rebuild. We're out here. We're a community, and I think that really speaks to the spirit. But I'm going to toss it back to you, and we'll continue to walk around out here.
Wow, just seeing all that community support. Alex, thank you so much for that perspective. And looking at all those images, I mean, we've been watching the news along with all of you, I'm sure, and the images, they don't get any easier. This is our home too.
Yeah, the reaction is just, and the reality is just setting into place, and we're going to see even more as the day progresses.
Right.
It is daylight now. We're finding out where this damage really happened. As we saw earlier, Governor Bill Lee is around the state. He is taking a tour of the devastation.
There
This
it
tornado,
is.
you can see there, the National Guard helicopters really kind of ran a path parallel with Interstate 40 as it headed east. And the governor will be touring areas that have already received a lot of damage. As we said, in Cookeville, there are rescue operations underway, search and rescue taking place there. The governor is expected to be there later. We'll probably hear from him as regards to assessments of declaring the states of emergency. We know that President Trump's going to be here on Friday.
Yep.
So a lot of work between now and then. Again, we are kind of in the assessment stage. Recovery's a long ways away, but folks got to make sure that buildings are stabilized before they re-enter. A lot of businesses have lost roofs, and there's broken glass, and there's a lot of danger out there. Power lines down. We don't know which ones are alive, which ones are not, and so it's going to take a while before we know the extent and which areas are safe.
Now the video that you're seeing right now, obviously last night, this is the funnel cloud that we have footage of. You just can see that lightning just lighting up the sky. And then I think the crazy thing about all of this, those cranes, and to my knowledge, there was not one crane that was impacted by this storm last night.
It's amazing the
We're lucky.
similarity, amazing the similarities to the tornado path of '98. A little bit further south that year, it went through the middle of downtown Nashville, right over Nissan Stadium, and collapsed the cranes. The stadium was being built, and hit again right in the middle of East Nashville.
And you said all of the glass was
The glass from
shattered
downtown
everywhere.
was just hung for days, falling off those buildings, and there's so much more now. Had that happened, there would be even more devastation. This is some of our drone video from Mount Juliet in Wilson County, and you can see the extent of the damage. This storm raced through quickly. It was traveling at about 50+ miles per hour with wind gusts. They're saying EF4s in Mount Juliet and Donaldson, or EF3 rather, in Mount Juliet and Donaldson, which is about 150 to 160 miles an hour in that range. You can see the devastation. You can also see the metal, how it's kind of twisted, and you can see the impact of this and see the trees. You can kind of see the line as it went through there.
Shows how powerful it was.
Yeah.
Now we want to get to News 2's Andy Cordan. He's in Wilson County. Andy, you just spoke with, we spoke with a witness, actually. We're going to hear from the witness who was in a truck when this tornado hit. Let's listen in.
We sat down, he buckled himself into the seat belt, and then our passenger side window blew out. And then at that moment, we felt the wind really start to hit. So we got down on the floor, and our truck and trailer got caught in the tornado and ended up flipping over.
Just unimaginable.
Yeah, the power of these storms, until you're lived through one of these, it's hard to imagine. And the flying debris, you can see there, we have streets all over Nashville. Parts of the interstate are still blocked in areas because of debris. Debris traveled as far as Hendersonville from Mount Juliet and up in that area. So once it gets up into those swirling winds, it just goes for days. And
those images you were just seeing right there, that's Mount Juliet Christian Academy. I do want to add in here, 4,500 customers, more than 4,500 customers still without power. This is going to be a long time coming, getting that power back up to those people, unfortunately. Still looking at the damage there. Man, that
you can see north of downtown Nashville that this is probably the Germantown area that really got hit hard.
They were devastated.
That whole area, you could see, I live in Williamson County, and you could see the lightning flashing about 2 o'clock in the morning when this storm was roaring through. It was amazing seeing how strong this storm was and how active it was. We also heard from DHS workers. Is that what you're saying?
John Seatoon Airport. They saw a lot of damage too. We're going to show those images. There they are. That's some drone video that we took. Wow. Just leveled.
Is this John Toon Airport?
Yeah.
This is John Toon in West Nashville, the airport there. Well, you can see the hangars and the tie-down planes. You see the planes are slid together there. I don't know if we've gotten pictures yet of Lebanon Airport, but it's right by the interstate, and I'm imagining it got hit as well. It's very close to where this line was. You can see these jets and other single-engine planes just moved around like toys at John Toon Airport. That's going to take a while to repair as well.
And I do want to add in here, a relief fund has been established. If you are watching this right now, you're thinking, geez, I would love to help somebody. And we've been telling you, try to stay home if you can right now, and let's sort everything out. Officials want you to stay safe, as do we. But this relief fund has been established. You can text Relief 2020 to 41444. Again, you can text Relief to Relief 2020 to 41444. That is just one way that you can help, and as we continue this coverage, we will continue to bring other ways to you
as we said earlier. Governor Bill Lee has been touring and is touring the damage from this devastating storm. We heard from him earlier today. Let's hear what the governor had to say.
We're doing everything that we can to respond to this. That being said, it's a very difficult situation, and we'll be expanding that response as the day unfolds and we understand even greater what the damages are. I'll be in a helicopter flying over damaged areas across the state later this morning, and that'll give all of us a better idea of the extent of the damages.
Yeah, and that process is taking place right now. The governor is in the air, and the National Guard helicopters are flying and assessing, taking video and showing the damaged area. Okay, we'll hear from the governor probably within the next hour or so, I'm guessing.
And right now we are hearing from News 2's Elizabeth Lane. Elizabeth, you have been a busy woman this morning. Right now you are in North Nashville. Show us what's going on there.
Yeah, Nikki, this is the Buena Vista community. It's a very historic community here in North Nashville. And I'm just going to have you walk with me up Monroe Street, and I'm going to show you these images that we're seeing. This is a flagpole completely snapped over on its base, and we are seeing a lot of images this morning that truly show the strength of the winds in these storms. We're seeing a lot of debris that's been mangled together. That's usually a pretty good indicator that we've had a pretty strong tornado. I want you to take a look up at the library here. There's one door is boarded up. That's because bricks were thrown from other buildings by these strong winds. They were actually thrown into the front of this library. They've had to replace one door there with some wood just to keep it insulated a little bit. And as we walk further up the street, this is the same story. Every corner you turn, it's more and more debris. It's more trees down. It's more bricks misplaced. And it's more people trying to make sense of a totally different scene than what they saw when they went to bed last night. Their homes, their community, their churches, just looking completely different. And so we're going to turn around to our right here a little bit and take you further to the other end of the street here. And I'm going to show you Hopewell Baptist Church, which we've been talking about a lot this morning. This is one of several churches in the Buena Vista community that has been either very, very severely damaged or destroyed completely. There's one around the corner that was leveled, but this church has been a staple in the community since 1823. I spoke with a man who said he has grown up here. He spent his childhood at the pews every single Sunday. He works there now, and it's very emotional and difficult to see such a staple in his life destroyed. And as we walk, I want to show you the traffic that's backing up. That's another thing that we want to talk about. We are out here getting you the newest images we can of the damage and debris that's around so that you don't have to get out here. First responders and power crews are out here trying to clean up, trying to get power lines picked up so that everybody's safe, trying to get the power back on. And of course, first responders are trying to make sure everybody is accounted for. They have blocked off certain roadways. You can see you're looking at a portion of 10th Avenue North that's been blocked off. Some people are continuing to ignore that, and we are seeing traffic backing up due to people coming out just to look. So if that's you, we would encourage you to keep watching us here. Stay with us on air and online. We're going to keep moving around and bringing you these images, but we want you to be safe, and we want to be able to let first responders and power crews do their job right now as they try to help these people who are really going to have to come up with a master plan to start this rebuilding process that likely is going to take quite some time. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah, the last thing we need is people just driving through the areas where the damage is taking place, because homeowners and residents of apartments are trying to salvage what they can. Rescue crews are still in areas. Recovery crews are still there. There's wires down. So stay away from those areas unless you absolutely have to be
And
there.
you mentioned salvaging what you can, and we've seen so many images, especially with Stephanie Langston showing us those pictures that one of the neighbors found. It just goes to show how many things were just picked up and then dropped off in
People's
another
entire
location.
lives lost overnight.
It's terrible to see that. Now, do we want to go to the drone video from East Nashville? Ryan, do we have that in the control room? All right, we're still working to get that for you, so we'll talk about. Okay, there it is right there. I saw that earlier this morning, and my heart just sank.
Just gone.
I know.
Apartment building. This is right over the middle of downtown in East Nashville off Main Street, and you can just see just leveled, absolutely leveled. 22 people have died in this deadly storm. As of this moment, more than 160 to 180 folks have been injured that we know of. The search continues, and it's going to be a while before this debris gets moved, before life becomes anywhere even close to normal. This again in East Nashville, heading up towards the Donaldson area. Eventually the storm just kind of raked the path through that area.
And the scary thing is obviously this happened overnight. Many people were sleeping, and where this hit hardest, you know, you're looking at East Nashville right now with the drone, and then we have Germantown. Those areas are so heavy with residents. I mean, all of those new apartment buildings,
New construction, renovated construction.
They're ruined.
And a lot of folks were without power last night. Thankfully, cell phone technology helps a lot. All the alerts, make sure you always have your phone with you, and at WKRN.com and the News 2 app and the weather app, because it can be a lifesaver. It was last night. My phone exploded overnight with all the warnings that had been issued, and a lot of people are going to be without power for a while, and you know, the weather situation changes. This is Donaldson. Look at the disaster in Donaldson. These homes have been there for decades. These are 50-ish subdivisions that were built back then, right in the heart of downtown Donaldson. They are just gone. There's nothing left. These people are going to have to rebuild from scratch, and again, just trying to salvage what they can, picking things out of the lawn, picking things up from the trees, mementos. Their lives are gone. You know, you can always replace things and hopefully everybody survive, but it's still heartbreaking.
And we still do have at least 22 people who have died. We want to hear from Senator Marsha Blackburn. We heard from her just moments ago or a little bit earlier in the day. Let's listen into that.
We know the need for resources for cleanup are going to be paramount, and we really are prayerful for all of these families who have been so adversely impacted and for the loss of life. Just know we're going to continue to be in touch with the congressional delegation, with the governor's office, and with the leadership team there to be certain that needs are met.
Again, that was Senator Marsha Blackburn. I do want to add, we were talking about how many people are displaced. If you are watching this, you know somebody, or perhaps you are displaced in this storm. Nashville Farmers Market, 900 Rosa Parks Boulevard in Nashville, that has opened as an emergency shelter. They do have running water for you. So if you need a place to stay, head on over again to 900 Rosa Parks Boulevard.
We continue to get new video in of the destruction out there from overnight. We're going to show you some new destruction video of Mount Juliet. This is drone footage, and you can see here, look at those trees leveled. Roofs gone in some areas. Homes are standing, but you can see that the roofs are completely gone in this subdivision. You can see that pad. You can see everything bending over forward as that storm went through there. Look at those trees.
And it's just crazy the different path that the tornadoes take. Well, this was specifically one tornado to our knowledge. However, I want to talk specifically about downtown. You see how certain areas downtown, specifically the Gulch, it is untouched. You go a few blocks over, and then you're seeing the devastation. Here with this neighborhood too, there are certain homes, well, I saw a little bit earlier, they did not look as bad as other homes that are just leveled.
This is pretty impressive damage. I mean, these homes are going to all be completely destroyed, and you can see that wind pattern there twirling those trees. As we said earlier, we do know it was an EF3. That's a powerful tornado that went through Mount Juliet and Donaldson. Those are the areas we've just seen with extensive damage there. Again, it's going to be weeks, if not longer, before the debris is cleared and folks can begin the process of rebuilding. They're going to need shelter. They're going to need help from the community. That's all going to happen. Everybody is paying attention to this, including our sports teams. The Nashville Predators have put out this tweet. They want to thank you to our first responders, firefighters, police officers, volunteers, city workers, everyone who has had a hand in helping. They appreciate it very much. And we have all kinds of different tweets coming in from the NHL teams, the Boston Bruins. We're keeping everyone in Nashville in our thoughts today. The Nashville Predators, as we said, it's a community.
Yes, it
these
is.
teams come here. They know about Nashville. They know about the hospitality, and they're feeling for the people who call this place home, who have been through this devastation.
We want to look at that funnel cloud again. That was from last night. This is a still picture that was taken, and you can, man, you can see the size of that thing.
It's massive.
And again, you mentioned EF3 tornado, and you're looking at it right there. I'm not sure exactly what time that was taken, but sometime around, 2 or 3 in the morning when this touched
Yeah, about
down.
12:30, 1 o'clock, it really started hitting hard up in the Rosa Parks area. That was where some of the first damage we saw when some trees were down there. My son works up in the Rosa Parks area. They're completely without power up there. His business is shut down. It's going to be, they're saying, maybe a week before they get back to work.
My goodness.
So that area is where the devastation really hit, and then it crossed the river, came downtown a little bit on Broadway, or didn't get to Broadway, but on James Robertson Parkway that way, skirting across the Cumberland River into East Nashville.
So scary. New information coming in from Josh Breslow at the Alert Desk. What do you got, Josh?
Yeah, that's right. So we do know that Metro schools were out today, and we're now getting a look at some of the damage. Metro schools just tweeting out some pictures here, letting us know what we're seeing. This is actually over at Meg's Middle Magnet School, and there is damage to the roof. Take a look at these images again, just in from the school district. We know the district also says that Laughlin Design Elementary and Robert Churchwell Elementary have also been damaged by that tornado. Metro schools going through the schools to survey all the damage and plan to let us know about repairs needed and which schools may have to be closed as a result. But again, those photos just in from Metro schools showing Meg's Middle Magnet School. We do expect to see some of the damage at Laughlin Design Elementary and Robert Churchwell Elementary later on in the day. But yeah, that school is going to need some repairs definitely there as a result. Guys.
But a lot of the schools are used for voting sites today. Today is Super Tuesday, and some of those schools that have been damaged, those voting sites may not happen there. We may want to check with the Election Commission and see if they have secondary plans where folks who will want to go to vote later today, if their location is changed, and we'll keep track of that throughout the day.
At last check, there were 15 polling locations that had to be switched. So we'll definitely keep you posted on that because that's a great point.
Yeah, because if you are voting today, you might want to make sure and check where you go because it probably has been changed if you're in the area of the storm.
In Wilson County, can't you go to any polling location that you want?
A lot of different, it's a different county by county, but
Gotcha.
I'm not sure how it is there. But usually they have secondary if you can't get to yours.
Good to know. Okay, we want to go to Stassi almost now. She has been live for us in 5 points. And Stassi, earlier in the day, you were in front of the location where 2 people passed away, but we're going to check in with her right now.
Stassi almost here reporting really on the top of 5 Points in East Nashville. One of the construction crews was nice enough to take me up on their man lift. So we're up here. I'm gonna show you guys. That's Woodland and 10th Street. You're looking at absolute destruction in the 5 Points area. All the way down, you can see the path of this tornado. You see boom bars back there, the roof completely destroyed in the back, all the way down to a Family Dollar. You have Burger Up Soda Parlor. This way down towards Main Street, you can see downtown Nashville. You see this business here, the side ripped off. Basement East is over there. There's a gym over there. The tornado seems to have come from Germantown all the way up here into this area. There are multiple roofs off. To show you. Behind me is an alley on McFerrin where we have confirmed 2 deaths, a man and a woman that were killed in this tornado. Those are the 2 deaths that we have been able to confirm here in East Nashville for now. We're going to continue to follow this damage. Stay with News 2, reporting in East Nashville. Stassi Almost, News 2.
As time progresses, we see the more and more damage, and it continues to get worse and worse because folks find new areas, and we see the debris lines growing, and it's going to just be a while. I know that there are folks out there. I have friends who have called me, and they're already banding together. They're getting chainsaws, heading to areas to try to help folks. That's just the way Nashville is. But be careful. Don't go where authorities don't want you to go. There's still a lot of instability out there. The gesture is very much appreciated. You can help some folks who need some help, but be careful too. Live wires, unstable buildings. You can't just go into a place without authorities knowing where you're going to be.
You cannot. Let's look at some video that we got from overnight in Putnam County. You're seeing that on the left side of your screen, and I want to go over some bullet points again. We have 22 confirmed deaths, and we do know 16 of those are in Putnam County, and that unfortunately, and we hate hearing this, some of those deaths do include children. We have 65 injuries. Again, this is solely in Putnam County, what we're looking at right now, and you're seeing those images on the left side of your screen. Searches, again, we've said time and time again, they're ongoing. This is going to be a long process, and then we have at least 100 buildings damaged in Putnam County.
We can clear up a little bit of the confusion about Election Day.
Yes,
we have that secondary story going on today as we have Super Tuesday. A lot of these places have changed because of the damage. Donaldson Presbyterian Church, 5 precincts assigned there are now going to be in Donaldson.
Okay.
Pearl-Cohn High School, 5 precincts assigned to vote there will be in North Nashville. Cleveland Community Center, 5 precincts assigned to vote here from East Nashville. Only precinct assigned to vote here that's the only site there. There are mega sites too where anybody can go. Metro Southeast at 1417 Murfreesboro Road, the Metro Office Building at 800 2nd Avenue South. Anyone in Daviston County can vote there. So you need to check with your place of where you normally vote. They could have changed, and it may be last minute before they make those changes.
I think it'll be really interesting to see what the voter turnout is specifically in these areas that were hit. I mean, because now people have, I don't want to say better things to worry about, but they have other things on their mind. They're just happy that they're alive and they're dealing with cleaning up what they lost. So it will be really interesting to see if we have a poor voter turnout, specifically in Nashville.
A lot of damage was in Donaldson. News 2 Stephanie Langston is there live for us today. Steph?
Well, it's really hard to imagine even how much devastation came through here, Bob. There are dozens of homes that have been completely wiped out, roofs off the top of houses. They just closed off this road. We're on Downeymead Drive, and they just closed off this road because the odor of the gas in the air is unreal, and they're shutting off the gas right now so that we have gas companies, fire departments down there working on this right now. So that's the activity that we've seen. the most of lately. It's kind of quiet other than that. Folks have been out here picking up all morning, and now I think they're just kind of waiting for their insurance to kind of assess the damage. This home right here, we shared this story earlier, unbelievable. A lady was in her living room whenever she heard the tornado coming through. She got down on the floor and just covered her body and started praying. Right now you can actually see that white t-shirt that's flapping up in the air. It looks almost like a flag, but that's a white t-shirt that's really special to her that has a cross on it. So she said she was laying there praying, and when she was pulled from that rubbish from a neighbor, actually, when she came out and saw that flap in there, she just can't stop saying how blessed she is and what a miracle it is that she's alive. As we cross the street over here, here's one of the homes that it's just... it leaves you speechless, honestly. It's just got one room right there. On the other side was his closet, and you can actually still see on the other side his clothes hanging there. There's also a mirror in that one room that's just untouched. It just shows really the power of a tornado and how, you know, something can be wiped out and something else untouched. And then right beside it, again, another home that shares a very similar story. It's got one room left there. That lady was home. She took cover in her basement, and fortunately she's okay. And then the three houses surrounding what's left there, the roofs are torn off those homes. You know, the councilman told us that there was at least probably 100 homes who've had the roofs torn off, and he believes, you know, 2 to 3 dozen homes that were completely wiped out here. So folks just kind of milling about in some of these homes, deciding what they're going to keep, what they're going to let go of. There's a lot of emotion out here. There's been a lot of tears. There's been a lot of folks driving by with free Gatorade and water and food, offering to lend a hand. But for the most part, it's kind of quieted down here right now, and it's just really kind of a sombering sight to see. Bob.
Faith, Steph, you talked about the lady having faith, and boy, faith can get you through an awful lot in devastating and trying times like this, and especially helping your neighbors and the belief that things are going to get better. And this is a great community. Here we see Vice President Joe Biden, who is on the ballot today, talking about what's happening here in Nashville. Jill and I send our thoughts and our prayers for the safety of Tennesseans affected by this tornado. Stay safe out there. And if you're voting today, be sure to follow @TNDP for any updates. So all the presidential candidates talking about it. We've heard from country music stars. My buddy Scott Hamilton, Olympic gold medalist, just tweeted, Nashville is a strong and resilient city filled with strong, helpful individuals with big hearts. Let's come together, help each other, pray for each other, and love each other. Nashville strong. So everybody is looking inward, seeing what's happening to these folks and wanting to do what they can through words and deeds. If you want to help, a great way to help, donate to the Red Cross. They're always in need of blood. There's going to be more people injured that possibly need that. So if you really want to do something, the Red Cross is a great place to start.
What you're looking at right here is a picture of Robert Churchwell Museum Magnet Elementary School. This is in North Nashville. We're just seeing a ton of devastation with schools around the area, and it's horrible because now you got to think of all of these plans. Where are they going to place all these kids temporarily? Man,
Mayor Cooper there. We're getting close to spring break time, which actually might benefit. I'm not sure when the exact date is, but we're in March, and it gets close to spring break, and they may need it for some of these places because they're going to need repairs. They're going to need maybe temporary buildings to be brought in. It's going to be a while for some of these facilities to get back to normal.
Just seeing all those bricks torn off as well, it just shows how powerful this tornado was. We're going to head back to News 2's Josh Breslow at the WKRN.com alert desk. Josh?
All right, so I do want to let you guys know that Nashville Electric has just told us they do plan to provide an update on the power situation across the Nashville area at 3:30 this afternoon. So we're going to get some more information on that, but we do know that the number of outages has now dropped a little bit. We were at about 50,000 at one point. Now it's showing up a little over 45,000. So power is very slowly being restored to all NES customers. We also know a lot of power being restored to Middle Tennessee Electric customers as well. We had several thousand people without power over in Wilson County, and that number continues to dwindle. So we also know from NES that they've accounted for about 180 broken or damaged power poles all throughout the service area of Nashville, and that number could rise. They're still checking it out and trying to see how many damaged poles they have and how easily they can replace those. I can tell you, though, over in Mount Juliet this morning on Mount Juliet Road, there were several poles that were down in the middle of the roadway. It does appear that those have been cleared up, but those are not Nashville Electric. They're driving around Nashville right now working to get the power restored and, of course, assess more damage. So we'll let you know. Again, that briefing is scheduled for 3:30 this afternoon at NES headquarters. We'll let you know what they say here on air and online. Guys,
Thank you, Josh. Keep us updated. It is important for folks to know when the possibility of getting power restored, not just NES, not just Middle Tennessee Electric, but as we go out in rural areas, there's different providers. It may take longer. There's going to be a stress on all these crews, these line crews, to get the lines restored, to get poles back up. It's just going to take a while.
If you're watching this right now, you're thinking, how can I help? We do have an article on WKRN.com. It is called How to Help, Donations, Volunteers Needed Following Nashville Tornado.
Look at this video.
Well, yeah, look at that. I mean, through all this devastation, that is one thing that can put a smile on your face.
In Mount Juliet last night, a firefighter bringing a child to safety, crossing live electric wires, doing his job, not asking for a pat on the back. This is just what these first responders do. They go towards the danger. They save lives. This was a devastating, deadly storm, but without these people, it would have been a lot worse. And now Mom has that child in her arms.
And speaking of first responders, we heard that about 30 of them were injured helping people in these storms. And so, you know, they're putting their lives on the line as well, but like you said, that's their job. Yeah. That's what they're there to do.
Senator Lamar Alexander has been talking too about his thoughts and prayers for Nashville. He was governor for many years, has seen this tragedy firsthand. He knows what the governor's going to have to do and what the federal government can do to help. Here's what the senator had to say.
Our hearts go out to the Tennessee families who were hurt by the severe tornadoes last night in Middle Tennessee and in Benton County. And Senator Blackburn and I are going to do everything we can to work with Governor Lee, mayors, and others to make sure that federal assistance is available.
You know, Nashville has been through this. We were through the flood 10 years ago. We were through several tornadoes.
That's right.
The great thing about this community, it is a wonderful helping community. When neighbors can give, when neighbors can help, they do. I remember in '98 we put together crews of folks and went over to East Nashville with trucks and chainsaws and just helped clear debris. And I know we'll see those sights and sounds again in the flood. People got in their boats and rescued people from stuck in flooded buildings. I know we're going to see that kind of help again. And you can see it's going to be needed. This is a devastating storm that caused multi-million, probably in the billions of dollars worth of damage. People are going to be out of their homes for a long time in some areas. And this is the Cookeville area in Putnam County where we know at least 16 of the 22 people who died there. So the devastation there and the trauma there is traumatic for that community, a rural community. It will come back, but it takes a while. It takes faith, as that lady told Stephanie Langston, and it takes belief that you can get through something like this. No one believes the devastation until you've been through it. I've been through a tornado and losing a house through fire, and you don't know what it's like until it's actually you and you lose everything. Well, it's just all gone. It's a totally different feeling, and these people are now experiencing that.
And they are. And I think even for those of you who are living around the area, maybe, I don't know, I want to talk about my personal experience. Yeah. Last night I slept through it. I didn't hear anything. I woke up to dozens. Yeah, I know. Dozens of text messages asking if I was okay. Germantown is just about a mile away from where I live, and it's just crazy. And I still can't wrap my head around it. And I cannot believe this happened here, and it's never happened. Elizabeth Warren also on the ballot today, tweeting, quote, "I am heartsick for the victims and their families. Stay strong, Nashville. You are in our hearts today," end quote.
Presidential candidate, Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders also tweeting last night's tragedy in Nashville is devastating. Our hearts go out to the victims and their loved ones. The federal government must do everything it can to provide aid and resources to help the city rebuild, and I know they will.
It's always strange when you're in the center of national attention. You know, this is on
I was watching
all of
this
the
on
networks.
CNN.
I know, and you never expect that to happen until it does. And here we are, and like you said, Bob, we are going to rally around one another. Our community is strong, and Nashville will rebuild. We'll be okay.
And it's going to need it. This is East Nashville. This is Holly and 19th Street. All these homes have damage. Some are almost leveled. Almost all of them have lost their roofs. You can see some of the people there in the streets and their driveways trying to pick up the pieces, trying to just digest the devastation. This is traumatic video. These homes are nearly destroyed. Yeah. Some of these have just been built. They're new homes. Some have been renovated. You can see the debris in the swimming pool in the backyard. All these homes are going to have no roofs at the very least. And you can see some just completely flattened. People have nothing to return home to.
Let's switch over to the drone video that we have from Germantown. And Bob, this was one of the most devastating images that I saw today. You can look at that water pouring out. And I believe this is an apartment building. in Germantown, and I'm unsure, unfortunately, what one this is, but
it looks like an old building that's been renovated and it just has collapsed. The walls have collapsed. You can see the windows lying flat there as they blew inward. This is some more areas of Germantown. These looks like apartments and condos and townhomes. Look at all the windows are gone.
And a lot of those businesses over in that area too, some of them were destroyed, and it's just awful to think about. You know, it's like, what do you do now?
Have to
What's next?
rebuild and restart. And for the folks who live there going through this, you know, it's going to be devastating for them. Their stores are gone. The places they went to eat are gone. It's going to be a change. Look at the debris stuck on the sides of these buildings.
Yeah.
The wood stuck up there. The windows blown out. This is what people went through last night in the middle of the night.
And just to give you a better perspective, this is all, you can see Topgolf in the back there. So that's the part of Germantown that we're looking at right there, Cross Point Church. I'm not sure how extensive their damage is, but I did see that part of that sign, the big Cross Point sign. It was a little iffy. So this is more drone footage. This one from Wilson County that we're looking at. Is that a school building that we're going over right now? West Wilson Middle School. That's the building that we're looking at right there. And then we've got Starter Creek Elementary School as well. Stoner Creek, excuse me. So like we were saying earlier, a lot of these schools impacted by this.
Yeah, and it's going to be days, if not weeks, before they can, you know, clear the area, make the building safe, and then get kids back inside. That's just going to take a while.
The right-hand side of that image
is gone.
Is awful.
And the debris field, the debris field is scattered everywhere. You can see again, this is Catalpa Drive, this is Mount Juliet, and you can see that the trees have just been flattened. The roofs, like all we've seen before in other subdivisions, are gone. The loss of lives, 22, it's amazing. It wasn't higher. It could still grow, but this storm was devastating upon impact, and at the absolute worst time, the middle of the night, when a lot of folks had gone to bed early and maybe missed the warnings early or the 10 o'clock news, and it didn't hit till like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. And without their phones or other kind of warning devices, they didn't know it was coming.
It's so scary. And again, this was an EF3 tornado hitting Tuesday morning. National Weather Service surveyed the area, determined Mount Juliet experienced winds, get this, between 155 and 160 miles per hour. And then Donaldson sustained winds of 160 to 165 miles per hour.
Look at this. This is Germantown. This is flattened buildings in Germantown.
And all the wires.
Christie Cookies, Nashville staple, lost part of its front of its building. The roof gone on this building. We saw pieces of wood stuck inside a brick building wall there. The roof's completely gone. You're looking down into someone's apartment or townhome that has been just completely devastated. It's hard to describe the quantity of the damage because it is so severe. The line is pretty wide. It zigzagged a little bit. It wasn't really a straight line.
It lasted for what, an hour?
And it was on the ground for a good long time.
Scary.
It may have lifted up some, but it was estimated it was on the ground for more than half an hour to 45 minutes while it was racing through and was traveling fast. So the damage happened quickly. It was traveling at about 50+ miles per hour.
Oh, man. And to show us a little bit more of that damage that we are seeing in East Nashville, we want to get back to Alex Dennis. How are things looking out there?
So Erica and Bob, this was the EF3 where it touched down. So we're talking about wind speeds of 150 to 160 miles per hour. And it is evident as you walk along the side streets. I'm joined by Bria. She is here now. And I know that you said that you actually used to live right here in this building. So what is it like for you when you come by and see your neighborhood?
It's really scary. That Molly Green that's on the corner, I used to shop there all the time and it's completely gone. And I already know that's like a local business, so it's really sad to see that. It's unbelievable. It's bad in pictures, but it's worse in person.
Mm-hmm. Why did you decide you wanted to come out here and look around today?
Well, I've never seen anything like this before. I'm actually not originally from Nashville. I'm from Chicago. And I kind of just wanted to see like where they needed help, what people might need, just kind of like what people are going through. I feel like you never really... Just looking at pictures is not the same as walking through and seeing like this is what people really need. Like they need water. Some people don't have homes. If I would have been in that building, I wouldn't have had a home anymore. I would have been homeless as of 4 months ago.
So where are you now, and where were you when the tornado hit?
I live a little further northeast. I live right next to the river. So my neighbor and I were on the phone, just talking. He lives right behind me, but we could see the tornado pass. We saw the power go out across the street. We saw transformers blowing. We were like, what are we going to do? Because we don't have basements or crawl spaces or anything like that in our home, and it missed us, which was a blessing.
How terrified were you?
Very, to the point where I was just standing by the window, like, whatever's gonna happen, I guess this is it. Because there was nobody with me, it was just me and my dog, and then him and his dog, and we were on the phone with each other. So it's a blessing that that wasn't our last conversation.
Right. What would you say to the families of the 20 plus people now that did lose their lives, including children?
That's hard. Just stay as strong as you can. Reach out. I know it feels like the world is probably ending to them right now, but it's not the end. And there's still reason and purpose for them, so keep going. And we'll be here. Like, whatever they need, we'll be here for them. So, yeah.
Precious. It's just a testament to everyone here in this area and how much everyone, I know that you said that Nashville may not be your original home, but I think it is your home. I can tell in your heart that you are like so many of the other people here that want to give back and do. And the best way right now is to donate monetarily to Red Cross. There will be some donation centers set up around town. Of course, right now, there's still so much going on, but we will continue to be out here. Erica, I know that you wanted to weigh in as well.
Hey, Alex, I want to ask you a quick question. I just want to kind of get back to those first responders that I mentioned, because earlier in the day we had heard that possibly 30 first responders were injured. Can you specify what actually happened there?
Absolutely, Erica, not a problem. Bria, if you need to go, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. So we were at that press conference earlier today with the governor and the mayor, and the fire chief was also speaking. He said 30 personnel were injured. He clarified later 30 people were injured. He had more than 120 that were transported. I think the actual number was 156 is what he said, 48 buildings that were collapsed in the area. But he then later went off camera and said, I'm sorry if I misspoke, it wasn't personnel that were injured. There were 30 people total that they had injuries. So that was just a clarification. I know it was a little bit misleading, and he apologized and clarified a little bit later.
I'm so glad you added that. Thank you so much, Alex.
The fog of war, it happens during these tragedies. A lot of information is swirling out there. Everybody wants to get it right, but sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Right.
We have some amazing pictures to show you the damage. This is East Nashville after and before this devastating tornado. Look at this. This is the top picture is before, the bottom picture is after. You can see the damage caused there. These are just a couple of the examples of the extent of the damage caused by this storm and the time it's going to take to rebuild and to renovate these facilities and get them up and opening again.
And that's in the 5 Points area, and that area was just devastated last night by that tornado. Again, 22 people dead following that storm. And these images continue to come in, and every single one you see, it just gets harder and harder almost. You would think it would get easier, but it doesn't.
And it's going to get harder throughout the day.
Yes,
More information coming in. This is Josh Breslow's at the alert desk. Josh?
That's right. So we have just learned that Mayor John Cooper has signed an executive order declaring a state of emergency in Metro Nashville and in Davidson County. Again, the Mayor John Cooper there today did sign an executive order declaring an official state of emergency in the immediate aftermath of that March 3rd tornado that caused death, injury, and widespread property damage in Davidson County. All this information just coming in from the mayor's office here, so we're reading it for the first time. The executive order streamlines Metro's efforts in acquiring and distributing necessary supplies and services to affected residents. The Director of Finance is directed to monitor expenditure of funds by the metropolitan government related to its state of emergency, prepare requests as appropriate for financial assistance and reimbursement of such expenditures by federal aid and state governments, and conduct a review of such expenditures following the conclusion of the state of emergency. So a lot of information there, but I can tell you the mayor has now signed that executive order declaring a state of emergency here in Nashville and in Davidson County. We'll post his entire statement on our website. Head to WKRN.com. Guys?
Yeah, this is big news because basically what it does is open up a pool of money for the mayor and for Nashville to rely on. If we need to spend it for this to help these folks, we can do that.
Right.
It also helps the generation of declaring a state of emergency for the state and eventually maybe the federal government. So it's all becomes a pool of money that the resources can be used for whatever needs to happen. More crews to come in to restore lines, whatever needs to happen.
I think we're going to look at some other images here. And Ryan, remind me where this is again. This is Donaldson. And excuse me, because I'm on my phone and I'm just looking at all of these images that are coming into our email. Traffic issues in Hermitage. Ryan, I don't know if we can somehow get that pulled up. But Bob, if you see that, it's just backed up. It looks for miles. And Oh, man.
Look at these pictures. This is just heartbreaking. These homes are completely destroyed in Donaldson. There's nothing left but a few walls. And folks were in these homes last night when this storm hit. Pickup truck destroyed, folks trying to find what they can find on their phones to tell their loved ones that they've survived, they're okay and made it through. And now the hard part comes, stabilizing these buildings, what's left of them, or tearing them down and starting over again.
And people that we've heard from, you hear time and time again, it sounded like a freight train was coming through. I don't know if you've ever heard that. I've never heard it.
I'm a Midwest kid and have seen tornadoes come through, and the wind noise is just frightening. And once you hear one, you know exactly what it is.
And then you have to walk outside and see this devastation. It's heartbreaking.
Let's take you to Putnam County. This is in Cookeville. Look at the damage here. An ambulance on the scene there. Trees completely flattened. Again, this looks like it was an EF3 possibility heading into the Cookeville area. We know that 16 people died here. Look at this debris field. Trees broken in half, parts of homes just strewn across the area. You can see the dark clouds still existing here. This is part of the Cookeville area. This is a spread out community. Putnam County is a rural community. Cookeville, of course, home to Tennessee Tech and all kinds of other areas. And this is going to be one of those places that's going to take a good long time to clear this debris and rebuild these homes.
One of the hardest hit areas, Putnam County. And these are the images that are coming in, and those neighborhoods are just no longer. And you can even see some of the tree bark is just ripped off of
the force
the
of these
trees.
storms is incredible until you actually see that damage up close. You'll see, tree limbs pierce brick walls. This is what we know. At least 22 people have died. North Nashville through Cookeville. That's where the line went, where most of the damage happened, beginning up at about Metro Center, Rosa Parks, through East Nashville, heading into Mount Juliet and Lebanon, and heading through Cookeville. We know that complete area is where a lot of this damage is. And also EF3s in Mount Juliet and Donaldson, where we saw some of that devastation in Donaldson. The home's completely gone. President will visit on Friday. Mayor John Cooper has declared a state of emergency in Davidson County and Nashville. We'll probably be hearing later from Governor Lee about a state of emergency here from the state as well. And I'm guessing a declaration from the president is likely on Friday after all this is put together and compiled to see the extent of this damage. Help is going to be needed.
Speaking of help, we want to talk about how you can help with United Way. We're going to get some bullet points up there right now. United Way of Rutherford and Camden counties, they are helping out in this awful situation. And I mentioned this a little bit earlier. If you were watching this, you're wondering how you can help, get out that phone or grab a sheet of paper, write this down. You can text RELIEF 2020 to 41444. Again, that is text RELIEF 2020 to 41444. You can also give online. You see the website right there. Or you can mail a check to the address you see there at the bottom of your screen. You can take a screenshot of what you're seeing right now. You can utilize those ways to help if you're just sitting back and thinking, man, I want to go out there.
What can I
do? We're telling you, try to stay home if you can, because officials don't want you going out. We have so many down power lines, and that can be really dangerous when you're going around those. We're not sure what ones are dangerous, what ones are not. And again, we're looking at the storms from last night and just how that lightning is just, it's crazy, lighting up the sky.
Yeah, this is the tornado coming through North Nashville and the Rosa Parks area, the Metro Center area, where it really kind of hit first. This is the area we saw some of the first damage last night, some trees down, look at that lightning strike, knocking out power. Power still out in the Metro Center area. As I said, my son has a business there where he works, and his businesses think it's going to be Monday before they get back in operation. Streets in those areas are blocked. Look at the strength of that storm. Like I said, I live in Williamson County, and after I got home about 2 in the morning, I could see this lightning still just over the city of downtown. And while as bad as this was, and it was absolutely horrifying, had it been a mile further south and gone through the heart of downtown Nashville with all those new buildings, all those new glass fronts, it would have been devastating. The 98 tornado did just that, coming over Centennial Park and through downtown Nashville. And while there were so many fewer buildings, the city was littered with broken glass. Glass fell for literally days from those office buildings downtown. It knocked the cranes down on Nissan Stadium. You can just imagine with all the new people that live there now that weren't there then. it would have been absolutely
I
horrifying.
think a lot of people that were dealing with this last night, this is possibly their first tornado they've ever experienced, because we have so many people moving to Nashville and surrounding communities from other states, specifically the Midwest. In the Midwest, we don't get EF3 tornadoes, so this is something new. We want to take some new video, or actually I think we've shown this before, yeah, that industrial section of Mount Juliet. And I believe Neil was saying that he was seeing FedEx truck, yep, down at the bottom. The banners cover it.
FedEx warehouse.
Yes.
Distribution facility.
Destroyed. Look at the roof. Flattened.
Yeah, these buildings are all huge. They're open spaces, so there's not a lot of structure underneath because there's machinery inside. So when the roofs go, they collapse like this. And that tin is deadly, and it can fly. You can see it's flown off the roof and into the woods there. And now these folks are trying to figure out, what do we do? What do we have to do to get what's inside? Maybe packages and stuff. If you had FedEx that are stuck in there, that's going to have to be removed, and the building's going to have to be just bulldozed and start over because it is gone.
I think we're going to see a lot of delays in several different industries. But, you know, okay, so we were talking a little bit earlier about how devastating this tornado was because it hit around, well, the first part of it hit around 12:30, and this is, of course, when everybody's sleeping. However, I want to talk about these schools that were damaged. And, you know, you were looking at that FedEx facility right there, and just think about if this were to hit when everybody was at work or at school, and then we could have seen even more devastation.
Yeah, as bad as it is during nighttime when you're sleeping, it could have been even worse because it's, you know, if a tornado suddenly appears, hopefully you have warnings, and we do a really good job. Our folks are terrific at getting them out, but still trying to get kids evacuated from the school and getting them home to safety. Sometimes, you know, sheltering in place is the best thing. And can you imagine being a parent and not knowing what's going on with your child? So we didn't have that scenario, thankfully. Now we have the other scenario, people without their homes, people maybe who survived, but their kid's school is shut down. They're trying to go to work. They got to find childcare. The progression of the problems builds. It becomes the domino effect because it's not just this damage, it's what the damage causes. Some businesses will be shut down. It will take a while to get those back up and running. Paychecks will be missed. So this is the reason we need the federal help that comes in and looks and analyzes what exactly the extent of this storm was and whether to declare disasters so that folks can get loans and can resume their lives and begin the process of rebuilding.
And you saw Mayor Cooper there assessing the damage. Governor Bill Lee is also assessing the damage. We have President Trump. He will be visiting our area on Friday to assess the damage. This is drone footage from East Nashville.
Those are brand new buildings, and they're gone.
I know. These are the flattened skinnies that we are seeing popping up around the city, and they're gone.
As we said, President Trump is going to be here on Friday. He has talked about this terrible, devastating storm and the impact on Tennessee. Let's hear from the president.
Before I begin, I want to send my warm wishes to the great people of Tennessee in the wake of the horrible and very vicious tornado that killed at least 19 people and injured many more. We're working with the leaders in Tennessee, including their great governor, Bill Lee, to make sure that everything is done properly. FEMA is already on the ground, and I'll be going there on Friday. Our hearts are full of sorrow for the lives that were lost. It's a vicious thing. Those tornadoes, I've seen many of them during a 3-year period, and I've gotten to see the results, and they are vicious. If you're in their path, it's bad things happen. There's really bad things happen. I went to Alabama 9 months ago, and I saw the devastation that left in Alabama, too. And everybody was so incredible. The people were so incredible, but so many people get killed if you're in the path. And we'll be going, as I said, to Tennessee on Friday. We send our love and our prayers of the nation to every family that was affected. And we will get there, and we will recover, and we will rebuild, and we will help them. And condolences, tough situation. Such bad news when you see that.
President Trump and his thoughts and prayers and reaction to this deadly tornado and the fact that they want to help do what they can. And, you know, elected officials, we're in the midst of a presidential election today, a primary today. We're dealing with the coronavirus. We're dealing with tornado damage. Life goes on and the problems persist. And it's all the elected officials trying to figure out how to get hospitals up and running, how to make sure that no infections happen. If they do, what to do about them, and now dealing with the aftermath of this tornado.
It's a tough job, specifically if those hospitals don't have power.
Right.
So that's another issue that we run into. Josh Breslin.
109, the building, basically the front of it is destroyed. And then off to the side, as this video turns, you'll see cars that appear to have been thrown into the side of the building. Those cars, of course, heavily damaged as well. A bit earlier on, we had Andy Cordan live for us from what appeared to be a factory fire. There was a lot of smoke coming from that building. In just a second, you'll actually see the camera kind of tilt over and you'll get a better look at that fire that he was showing us. Look at all that black smoke in the air as a result. So we're working to get some more information about exactly what's going on there. But this video just released by Lebanon police, who are taking the drone all around the city and taking a close look at the damage through that area. The video is going to turn around and it's going to give you another view of that building there that has all the damage, as well as the cars that appear to be thrown into the side of that building. Crews tell us that they are still checking out homes and businesses in that area and urging people not to be on the roads unless you have to be. Right now, you see not a lot of traffic there on the roadways. Thankfully, no fatalities in Lebanon. Unfortunately, though, in Wilson County, there were at least 2 deaths. It does appear 3 at this point in the Mount Juliet area, as that tornado did tear through that area. As a result, schools are going to be out in Wilson County, not just for today, but throughout the rest of the week here. So you can find the entire list of school closures on our website right now. Head to WKRN.com. Guys.
Thank you, Josh. The devastation just unbelievable. We continue to get information, too, and check our website. We'll be posting these things of folks offering help. They're offering storage facilities if you need something to keep out of the weather. So a lot of folks out there trying to do their best. We'll keep a list of what's being offered out there on our website at WKRN.com.
We're going to get a new perspective now, this time from Emily Proud. She is in Mount Juliet.
All right, guys, I'm in Mount Juliet, where, frankly, it looks like a war scene coming from these storms last night. I mean, it is absolutely unbelievable. I want to kind of take you around some of the destruction and just show you how vast it is. You see right here, a tree has been uprooted. There's a pair of jeans on the root. I mean, just the amount of stuff that was picked up and thrown about is unbelievable. I mean, these were homes, and they're just absolutely devastated and destroyed. But the one positive that we are seeing is there is a lot of work being done right now. They're not sitting around. There's people working. We saw Comcast crews here hoping to get some cable back to this area. We've seen a lot of workers building and rebuilding and going through some of this rubble. I want you to see this home over here. I mean, you see the front door, there's a wreath, but everything else around it is just destroyed. It's hard to look at. You see people working over in this home over here that also lost its roof. There's a man standing on the second floor that doesn't really look like a second floor anymore. We're going to continue to monitor this damage, but just wanted to show you kind of the devastation that you see in this area here in Mount Juliet, though. For now, send it back to you.
Thank you, Emily. You can hear in Emily's voice, it's hard to see the damage out there because these folks have lost just so much, and it's going to take so long to get it all repaired. And we saw that fire, too. This is one of those secondary threats from these tornadoes, because when buildings go, gas lines suddenly open up, and this is what can happen. Gas fires can start like this. I know the gas company is working hard to make sure that gas gets shut off in neighborhoods affected, but this is what can happen when the damage happens, and for unknown reasons that gas starts spewing. All it takes is a spark, and this is what begins to happen. We see this a lot of times in tornadoes, especially before the crews can get in there and turn power and gasoline or natural gas off. Thankfully, we haven't seen that, but this is a kind of a common sight in tornadoes for the damaged areas, especially when it's hard for those folks to get in there.
It's awful looking at that plume of smoke, and again, that was a warehouse in Lebanon. We're going to get back to News 2's Alex Dennis. It sounds like we're going to have some sort of a walk and talk. So, Alex, you can show us the damage that you're seeing out in East Nashville.
I'm here on Main Street in East Nashville. I kind of wanted to walk you through what's going on through the area. Crews have been out here cleaning, but we are seeing residents now coming out and assessing the damage, including here at a liquor store that's beloved in the area. That sign has sat atop that building since about the 40s. So that's just one indicator that the storms that moved through this area were so strong. We have vehicles that are tipped up over on their side. I spoke to the Fieldhouse Jones owners. They flew in from Chicago earlier this morning. They said they could not believe the damage that was done in such a short amount of time, but they are thankful that no one here was injured. But of course, we do know that in East Nashville, 2 people were killed. We have a total now that continues to grow as search and rescue crews come through the area. Now, there's this side street right off of Main Street that I want to show you the devastation. The storefront ripped apart. There's a nail salon that's very popular. Zeb, my camera woman, I just want her to be careful right here because there's a cord that I don't want you to get tripped up on. Let me have you step up and over. There you go, because this tow truck is out here. There's also some of this vehicle here that you can see is smashed in. There's a vehicle around the side as well that has a pole straight through the windshield. You can see the air conditioning unit that came off of the Fieldhouse Jones that smashed on a car behind. But I spoke to some of the owners here in Lee Nails. If you get inside there, it's unrecognizable. I mean, the desks are toppled over, the roof is completely caved in. They're standing there assessing the damage, just not knowing where to go from here. Some of the residents I spoke to in the area said that they had about 6 to 7 minutes of lead time from when the alarms went off that they knew a tornado was touching down in their area. This is the air conditioning unit I was telling you about here off of the side street right by the hotel. And again, just blew off. I mean, thousands of pounds picked up and smashed into this vehicle. But as you continue to go through the side streets, you just see the devastation and the hopelessness, honestly, on people's faces as they stand here and assess this area. You know, East Nashville has gone through an incredible boom in the last couple of years. Big businesses coming in here. There's the mom and pop shops as well. But it's a very tight-knit community. And as they stand here and assess, I'm watching them hug each other, you know, tears streaking down their face. There's just so much work that needs to be done, and it started already. It's just an unbelievable scene. We're going to continue to update you throughout the day as we are able to venture in a little bit more. Of course, we want to be safe. There's still some downed power lines through the area, although we are told that the power outage in East Nashville continues. But again, we're here in East Nashville, just off of Main Street, as we assess the damage of what has happened here in the early morning hours. I'm going to send it back to you.
Thank you, Alex. Life goes on, folks, trying to clean up and trying to get a little bit back to normal, but it's going to take a while. As she said, power still out in much of East Nashville there where a lot of that devastation took place.
We're seeing, what, 4,500 customers still without power. And again, you said we're surprised that it's not even higher than that after looking at all the damage. We want to go over some bullet points again, some of the facts that we have learned out of Putnam County. Again, this is specifically Putnam County. We have learned that 16 people have died. And unfortunately, it's just so awful. That includes children. We have 65 injuries, searches there, they are ongoing, and at least 100 buildings are damaged. Again, that is Putnam County. You are seeing those awful images on the left side of your screen. The trees are down, the houses, you can't even tell where they once stood.
A little bit of good news, although it may change at this point, but the death toll has stayed steady for a while. It is at 22, and the injury toll is about 150 or 160 or so in Nashville, another 60 in the Cookeville area, so we're over 200. That number will likely grow as folks in Wilson County and other areas begin to report in, because this storm had a wide path all the way from, as we said, Metro Center and Rosa Parks Boulevard, coming through downtown into East Nashville, then heading to Mount Juliet, Lebanon, and we saw the damage at Cookeville where it really was devastating. We're getting more pictures in, still pictures from the Cookeville area.
This
and
is
we're
Germantown.
at least 16 people died. Yeah, this is kind of the first impact zone. Look at the fronts of that building. Those are brick walls with windows that have collapsed inward.
I just cannot imagine being one of these residents in an apartment building in Germantown last night and what they dealt with. And News 2's Julia Palazzo actually lives in Germantown, and she explained it as a freight train coming through. And they all say it was done like that. And then you walk outside and you see this. And there was a gentleman that, you know, I've heard stories talking to friends, and he woke up, jumped out of his bed, and then he was trying to hold his door from swinging open. And I mean, that's when just panic. I don't even know what I would do.
Self-survival, and you can see all of these facilities, all of these apartments and townhomes there have windows, most of them knocked out. Folks were in there last night. There's probably a lot of water damage if they survived the wind. You know, it just takes a while. You can see that the force of these storms as it rolled through so quickly just blew windows in on people. Again, 22 people did not survive. We're hoping the death toll doesn't get higher, but with the extent of this damage, this again in the North Nashville area, power lines still down in all kinds of areas. NES crews working as hard as they can, as are Middle Tennessee Electric crews and other folks trying to get people restored power. A little bit of good news again as folks try to recover the next couple of days. Looks like it's going to be dry weather. That'll help the situation. The last thing they need is more storms.
And that was Mount Juliet Christian Academy you're looking at again, one of several schools destroyed by the storm last night. And we were talking about these kids. I mean, these school districts have to figure out where they are going to place those kids as, you know, these weeks go on, and they got to figure that out quickly. But you were mentioning spring break. That actually might help a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the dates, but we're into March, and all these schools usually take a couple of days at least spring break. That'll help the situation a little bit. You know, it's going to be a lot of school officials in all of these affected counties going to try to figure out when they can get kids back, when it will be safe to put school buses on roads. I mean, there's a lot of factors that come in. You can't drive a school bus through this area. This is Mount Juliet. This is 19th and Holly, I believe, Holly Street. And this area is one of the most devastated. These are big homes, and a lot of them have been flattened. The roofs are off on most of these homes. There are going to be a lot of blue tarps up trying to keep the weather out. That takes a while. Look at the ground debris and the tin wrapped around those trees.
That's brand new video we just got in from Wilson County, actually. Wow, look at that. Oh, man. I can't really tell what that is, Bob.
It's like a warehouse.
Yeah,
you can see the materials stacked up on the shelves in the warehouse.
So the outside of the building is just gone.
See it laying down there.
Yeah, you're just looking at the inside. Again, brand new video we just got in from rural Wilson County. And you know what? Well, we have meteorologist Mary Mays here. And I just wanted to talk about this storm's path. And it was so widespread. I mean, we are talking about so many areas that were not only hit, but they were hit hard. And Mary, this thing was on the ground for what, almost an hour?
More than that.
Really?
Here's the thing, what we are, you know, looking at with the path and stuff, and we're still waiting for a lot of information from the National Weather Service, and they do have their crews out right now surveying.
Still assessing.
They're still assessing, and it's going to be a process that takes a few days because there's so much damage. So, you know, if we want to take a look, you can see the storm was rolling through you see those power flashes.
Yeah.
That's the tornado going over downtown, so Germantown, into East Nashville.
Transformers blowing up.
Into Donaldson, into Mount Juliet. It goes into those areas and also into Lebanon. And then we see the damage also in Cookeville. So there's the possibility, and this is common with tornadoes where they'll lift and then touch back down.
Okay.
So that's definitely going to be a possibility. So until we get that information from the National Weather Service, until they get all of their crews out there, we're not going to know exactly how long the path is, but we know that it was on the ground for a very long time, and we know because we were watching radar and we could see what we call the debris signature.
2 EF3s that we know of. Those are powerful storms.
Yeah, and I have a graphic right now if we want to go ahead and show that on Weather One. That's up. I've got a couple of graphics that can help us kind of visualize what happened. So, and this could be the same tornado.
Okay. Right.
The National Weather Service is not quite sure yet because they still have to do a little bit more assessment. But they do know that there's at least EF3 damage in Donaldson and Mount Juliet. So as it got to Mount Juliet, it actually strengthened a bit. So winds in Donaldson estimated between 155 to 160 miles per hour, 160 miles per hour to 165 in Mount Juliet. So what an EF3 means is that if you have a well-built structure, the walls come down.
Oh, that's what we're seeing. Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing. So, you know, you get something without, and if you don't have a good foundation on your home, your entire home can collapse.
Oh.
So that's, you know, some of the damage you see with an EF3. And an EF3 is a strong tornado. When you get to EF4 and EF5 damage, those are referred to as violent tornadoes. So this is a strong tornado, and obviously it's been deadly, unfortunately. And the damage out in Putnam County is worse.
And we're waiting to see what the category is for that storm.
What that's going to be. But I've seen pictures, and in my career of almost a decade, I've never seen this. I haven't experienced this.
Video here. Look at the size of that storm.
Big it is right there.
It's a big tornado.
We're still waiting to figure out how strong it was in the Germantown area in North Nashville, or would you believe that that would be near an EF3 as well?
I think it's going to be near an EF3, just kind of what I've seen on camera, but I'm not out there surveying, and I haven't been able to get out there yet. I've just seen the pictures coming in.
These pictures are from Putnam County we're looking at now, as Mary was saying, and the damage there and the strength was unbelievable.
Yeah, the north side of town in Cookeville has almost been leveled, which is, just not good. Of course, this kind of thing, it hurts your heart to see this. And it's such a strong tornado that it lofted debris already. We've gotten reports in actually all the way up into areas north of the tornado, up into Hendersonville. They have basically insulation from homes falling out of the sky, like during this happening, and also sheets of metal. And that's, you know, a good few miles to the north of Mount Juliet where the tornado was. So, and people are, I actually had a viewer message us and say, we found a picture. That's on my Facebook right now, and that's going to happen a lot in the coming days, because when you have a strong storm like this and the updraft is so strong and you get the tornado, it takes that debris up and it puts it somewhere else. And we want to make sure too that people are able to get some of those memories back. So if you see them, contact us. But this was, you know, all of this is, you know, obviously it was a strong tornado, but when you see stuff like that, you know it's really, really strong.
I heard you talking earlier about debris seen in Hendersonville, which is north of the lake, and the storm was south of there.
South of there, but quite a few miles. And you know, we're going to see more things like that. And that's a lot to take a sheet of metal that's not necessarily, you know, what do you call it? The insulation is light, so that's not too surprising.
Tin flies.
But tin, you know, things like that, metal, and we're getting reports of that from, you know, all over now. And so that's incredible, and that's just an indicator of just how strong this storm is, but it's just this devastation. And I know, you know, 5 Points is such a hot neighborhood in East Nashville, and, you know, they've seen that. Another thing too is when you have a EF3 tornado, what happens is large buildings like the one we're seeing right now on camera are damaged as well. That's Lebanon. So yeah, that's just east of Mount Juliet and Donaldson. So that's like, it's the same storm for sure that produced that tornado. We'll see if it's also the same tornado.
And one of the real dangers from tornadoes too, as you were talking about, with these severe winds, they pick up this tin and these other debris and just spews it through the air, and flying debris can be absolutely deadly. We've seen, you know, tree limbs stuck into brick walls because of the force of the impact.
And that's why we tell you to get down low and cover your head, because we want to, you know, make sure that you are as far away from that as possible, because it, you know, you can see 2x4s going into places that you didn't think was possible. Unfortunately.
We're going to get another look at where News 2's Elizabeth Lane is. Elizabeth, you are still in North Nashville. We're getting another look at that.
Yeah, and talk about flying debris. That's what everyone saw a lot of here overnight. I'm going to step out and show you what we're talking about. I actually just learned that the roof was completely blown off of this apartment complex that's under construction. If you look at the construction equipment, there's a lift there, and the part where the worker would usually ride in is completely mangled. So there's a lot of work going on here on 10th Avenue North, which usually would not be closed in this spot. But what you're seeing, that's not just, you know, construction equipment or boards or whatnot. This was actually the roof and the decking that was already laid on this apartment complex that was just totally blown off by the winds. So we're seeing a lot of good examples of how strong this storm actually was. You can also see just a little bit past this that there is a tree downed, and it's hit the roof of a house there just past this complex. So this was definitely one of the stretches that was hit by this tornado in the Buena Vista community here on 10th Avenue North. Now, if we pan over a little bit to your left, we're going to look just across the power lines here, and there's another home. They lost their roof, but part of it is caved in because a lot of that debris and the decking and the roof that flew off of this apartment complex that I just showed you, well, that flew into this person's house. And so that must have just been horrifying for the people inside last night. Right now, they are actually beginning the cleanup process. Since we've been here, we've watched them unload all of their belongings out of the house in an attempt to begin to clean up. Many other people will be in the same boat going forward in the Buena Vista community. Now we'll pan over a little bit to your right. You can see the power crews just in the distance are here. They are starting the process of their work. We also see more Metro police officers that are showing up here. A lot of them have been working diligently all morning and overnight to keep people safe, to direct traffic as this is happening. happening. Now we'll turn around and show you one more look before we go. This is the back end of some houses on Monroe Street, just around the corner from Scoville where we're standing. They lost a lot of their roofs, and what you can't see is that on the other side of these homes, their doors were taken off of the hinges by the strength of these winds. We saw a lot of debris, and parts of those doors then wrapped around light poles and utility poles that were also ripped out of the ground. A lot of times when you see these trees split in half like they are behind these homes, that is a really good indicator that we had a tornado, and it helps the folks with the National Weather Service when they come here and they get on the ground to determine exactly how strong the tornado was. So we're going to continue to stick around here in the Buena Vista community. We're going to keep bringing you new images of the devastation because it just continues around every corner that you turn. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
Elizabeth, quickly, how are the streets up there? Are people able to get back to their homes, and is power being restored, or is it still all completely without power in that area of North Nashville?
Bob, they are working on power, but everyone that we're seeing right now is still without it. Now, as far as the traffic goes, it is really bad in this area, but especially bad just one street up on 10th Avenue North and Monroe Street. That intersection, you're going to want to avoid at all costs. And the problem here is that a lot of the traffic is being caused by people who don't actually live here. They're just spectators. They're coming out to look, to see what the damage is, and that's why we're out here. I know that it's everybody's curious, everybody wants to get out and see what their community has been through, but we're working out here to give you these images so that you don't have to come out here. That allows the first responders and the power companies to work their hardest to get the power back on and make sure that everybody's accounted for as soon as they possibly can. Of course, we don't want to delay that process in any way. Guys.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for that reminder. Just into the newsroom, we have learned that Lebanon Special Schools, they're going to be closed for the remainder of the week. Yeah, so if you have a child that goes there, keep that in mind.
We also are seeing from the Department of Corrections, there's some video on Twitter, a landmark here in Nashville. The Old State Prison has suffered a lot of damage. A lot of movies were filmed there. It hasn't been used since the mid-'80s. It is a structure that is sitting there. It is historic. It was built in the 1800s.
It's beautiful. Yeah, I saw the images.
It's a creepy place, but it's suffered some damage during this tornado.
It did. We're going to go back to Stephanie Langston. She has another look for us. Stephanie, what are you seeing? Who are you talking to out there?
Well, guys, this is just a snippet of what we're seeing in this Donaldson neighborhood. This is Downey Mead Drive, and you can just see the devastation. It circles kind of around this corner here where the homes have their roofs off. This home is completely wiped out with one room still standing. We see a few volunteers starting to help clean up over there, and then this one, the same similar story right beside it with just one room. And you're talking about debris. I mean, you can see the debris everywhere from the top of the treetops all the way around. But, you know, what's always interesting when we cover tornadoes like this, you see something like this home completely devastated, and then look on the opposite corner over here at that home that's just untouched. So I think the path of this tornado is relatively clear here. You can see the way the trees are blowing this way, and then this home on the corner. This is the lady who was in her living room whenever this tornado hit, and she just kneeled down, covered her body, and prayed, and we just talked to her. Take a listen.
And I heard this loud noise, and at that moment I knew that I was in a tornado. I stood up, I took 2 steps in my living room, and it was like my house exploded with me in it. The force of the wind pushed me back, and all I did was just kneel in a fetal position and start praying. I could hear walls cracking. I could hear things just falling all around me. And I just kept praying, and I just kept holding on, and I just kept praying and holding on and praying on. And finally, when it ceased and it stopped, I was actually pinned inside the rubbish. So you can see my house. There's no walls. There's only just that one beam in the middle there. And my house was totally demolished with me inside the house. And I'm so grateful because I've never experienced anything like that in my life. Not to be in a tornado and have my house explode with me inside the house and walk away with only a scratch on my leg and on my foot.
No doubt an incredible story she has to share there. And what we're looking at right now is a very special t-shirt of hers. It's hanging on the board there. That t-shirt has a cross on it. And she said that that was just a sign from God about what a miracle it is that she's here to be able to share this story with us. Unfortunately, you know, she was home alone and walked away with only a few scratches. Now, we're starting to see a lot of utility action right here. Now, they did, I believe, cut off the gas lines here because there was a strong odor of gas coming from this area, but you see all the utility workers here and they've now blocked off this road. So not as much traffic as we've been seeing throughout the morning here. It's kind of settled down as folks are just kind of, you know, weeding through what's left over here in Donaldson.
Reality setting in out there.
That woman's story is just heartbreaking. Stephanie, thank you for bringing that to us.
Thankfully, she's okay. It's a miracle.
And just a scratch.
I know.
Oh, hearing that story was crazy. We have a new video coming in from Germantown. We want to take a look at that now. It's a building that we saw a little bit earlier, and look at all of those cords, just mangled. They're mangled, and the roof, it's gone.
Yeah, it looks like it collapsed in on itself.
Yeah.
Some of the structure, the stresses just pulled it all down and just pulled it inward on top of itself.
Again, that's in Germantown. I'm trying to figure out if those are apartments or an office building.
It's like a warehouse of some kind. It looks like some kind of office structures in there. Today is as well Super Tuesday, and some folks are trying their hardest to get to the polls on this election day. We are knowing that some polls have been reported closed because of damage from the storm. Check with the Election Commission. We're going to put on WKRN.com where folks are impacted and which places you can vote, which places you can't. News 2's Chris Bungard has been with some of these folks on this Super Tuesday.
And this isn't the first tornado that's hit Tennessee on a Super Tuesday.
No, it's not. Was it 2011?
Yeah, we have
I've
actually
lost track. It's 2008, 2011. I can't remember, somewhere in there.
We actually have sound from somebody that was voting today. Let's listen in.
Well, I slept through a lot of it, unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way, but we woke up without power, and we vote in Hermitage, and our voting station was Ruby Major, and it was closed. So we felt the next best thing was to come here.
Did you go over to your voting precinct and it was damaged?
No, just no power. None of us have power.
And you're from the Hermitage area of Nashville.
Right.
Good for her, still exercising her constitutional right, getting out there and vote on Super Tuesday.
The power issue is causing issues too, not only the damage to the buildings, but some locations don't have power, so the voting machines don't work. It's going to be a fight to get through this.
Worst case scenario.
Look at that.
Okay, so you were talking about the state prison,
the Tennessee State Prison, the old state prison.
Okay.
It was closed down in, I believe, 1986. This is on the inside. You can see the jail cells there. It hasn't been used since the mid-'80s, but is the scene of several movies. There's the front of it.
Stunning.
It's a historic structure. There you can see the damage from the aerial from the Tennessee Department of Corrections, and you can see a lot of it. The front has fallen off on the right-hand side there. This was the scene of a major prison riot in the early 1980s that went statewide. It was a coordinated effort with riots in other prisons. Several people were injured, others died. It was a terrible event, but this is when that prison was still in use. Again, it hasn't been used since about 1986 when the current maximum security facility was opened up.
And looking at that video there, what's so interesting to me is you see the right-hand side of the prison. I mean, it looks awful, but then you pan over to the left and it doesn't look as bad. So Mary, walk me through that. How does that happen?
You know, the winds and tornadoes a lot of times, and this is an interesting thing. So tornadoes, it looks like one big circulation, right?
Okay, yeah.
Well, a lot of times with tornadoes, you have multiple vortices in the same big kind of cone of wind. So, and that can cause some interesting things. That can mean that your house is destroyed, but your neighbor's is fine.
This is video from North Nashville flying over the area that was hit last night. This was one of the first impacted areas up by Rosa Parks Boulevard and Metro Center in North Nashville.
Wow, these are new images coming in. It's a little far away, so you can't see much, but I mean, we've seen that this area, I mean, it was hard hit, and this is Wilson County.
Tennessee
Is that the National Guard? Yeah, that's what we showed a little bit earlier. And again, Mary, just going back to how widespread this is. I mean, we're jumping from area to area, and we are seeing
impacted.
Yeah, exactly, and so many people. And you know, my heart goes out to all of you that are dealing with this. We're going to take it one day at a time, and we're going to do it together, right? We're going to come together in Middle Tennessee.
This really could have been just one tornado, too. We don't know. This could have been on the ground, lifted back up, and come back down. It could have been caused by just one big storm. This is damage in Donaldson.
When do you think we will know, by the way, Mary? How long does it take them to survey?
You know, with an event like this where you have damage crossing multiple communities. What they'll do is they'll just start, and we've already started in Mount Juliet and Donaldson there, but it'll take it'll take the next few days, I think, to really get the full impact and the full report from them. So probably through the end of the week even. I wouldn't be surprised.
Some major damage there in Donaldson. That's where, again, it was an EF3 that we know of. You can see those trees and you can see the impact all pushed forward as it rolled through there.
And Danielle Breezy is actually heading out to Donaldson. So,
is she?
Yes, you will see her live this afternoon and evening from Donaldson. And she's out there. And, Donaldson Christian Academy, seeing those pictures, especially the soccer field, where the scoreboard is all the way hundreds of yards away. That's incredible, but it shows you what a powerful tornado this was. EF3 damage, and that's not typical here in Middle Tennessee. We do get tornadoes, and we do on occasion get EF3s, but most of the time it's F1s and F2s.
Let's go back out to seeing some of the damage in Mount Juliet with Emily Proud. Emily?
All right, guys, I'm in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, behind the Paddock Shopping Center, and I just want you to see kind of this damage. It honestly looks like a war zone. This is where a house used to be. The only way you can kind of tell is looking at all the debris around everything. There's a TJ Maxx bag just hanging in the wind. You see pieces of books, of toys, of people's lives just kind of all across the ground. Over here, there's some down power lines. Got to be extra careful when you see those. It's just an absolute mess, and there's people walking around trying to find things, trying to look for things. You see a rug over here on the ground. I mean, the damage makes these homes look absolutely unrecognizable. I actually want you to kind of flip the camera all the way around here. This is just a really good representation of all the trees that are now lying on the ground because they have broken, and there are multiple people walking around, sledgehammers and different tools, trying to do their best that they can to clean everything up. But I want to kind of come around here. This is kind of hard to look at down here, but there's actually a family photo here. It looks like from a wedding, but it's tough, guys. These are people's homes, and you can see all the little details that one would have in a home. You see another photograph over here, but the devastation has really hit this Mount Juliet area. But the positive in this is the cleanup has begun. There are so many crews out here working. There are tons of trucks. It's hard to drive around this area because there are so many helping hands. There's people up the street whose homes weren't nearly as damaged, offering water bottles and food and really anything that they can do to help. But just wanted to demonstrate some of the damage that we're seeing for now in Mount Juliet. Emily Proud, News 2.
Thank you, Emily. Tornadoes are personal. It's people's lives that get ripped apart and destroyed, and they try to build back the pieces, and a little memento like that can mean a lot to somebody.
We hope somebody is obviously watching our newscast right now and says, hey, that's my picture. They can go grab it, and we hope that we can help in some way. Let's go to News 2's Andy Cordan. He's in Wilson County taking a look at the damage there.
This is the SIVA factory or warehouse, and it's just this massive building that goes on for, I would say, several hundred yards. There's nothing left of this building because there's just items and trees. This is what it looks like. The building exploded, essentially, or the tornado must have come right through here, and it tore apart this truck. It literally just decimated the woods over here. All those trees are uprooted, torn down. There's just nothing but white and metal stuck in all those trees. And if you work with me here, this is just a factory that goes as far as the eye can see, and it's obliterated. I just talked to a trucker. She drives here all the time from Memphis, and she's asking me, do you know where the SIVA plant is? I go, well, ma'am, you deliver here all the time. Isn't this the SIVA plant? Yeah, but I don't recognize it. I thought I was lost. I said, well, ma'am, and she still wanted to deliver here. And I said, ma'am, there's nothing to deliver here. There is no more here. This is done. I mean, look at that. This is a 100, 200, 300 yard facility that has literally been wiped clean here. I mean, it's not safe inside there. It's nothing but debris on the ground. Whatever was on the roof is now in the parking lot. It's over here stuck in the trees. I mean, I've covered a lot of tornadoes, folks, and this one is certainly very, very devastating. We're going to keep searching out there for you guys.
Thank you, Andy. The
that says a
power
lot right
of
there.
an EF3 tornado, absolutely.
Is this the worst that you've ever seen in your career?
I've seen some bad tornadoes, and this is bad. The loss of life is terrible, obviously. 22 people killed, and the length of this storm. We've seen other ones that kind of take that same track, but the length of the storm and the amount of damage is pretty bad.
Mary, you just got some damage reports in?
Yes, I did, and I can read through some of those. We're starting to kind of learn a little bit more about what's going on.
Okay.
Now that they're out there surveying, basically what they're doing is kind of just looking at areas that, you know, like East Nashville. It seems like they're out there right now, and you know they're talking about hail. We had a lot of hail earlier on in the system west of 65, and we had baseball-sized hail in Dixon, also in Charlotte. So those areas got very large hail, but I think some of this information kind of getting pushed aside because of the tornadoes that developed soon after it moved through Dixon. And Dixon had tornado warnings, but no touchdowns, and it happened in Davidson County. But we have extensive roof damage to West Wilson Middle School, collapsed walls at Stoner Creek Elementary School, that's in Mount Juliet. So we're learning about things like this, and also office buildings and warehouses heavily damaged in Mount Juliet. And these are part of the reasons why they gave it that EF3 rating. If you want to take a look right now at Max 1 there, I can show you a little bit more information about what we know from the Weather Service right now. So at least EF3 damage in Donaldson, the estimated winds 155 to 160 miles per hour. In Mount Juliet, 160 to 165 miles per hour. So that's why we have that potential EF3 rating. This is what we were seeing earlier, and you can kind of see the hook there as it moves through Nashville, Lebanon, Carthage, all the way over to Cookeville. That was the storm system. So there's the track from Nashville into Mount Juliet, Lebanon, and then also all the way into Cookeville. You started seeing rotation again around Buffalo Valley. So all in all, 75 miles of damage, but it's not consistent damage. Right. It's not, you know, just a complete swath of damage. It's on and off, which leads us to think that it probably raised up and touched down again.
Okay, let's go to Josh Breslow, standing by at the WKRN.com alert desk. Josh?
Yeah, so we've had several statements from different schools that are in the area saying they're surveying the damage, and TSU just releasing their survey, but also saying that they do have some damage, and there are some pictures to go along with this. So take a look right here. Thankfully, off the top here, no reports of any injuries. TSU students are actually on spring break this week, so that's good news. There are a few people on the campus, but they are all safe, the school says. The university's agriculture farm near the main campus did have the most severe damage, with 3, maybe 4 buildings destroyed. You see crews working there to clean up the mess left behind, a tree falling down, and that's just one of several across the campus. And that right there is Governor Bill Lee, who toured the TSU campus earlier on today to take a look at the damage. The school does say the welfare of the animals at that farm is a priority, but they haven't said how the animals are doing. Other parts of the campus did get some damage to signs and building rooftops, as well as down power lines, uprooted trees, and other debris all over. You see in that video, the roof did have quite a bit of damage. We are told the university has cut power to structures with the most damage, just though as a safety precaution. Again, Governor Bill Lee did tour the campus earlier in the day, and the mayor here in Nashville has issued a state of emergency for all of Nashville and Davidson County. Guys?
Josh, are you keeping track? Have we heard any new updates from NES? Any more power restored? The last time you talked to us was roughly about 45,000 here in Nashville still without power. Is that number steady?
It's been going down a little bit. The last update we have is about 43,300 customers here in the Nashville area that are NES customers that are now without power. So slowly but surely, we're seeing the power start to come back on. Middle Tennessee Electric also getting power onto people in Wilson County quicker than they expected, but it could still be several hours before power is restored to every customer. And Neil said it earlier this morning, but for some people, it could actually be days until that power is restored.
Yeah, it's a slow process, especially in the rural areas where Neil was talking about. It could be days in Putnam County and those areas where folks live away from cities.
And a lot of these people obviously displaced. My heart goes out to you. But if you do need a shelter, you know somebody that needs a shelter, again, I do want to add that the Nashville Farmers Market has opened their doors for those of you that need a place to stay. They have running water. That address is 900 Rosa L. Parks Boulevard. Of course, this is in Nashville. And then Bridgestone, that is not a shelter, but they are offering warm meals if you need something to eat during this difficult time. I want to pull up some bullet points so we can just kind of go over what we're seeing with this deadly tornado. What we know at this time, at least 22 people dead. North Nashville, this is happening there, all the way through Cookeville. Mary was just talking about that a little bit earlier. We have seen that this is an EF3 in certain areas, specifically Mount Juliet and Donaldson. They're still out surveying the damage. We're trying to bring you those numbers and tell you just how bad this tornado was, or it could be what, 2 tornadoes at this point?
Could be.
It
looks like it's going to be 1, but yeah, it could be more than 1.
President Donald Trump is visiting on Friday to assess the damage, and we have heard from several local officials as well. Governor Bill Lee.
A couple of things to think about, especially if you rely on mass transit. If you're a WeGo customer, you may want to check the routes. A lot of those routes, if you're trying to get home to East Nashville, may not be working. North Nashville, they may be changed. So if you rely on WeGo, you might want to check to see which routes have been shortened or discontinued until they get some of the streets safe. Also, if you're without power, if you're without electricity, you might want to think about nighttime coming in just a few hours and what you're going to do to shelter in place, contact family, make sure you let your family know you're okay, because there's going to be an awful lot of people who are going to be needing hotel rooms, shelters of some kind, staying with family, staying with friends. There's going to be a lot of folks who are out of their homes tonight.
We're looking at that video from Lebanon again, and Bob, you were mentioning just, you know, obviously we had the severe weather last night, but then there are so many more problems that follow that.
Absolutely. Yeah, roads. Davis just walked in, and he ran into some pretty terrible traffic.
I bet. It's a mess everywhere.
People who tried to go to work, and it took 2 hours to get home because you can't get anywhere. So if you could stay off the roads, even now, you need to stay off. Don't go anywhere. And also, don't drive by the damage just to look and gawk.
Well, I do want to add in there, Tennessee Highway Patrol actually tweeted about that. They said, do not enter into damaged storm areas. Not all areas are rendered safe. Do not attempt to go inside damaged homes or buildings. If you did not live in a damaged area, then do not enter the area to sightsee.
Yeah, don't make it worse.
Yeah. And also, to power lines, you don't know if they're alive or not.
That's the scary stuff right there.
And people
stay away.
Get hurt or worse every year because of power lines on the ground, and they're still alive. So that's something to consider carefully, and just remember all that, and just stay in if you can.
Yeah, because officials are very busy right now. They're still assessing damage. They're still looking at structures where people may be trapped. They're still making this determination of whether a facility is habitable, whether it's dangerous to even go into. All that takes time when there's so many buildings that were damaged or destroyed. Commercial buildings, homes, schools, factories, everything was hit. We saw the airport at John Tune is basically closed down. A lot of folks, that's their routine. They fly to Nashville flying to John Tune. They'll have to come into BNA now or fly into Lebanon, some other airport, or Smyrna. So you got to make those plans. You got to understand that this is going to be a while. We know that airport's closed for at least 10 days. Some of the power could be out for days, literally. It could take a while to get services back to a semblance of normality when you see this kind of damage and the extent of this damage and the line, as you said, 75 miles at least. That's a lot of people.
And you can see, well, with that aerial view too, you can see some houses have much worse damage than others. And that happens a lot with tornadoes.
And it skips a little.
It skips a little. And, you know, also, a lot of people are asking, how can I help? And we're getting reports now of people lining up in Cookeville to donate blood. And
that is very needed, yes, if you can.
For those doing cleanup, Mary, what's the forecast look like? Is it going to be dry for them for a little while?
It's going to look pretty nice over the next couple of days. It'll be comfortable. So, you know, in terms of cleanup weather, it's going to be great. We're looking at 5 Points right now, and I know that is you know, such a wonderful local spot with so many businesses. So if you want to go help out in 5 Points, I've been keeping an eye on social media, all of the social media, and you know, people were talking about East Nashville and you know, their favorite places to eat and hang out, and
a lot of them are gone.
Yeah, a lot of them are gone, and they're just like, oh no, but they, you know, they want to know what they can do to help, and we've got resources online at WKRN.com. Of course, we're going to be talking about this on air too, about how you can help and what you can do, but there's a lot to do in the coming weeks. This is going to take a very long time to clean up, because that is a lot of damage. And of course, we'll continue to keep you updated about what the path was and what the National Weather Service is saying about this damage. It takes a long time to clean up from an EF3.
Kind of going off of how you can help, I want to get back to the relief fund that I mentioned a little bit earlier today. If you are watching the news right now, and we're telling you please stay home because it's just better that you do that, but if you have your phone out, you can help all of these people impacted. All you have to do is text Relief 2020 to 41444. Again, that is Relief 2020 to 41444. You can call the American Red Cross, Salvation Army, Second Harvest Food Bank. All of these organizations are helping out during this devastating time. There we have the information there on your screen. Again, text Relief 2020 to 41444. You can also give online. You see the website there. And then you can also mail a check, and we have the address there at the bottom of your screen if you would like to write that down.
We are checking too with officials with TEMA and other agencies, trying to get updated information. It's hard to get a lot of that information because these folks are still assessing the situation. They're out in the field right now. They're wanting to make sure everybody's safe. So as soon as we get new information, we're trying to update what we know. So far, the death toll remains solid and steady at 22. Injuries about 200 plus. Let's hope that doesn't get higher, but that possibility does exist.
Still searching.
It does, yeah. It can take a while sometimes to find people, pets, that sort of thing. And, you know, for those who are missing pets, I think Nashville Humane Society is you know, trying to help out in that regard too. So if you're missing a pet, you might want to contact them.
We want to go back live to Elizabeth Lane. She is in North Nashville assessing the damage there. Hi, Elizabeth.
Erica, this is the Buena Vista community. We've been camped out here for a little bit as we continue to survey some of the damage and some of the cleanup efforts that are finally starting to get underway. I'm just going to show you a little bit of what we're dealing with here. We have a lot of tall and skinnies in Nashville. We all talk about them, you know, the tall, skinny homes that have popped up all over town, and these did not fare well. They sit on Monroe Street, which is just on the other side of the street where I'm standing on, and they lost their roofs. A lot of them had their doors blown off the hinges. Those doors and the debris from the doors then ended up wrapped around some light poles, and some power poles were also snapped in half on that street. And so we're seeing the back end of it here. We're also seeing roots from trees literally uprooted in the strength from these high winds, just totally turned on their head. And a lot of times when the National Weather Service comes and they get here on the ground and they start to survey some of this damage, when they see trees snapped like this, it gives them a really good idea based on the way that they're snapped and the way that they're, you know, looking right now, as you see, of how strong this storm was. And then they'll continue to maybe reevaluate their classification on it. So we're going to just swivel around here and really give you a picture of this neighborhood. This home actually has lost their roof, portions of it. They've also had debris fly into their roof from all around, and we've been talking about that. There have been some bricks that have flown off of homes, and they've slammed into the public library that's around the corner from here. They've slammed into people's homes, their businesses. So that's been a major problem and something that almost everybody was touched by here in this North Nashville community of Buena Vista. The people here are starting to take everything out of their homes, and they're doing this so that they can begin that cleanup process. Literally everything is in their front yard right now. It looks like they've had some neighbors and other people come to help. We're going to pan a little bit over to my right here. My photographer Jerry Barlow will give you a good look at the power crews and the construction crews that are here. You can see we're really close to a line that is hanging down over the roadway. So definitely Scoville Street here at 10th Avenue North, you're going to want to avoid that, because even though we assume or we hope that these lines are not hot, it's always good to not just assume that they're safe, because in a situation like this, you just never know. So you want to play it safe. We've got power poles snapped in half here as well, again speaking to the strength of the storm. And what these construction crews are working on, guys, this is not just them working on this apartment complex that's under construction. This is actually parts of the roof and the decking from the roof that you're looking at that was blown off last night in the tornado. And as we pan up, you see that this construction lift where the worker usually operates it up top completely mangled by those heavy winds. And you can see a little bit too where some of the roof remains just barely, though. They said that this came flying off last night, and so now these crews have their work cut out for them because this portion of 10th Avenue North typically is not closed, but it is right now as they're trying to clean this up and then figure out how to continue with construction, of course, once this event is wrapped up. A little bit beyond this, there is also a home that had a tree come down. So we've seen lots of uprooted trees in this particular stretch of the Buena Vista community. We've had lots of people coming out to see some of the damage. A lot of it has been spectators, quite honestly, not people who live here. And so first responders, power crews, they are working diligently, but they ask that if you are just a spectator, that you stay at home. Let us stay out here and bring you these images as we get them. We're going to continue to move around, but it's causing a lot of traffic backups in this area. So just something to keep in mind because people are eager to help. They're curious to see what's going on, but first responders asking that you stay at home right now. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Roads closed up in that area in Buena Vista. Roads closed throughout the area. This is Andy Cordan just back from Wilson County, where we know an EF3 tornado went through. First, how was just getting around?
Well, you know, one of the stories that struck me was just how difficult it was not to only just get around, because the places that you recognize, the places that you would normally turn down streets are shut down.
Showing video that you shot.
Exactly. And this was fascinating to me because this was literally a 500-yard stretch of road. And I was looking over and I was going, well, what is that?
Yeah.
And it used to be a warehouse that's over there. I think it's Golden State Parkway or Golden Bear Parkway. Golden Bear Parkway. And so I literally talked to a trucker who drove up and said, sir, I must be lost. Do you know where the facility is? And I go, you mean this one, ma'am, that's just been torn to smithereens? And she started to like cry. She was a driver from Memphis. And she goes, I don't know what to do with my stuff. I go, well, ma'am, you can't put it here.
No.
Right.
This is dangerous. And I mean, what literally happened was, this is the stuff from that building that blew into the trees.
Mangled metal is what you were seeing out in Wilson County, basically.
This is when I said this is everywhere you turn. This is how big it is. Literally, just buildings destroyed, and every street I turned down, I found something as calamitous as this. Power lines, so many down.
Yeah.
We just stopped almost even recognizing them because we were just driving over them in our car. I mean, ask me more questions. I mean, I'm literally just boggled. Been out there for 6 hours.
Many folks in their yards. Were folks pretty much out of the area? Have folks been able to get back to their houses in that area?
You know, I never got to a community, really. You know, one of the things, communication. I'm just rambling now, but communication.
No, that's fine.
That's why I'm back here. Everything is down, and so people may not know at home, but we send a lot of our information and our videos back via the internet. Well, that's easy on a normal day when you go to Starbucks or whatever it is.
Right.
We were literally driving our car around with our computer set to its highest sensing setting, and we would say, stop, stop. And we would find a little glimmer of internet. And I go, right there, a piece of signal out of nothing. We went to 3 Starbucks, 2 were closed. One had no, I mean, that's what's going on out there. It's just a major disruption, and then the heartache, the buildings destroyed. And I talked to truckers who literally, I think we were very close to that as well, but when I was over at I-40 and 109, all these trucks, you know, they pull over for the evening, all of them flipped over like dominoes. And I see these guys walking up with their bags. I go, where were you guys coming from? They go, oh, our truck. Our windows blew out in our truck. I go, then what? He goes, then I just jumped on my buddy with a blanket. And I covered him. And then other people started banging on the glass and got us out just in case. I mean, these are the kind of stories that we were finding out there. You know, really crazy.
The building that was collapsed, it looked like a warehouse. What about the stuff inside? Was it blown around as well? And
I couldn't tell what it was.
Yeah, it just all collapsed on top of it.
You know, the walls disappeared, the roof was gone, and then you just saw the things, that, I guess, where they stack stuff. I never really got a good indication of what they pick up there and what they drop off there. I mean, I know that sounds idiotic, but essentially nothing looked the same. I went up to 8 guys standing in front of it who were like power people. I go, what is this place? And they go,
They looked around like we were looking around. I mean, there was no signs left on it.
The storm was big, and it moved, and it kept going from Wilson County into Putnam County, from Mount Juliet to Lebanon into Cookeville, where the damage in Cookeville is massive. We've seen some of those pictures. We know that in Cookeville and the Putnam County area, at least 16 people have died. Brandon Smith with the Putnam County 911 service joins us on phone. Brandon, what's the latest you can tell us out there? We know that there was some excavation looking for more folks possibly trapped in homes. Has that work concluded?
No, sir, it absolutely hasn't. It's very much still an active scene and still an active search and rescue operation. This has unfolded since the time the storm hit. It's been a constantly evolving response that we've had, and so we're still in search and rescue mode. We're going back and doing those secondary assessments. Have a lot of heavy equipment in the area helping us to clear roadways, helping us to make sure that we're checking all the structures that are heavily damaged. And the bad part is that, of course, it's entire neighborhoods or roadways that are taking significant damage. So it's just taking some time to get through those areas and clear them.
We're looking at some of the pictures, and you can just see the devastation. I mean, you were flattened.
Yeah, and Mr. Smith, I was going to ask you, just what is the feeling out there right now? You know, you're out there speaking to all of these people that are impacted by this.
Yeah, in a community like anywhere in Tennessee, our responders are part of their communities, and so our folks are very mission-oriented right now. We fully expect that to start to wear off as we go without sleep, and as our folks are starting to find out that they may even know some of those that have been significantly injured or killed in this event. And so we're making preparations to take care of our folks, but we have so many people from the community and all around the country who are already reaching out to us wanting to help. It's just amazing to see how Tennesseans and how our communities come together to take care of each other.
I know it's going to be a while, but any guesstimate on when you'll be able to get power back to some of these areas? Night will be here in about 4 hours. That makes it always worse. Any idea for folks who are without a place to stay? Are there enough shelters? No, the Red Cross is helping as much as it can.
Yeah, so we're getting to the point now where we're really starting to look at the recovery pieces of how do we put the community back together. We're not ready to perform those actions yet, but we're starting to make those plans as we get to a point where we feel like the search and rescue operation has concluded or has reached its peak. So as we do that, we'll be looking at the electric power sources and working with the electric companies to get those back up and operational. We do have, we've actually downsized our shelters. We're down to one shelter at the Cookeville First Baptist Church. That is a Red Cross shelter. And so we encourage anybody who needs assistance, anybody who needs sheltering or needs help getting to or from, please call us, area code 931-646-INFO, I-N-F-O. And then those who want to donate or be part of the recovery efforts, we also have set up an email address. It's helpnow@putnamcountytn.gov.
Brandon Smith with Putnam County 911. We appreciate it. I know it's been a long day for you, but you're doing great work out there, and they're relying on you, and we're thinking about you guys as you fight through and recover.
And I'm sure we'll talk to him in a little bit, too. We're not done. We want to go back out to Alex Dennis. She is in East Nashville, and she just spoke to two men who are out there just trying to help out. Alex? Do we have that shot? Sounds like it might not be ready yet, or we might be losing connection. So we'll try to get her in maybe a few minutes. But I just want to go back to, it looks like we're ready. Let's listen in.
This is a scene all across East Nashville. Crews are showing up by the dozens to try to help. This is the back side of an apartment complex where the roof was torn off. Debris is scattered everywhere. You can see all of the cars damaged, the glass blown out, not only on the windshields here, but on the side of the building as well. Water still dripping. Actually, look to the top right here. You can see where the chunk of the roof was just taken off. Crews are up there already now trying to make some repairs. They were checking power through the area earlier just to see if it had been restored. It has not yet been restored. I want to walk down this alley with you just to kind of give you a sense of the devastation that people are seeing in this area here. So as you just look up, oh my gosh, I didn't notice this before. Here's a motorcycle on its side. All of these cars completely totaled. But what else is stark as you look through the rubble is that these are people's personal belongings. You know, you can see a hairbrush, a picture frame. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, here are 2 motorcycles picked up and thrown right here on their side. We were talking to some volunteers earlier who said that they came out with chainsaws just trying to help some of the elderly citizens that live in this area. You can see where the trees have gone through some of the roofs, and the debris is just dangling from trees. Just a stark contrast of what this was even 12 hours ago through the area. Let me see if these gentlemen want to talk. Hi guys, we're with News 2. I wanted to ask you, I know that you were out here, you're helping. Why are you here today? Are you from the area? What's going on?
From Nashville, just devastated after what's happened, and kind of ran out and met these guys and have just been wanting to do anything we can do to help anybody. It's so sad, and to all the families, I hope you guys are all doing well who lost people today. Yeah.
Do you live in this area, or did you guys?
I actually live South Nashville, but you know, own a small business. I told all my guys, I said, just take the day off, go help somebody, and so it's neat to be out here. We don't even know each other. I don't know any of these guys. We just all banded together. We're like, hey, we could probably do some damage if we just walk together. So just seeing what we could do anything to help, you know, and it's one of those things where it's a sweet moment to get out here in a lot of wreckage in such a sad moment.
It's really unbelievable to look around and see it, right?
I know.
It's like part of a movie scene.
I know, but everyone has come together, and I'm so proud of Nashville for just what I've seen over these past few moments. So everybody stay strong out there, and it's going to be okay.
Thank you guys for coming out to help. Be safe,
Definitely.
okay? Thank you so much. And as you continue to walk down, you can just see home after home after home experiencing the same thing, these trees, as if they're just, you know, light toothpicks tossed all around. So we're going to continue to walk around East Nashville, but our thoughts and prayers are with everyone here that's affected today. But for now, we'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Alex, and a lot of help out there. Nashvillians helping Nashvillians. It's a great thing to do. If you do that, make sure and check with authorities, because some areas they don't want you in, but it's great to help. Watch out for those power lines, and just be safe as you're doing it.
Mary Mays, you just got an update from East Nashville, correct?
Yes, so the East Nashville 5 Points area now confirmed with the National Weather Service. This is the update from their survey team. So it's EF3 damage with winds of 136 to 140 miles per hour. And that's no surprise. Sturdy structures with walls down, roofs demolished, and just so much damage out there. Here's the interesting thing. That damage path is going to be connected to the damage path in Donaldson. So that's the same tornado. Okay. So we know that path
big long line
is following the path into Donaldson. So we're slowly getting these updates in as they continue to do the surveys throughout the area, and they are focusing. So they were focusing today in Wilson County and in the Nashville area. So in the next 2 days, they'll be heading to Putnam County where the damage is worse. But right now, EF3 damage in East Nashville.
Yeah, I'm going from memory, and your EF3 damage usually means its ability to collapse walls, and that's exactly what we have seen.
Yes, and sturdy structures. And we've seen big buildings with damage, too. And, you know, big buildings like this, they're built to hold together. And when you have damage on large structures, it's a powerful tornado rolling through. So that's a strong tornado that pushed through East Nashville and 5 Points there. And, you know, I know a lot of people are so attached to the community in East Nashville, and so many people wanting to help, and also, you know, wondering who has what damage and what's going on. So we're going to.
East Nashville's a strong community. It's been through it before, a huge fire, the '98 tornado. They were rebuilt from that. They will rebuild from this, and they're going to get a lot of help from the people of Nashville who want to help their neighbors.
Okay, now we're going to go back to Josh Breslow at the WKRN.com alert desk. Josh, new information?
Yeah, so we are talking about those powerful winds that move through the area. A lot of people are cleaning out the areas today and finding a lot of debris in their front yards. And I do want to tell you how powerful the winds are. Take a look at this. A friend of mine who lives in Mount Juliet says she found this Nashville International Airport sign in her front yard behind some trees there. She lives about 10, maybe 12 miles from the airport. The wind's so powerful, it appears that they did actually pick up that sign and throw it from the Donaldson area with the airport there over to Mount Juliet. That is a crazy amount of wind, but again, we did see these tornadoes coming through, so that is not a surprise. I do have another breaking news alert that just came into the newsroom while we were on air. This is from Metro Police. They have just told us the 2 people who were killed by debris overnight on McFerrin Avenue when that tornado went through East Nashville have now been identified. They are Michael Dolfini, 36 years old, and his girlfriend Aubrey Sexton, 33 years old. We know that Aubrey did pass away at the scene. Michael was taken to a hospital and died there from his injuries. They had just left Attaboy, I believe, the lounge there where Dolfini worked when this happened. So they were walking home from his workplace there on McFerrin Avenue and were hit by flying debris. She died there at the scene, and the male victim was taken to a hospital where he did pass away. Again, those 2 victims have now been identified by Metro Police just minutes ago. Michael Dolfini, 36 years old, and his girlfriend, Aubrey Sexton, 33 years old. Guys?
Thank you, Josh. Just like we were talking about, one of the big dangers of tornadoes is the flying debris.
Yeah.
There we see the tragedy of it. A quick update before we go any further. About half an hour from now, Governor Lee has been surveying the damage. We're hearing he'll be back at the state hangar. News 2's Chris Bungard is there.
Okay.
Hopefully we will hear from Governor Lee about what he has saw and what the state plans to do next.
And that's around 2:45?
2:45-ish.
Okay, so we'll definitely keep you
Maybe 3
posted.
o'clock.
Before we get to that, we want to send things over to Chief Meteorologist Danielle Breezy. Danielle, you are in Donaldson, and this is a story where you are about neighbors helping neighbors. Explain.
Oh, yes. I want to tell you, we got here and, you know, there are so many people out and about right now. We're hearing chainsaws. They're going around cutting. We were looking. There was a dog running around and a guy just holding the dog and walking him around. It's not his dog. He's trying to find the owner. So people are helping out throughout this community, and we're going to get to that in just a second. But I want to talk about the severity of this tornado because, you know, Mary just mentioned that this was connected to the East Nashville tornado. So it came from East Nashville. Then it came over this hill here. That's Donaldson Christian Academy back there. It's strengthened here, and it had winds in this neighborhood of 160 to 165 miles an hour. Now that is a very strong EF3 tornado. If it went to 166, it would be categorized as an EF4 tornado, folks, and that is just preliminary. It may actually be strengthened up to that. You can see stuff is just thrown everywhere. I talked to one neighbor that said he literally heard our alert come out, put some clothes on, and next thing you know, his roof was blown off. By the way, I want to talk about neighbor helping neighbor. Hey, girls, come on in here. Please say what your names are.
Caitlin, Arlette.
Okay, so you guys drove down here. Where'd you drive from?
From Hermitage.
Okay, and tell me, what are you doing here?
So today we are helping out those who were unfortunate in the tornado event. Both of us were very lucky to not have been affected by it, and we want to just help out those who got everything taken away from them.
So what are you doing with these baskets here? What do you got in them?
So we have pads, tampons, toothbrushes, toothpaste. We're putting Band-Aids. We're putting like moist towelettes, shampoo, conditioner, deodorant, stuff like that.
And what made you say, I'm going to come do this?
Because it's just giving back to the community. You know, even though not everybody knows each other in Nashville, we're all like one big family, one big community. So helping out one another is just like who we are.
I wish there were so many more people like you. It feels like this is what Nashville's about, though. Nashville's a great town, great city. Donaldson, thank you guys for coming to Hermitage doing that. I'll come help you out with that a little bit. Okay. All right, I want to show folks some other damage, though. Come on over this way, because look at here. This guy was just over here. We were talking about this. You can see, now the foundation is there, okay? If the foundation wasn't there, we'd be worried that that would be an EF5 possible damage, but that foundation is there, by the way. But you can see most of the debris is shattered, but that center part still standing. And then if you look back off to the right here, that's the guy I was talking about, that the roof just got blown off back over that way. And you can see this tornado literally took a direct path through this neighborhood. And we are just lucky to hear that so far we haven't heard much in the way of catastrophe or injuries in this neighborhood. Now, Bob, I know you have a question for me here.
Yeah, Danielle, I know you've seen the strength of these storms, but when you see it in person, an EF3, you know, went through there, and there's devastating effects it can have. It's so impressive to see personally when you see the complete devastation these storms can do to a community.
You know, Bob, I was saying it last night. You know, I was on air with everyone. I believe the first tornado warning from this cell that really went from the western side of the state around, say, 11 o'clock, I think is when our first warning came out for Camden County. But that warning came out around Davidson County at 12:30, and then it came over here around 1, and it was flying. And I thought at night, I said, I'm not really going to look forward to seeing what it looks like when the sun comes up. And I can tell you, it really is devastation. But I have to say, the one thing I'm loving when I'm seeing this is the community, the people coming out here. I mean, they don't have their homes right now. They're trying to find belongings, and they have such a good positive attitude, and people just keep funneling in, bringing water, bringing things. I mean, this is such a great community effort, and it's just great to be out here with everyone. And, you know, everyone's thanking us. They're thanking us for our app. So if you're watching this, you download that app. That app will save your life, and we will be with you every step of the way. You know, Mary Mays was with me. Christina was with me. We were there all night. Davis Nolan was with me, and we kept you guys safe.
Quickly, another one, Danielle. I know we just talked with the Wilson County folks who you are there. The EMA folks are going to give us a briefing in about 2 hours. So they're assessing the damage. They're going to let us know maybe monetary number of homes, and it's going to be a devastating report.
I do believe it will be, Bob. Unfortunately, you know, we were talking about it on air. It was seen. It was a large, violent tornado. It seems like it's sustained on the ground for a very long period of time. Unfortunately, it was in populated areas. I don't want to forget the folks over in Mount Juliet, Lebanon areas, and then all the way over to Cookeville. We were doing those tornado warnings at 2-something in the morning, and I'm hearing not good reports coming out of Cookeville either. So praying for the folks out there as well, because obviously this storm started in the west side of the state and ended in the east side of the state. It was a very dangerous situation late last night and early this morning.
Thank you, Danielle. We were talking about Cookeville, where 16 people have died, and we're going to update that situation because that seems to be the most deadly area so far that we know of, and the devastation is terrible.
The hardest hit. Brooke Reese is actually in Putnam County for us with another look at what we're seeing there.
It's been a devastating day here in Putnam County, as about a 2-mile stretch west of Cookeville was hit very hard by this tornado, and it has been confirmed this morning that 16 people have died so far. Let me get behind the camera here and just show you some of the damage that we are seeing right now here on West Broad Street. You can see that this home right here has suffered major damage to the roof, and just over here to this side, a house that was completely flattened and power lines down. You can see that power crews have been coming by trying to fix those lines. Cell service, power, water main breaks, all problems that are affecting this particular stretch right here. And people say that that is only going to get better. There's about 500 first responders out here in Cookeville today that are trying to get everything back to normal. But the county mayor and the mayor of Cookeville saying today that this is going to be a multi-day effort and they need all the help they can get. So stay with us here on News 2 as we continue to learn more about how you can help. Reporting in Cookeville, Brooke Reese, News 2.
Thank you very much. We can tell you, too, that the power outages continue to lessen a little bit in Wilson County. They're down to about 13,000. Here in Davidson County, looks like it increased a little bit according to NES. They're about 48,000, so still a lot of people without power.
Yes, and we have a new tweet that's coming in actually from Taylor Swift, if we can pull that up and read that. Tweeting moments ago, my heart is with everyone in Tennessee who has been affected by the tornadoes, sending you my love and prayers. And she has a home here, doesn't she?
She probably has a couple of homes here, but she spends a lot of time in Nashville.
Yes, she
North
does.
Nashville, the Buena Vista area was hit hard. News 2's Elizabeth Lane is there with us live. Elizabeth, folks are trying to recover and trying to clean up a little bit, but they got a long way to go.
Yeah, Bob, that is surely an understatement. You're absolutely correct. And right now we've moved locations to give you a little bit of a different glimpse in the cleanup efforts and some of the damage that is happening right now in the Buena Vista community here in North Nashville. What you're looking at is just absolutely devastating for this community. We see lots of people are gathered out here. They're trying to get meals passed out. They're getting, because some local restaurants have come to help feed people, bring them water, bring them food, all of the good necessities, because actually the Kroger that's over here that we're looking at is out of power. So people are having a difficult time even getting the groceries that we need. So we're going to pan over and show you these businesses just absolutely destroyed, and there was a building, a brick building here that was just leveled by the storm. But I want to take you on a little walk here up 9th Avenue North, and we're going to show you there's sort of a stump over here that remains. It's from a power pole, a wooden power pole here. And this really shows some of the strength of this storm that we've been talking about all morning long. I mean, snap in half at the base. We don't know exactly where the top of this power pole is, but we do see power lines down. We're guessing maybe it's this one that's laying on top of all of the rubble from this building that's just been flattened, but not exactly sure. We've seen a lot of debris that's been blown around and wrapped around each other and mangled, and that really gives you a good idea of how strong the storm is when you start to see the debris mangled around each other like that, because only very strong winds can do that. If you look down 9th Avenue North, where actually you can see how close we are to downtown in this neighborhood, but there are plenty of poles lifted up, trees lifted up from their roots, tossed upside down, steel ripped off of buildings. We've got Metro police officers out here trying to help with traffic, trying to make sure that everybody is accounted for and safe. This is definitely an area I would recommend avoiding, especially because of the power lines. Right here, this street is pretty much impassable. But if we pan over a little bit further, there's also some more debris over here in this corner, and this is the property of a Baptist church. They are starting to clean up, and there's been several churches in the Buena Vista community that have either been severely damaged or pretty much completely destroyed, for lack of a better description. And so they are holding prayer vigils. They've been doing it all morning. They've been asking God to help them and to really give them some direction for how to start this rebuilding process for their community, because it really is overwhelming here when you look at the amount of damage, the power lines down, and just how far there is to go. But we are starting to see volunteers, people who live here, getting out. They're cleaning up. They're saying, how can I help? And they're ready and willing. Some of them did not ride out this storm. They just showed up today to help. And that's where you really see the best in our community after situations like this. So there are plenty of ways that we're talking about on our website and on social media about how you can help. If you are interested in doing that, we're going to keep moving around. We're going to keep talking to some people here in the community and giving you a good idea of the cleanup efforts that are finally starting to get underway now that sort of some of the shock of this situation has worn off a little bit. Bob and Erica?
And it is shocking. You're exactly right, Elizabeth. And we're finding out more about this tornado as it moved through from North Nashville into East Nashville. We know it was an EF3, and it's looking more and more like it was one tornado that just stayed on the ground, hopped up and missed parts, then came down in Mount Juliet, hit Lebanon, then hit on into Cookeville.
You could see with the damage how just sporadic it was. And I wanted to touch on, you could see in some of her footage that you had the shopping carts that were just tossed across the street because you've got that Kroger in that area. I also want to go back to Andy Cordan. He's showing us some damage in Mount Juliet. Before we get to that, our Eric Egan is actually on his way. He just texted me. He left here, I believe, around 12:30. He still has yet to arrive because he says the traffic is so bad.
He's heading out Interstate 40 heading east, and it's bad that way.
So let's get a look at what Andy is seeing in Mount Juliet.
Well, we've driven around Wilson County today, but nothing looks like this. This is Siva Logistics. It's on Rutland Drive. We're here between Lebanon and Mount Juliet. And I'm just going to let Hector show you what we're talking about because it's really hard to digest. We just drove down this road. This road's a quarter mile. This building is a quarter mile long. And you are looking at a structure that literally the entire roof is gone. It is either laying in the backyard here where we are, or it's been blown miles through the trees here, which have also been decimated by, I can only assume, was the heart of this tornado, the way these trees have just been snapped like sticks. I mean, so the entire building just came apart. And as you can see, it's everywhere. It's in the trees, it's over there, it's in Hector, show them up the road. I mean, people are coming down the road now, and that is part of factory. That is a factory just now stuck in trees because they couldn't be blown farther, yet many of these sections of the roof we came across miles away, and we were wondering where'd that come from. So we sort of like breadcrumbs of destruction followed this all the way, and this would seem to be where it all came. I mean, look, this truck is here. It, I don't know if it had a trailer. It certainly doesn't now. It is demolished. The windshield's broken, and you can just see the metal That was the roof of this building, and it has literally just fallen across the parking lot. We just talked to a trucker, and she's from Memphis, and she comes here all the time. And you could see almost pain in her heart. She drives this road all the time, and she goes, she almost asked me, like, where am I? Am I lost? I said, ma'am, I don't know. She goes, is this the factory that she comes to all the time? She didn't know it because she didn't recognize it. And she kept saying, I just want to deliver my goods. And I said, ma'am, there's nowhere to put anything. This place is shut down. I mean, there is no building. It's caved in. We don't even know what they do here, what they store. She says they pick up things. This is just a moment on our day driving around, but we knew something big had happened because we saw elements of this from that building way over there.
It's sad.
It's
and that was Andy
devastating
Cordan reporting again in Mount Juliet, and just seeing all of that metal wrapped around the trees, and it's bent in half.
The force of the storm.
Yeah.
43,000. NES has restored power to a few more, so they're down to 43,000. This tornado first caused damage up in the Rosa Parks area, the North Nashville area. This is Fisk Park, up by Fisk University and TSU. Look at that massive tree that was blown down. This is some of the damage shown in North Nashville. Look at the size of that tree, completely uprooted by the force of that wind. Again, an EF3 we know in East Nashville and the Donaldson area. This is prior to that. We're not sure of the strength of that storm, but whatever it was mighty powerful.
Let's get back to Chief Meteorologist Danielle Breezy. She's live for us in the Donaldson area. And Danielle, before you were showing us how awesome the community support has been out there, and I'm sure that's just continuing, right?
Oh yeah, it's definitely continuing out here. That is some really good positive news because, you know, if you look right behind me, you can see the pure devastation from this tornado as it came through the Donaldson area here. This neighborhood, these houses behind me basically leveled. Luckily, most of these houses had basements, and so the folks got to get down in the basement. You notice that that foundation is still there, the basement that is. So that would indicate that this is a very strong EF3 tornado. It has winds estimated at 160 to 165, but if it does get estimated at 166 and above, that would classify it as an EF4 tornado. And you can see several homes were destroyed, and people are coming around trying to clean up the pieces, find whatever they can find, all their belongings. But at least everybody so far that we've talked to did get to stay safe. And I want to actually talk to some folks. They stayed safe just down the hill, right? What's your name?
Just down the hill, Shani Noakes.
Okay, and what's your name, honey?
Josiah Noakes.
Okay, and so you guys were down there.
Down there.
Tell me about last night.
Well, when the power went out, well, we woke up because of the lightning. Power went out, and so we pull out our phones, and there you are live telling us about the weather. And you said, get to your safe place, call your family members. You were telling us where the tornado was going, and so we were able to call our friends and our family to try to get them in their safe places. So thank you for what you do.
Well, and I appreciate you actually, because, you know, when I said that, I was being very urgent with that because I was really worried. You know, we were going street to street, and you said you called a bunch of family members.
Yes, we did, and thankfully they're all safe. You know, the people that here where their houses are leveled, for all that we know, we feel like everybody got to their safe place and they are good. Their houses aren't, but at least they're alive, and we're all thankful for that.
You know, and we were just talking about, like, down over the hill, not too far away, is Donaldson Christian Academy. You were talking about, tell me about that area, because you saw that area too.
Oh yes, I graduated from DCA, so it hurts my heart, you know, that that it's gone, or not gone completely, but one of the elementary wing is just demolished. They had these trailers. There's a trailer up on the roof. Their sports fields are gone. Yeah, it's devastating.
What was it like? I want to ask you this. What was it like last night when you're getting these tornadoes, the power's going out?
Well, so Dad came in because we were already talking and awake because there was just one huge blast of thunder. And so then Dad came in, said get to the safe place, but I was just walking through the living room, and then I just saw Mom looking out the window with her phone out, watching you on the news. And then I started walking slowly because my legs hurt, and Eli tried to put his socks on before he went downstairs.
Yeah, we have to work on our speed.
Yeah.
Speed of getting.
And so I didn't think it was real because Mom was like completely ignoring Dad, just staring out the window. She was just like at the window, and then.
But we're good.
We're safe. We went downstairs, and then in my mind I was like, this isn't real. It was just a quick go.
But now But
And
now,
then-
as you're seeing it now, it's
yeah,
real,
when
right?
You look,
It is
when you
real.
look, it's not what I expected.
And he's been a trooper. He's been helping this
I
morning.
was on the roof last tornado came in here.
Oh,
We're
don't
not
do
gonna
that.
talk about
We're not
that.
going to tell about that story.
No.
But no, we appreciate you. Thank you guys so much
you.
for
We
stopping by
appreciate
and
you.
watching us and taking the heat and warning and helping all your neighbors out.
Oh, yeah.
That's what this community is all about today. Everybody's been helping neighbors out. And so it's been a really positive vibe. Despite all this devastation, it's been a very positive feeling out in this community today, guys. So I can tell you, you know, after being on for hours and hours, it's great to come out here, great to talk to folks. It's great to hear them saying that they actually listened and they took the warning seriously. And, you know, I'm really thankful because I think that that's why, luckily, we don't have that many people that have perished through this. This was a huge storm. And EF3, possibly EF4, going through heavily populated areas, guys. So we are really lucky, I think, this afternoon.
I think you're right. Hard to wrap your head around it. Thank you so much, Danielle. So glad to see that that family is okay. Before we want to get to more damage, I do want to talk about some new information we just got in. Putnam County and Cookeville officials, they plan to hold a press conference at 6:10 tonight. We will, of course, bring that to you live and update you with the new information that's coming out.
Yeah, the scene of 16 deaths that we know of, many injuries and a lot of destruction. One of the first hit areas, North Nashville, near Rosa Parks, Metro Center. News 2's Sylvia Castañeda is at 2nd Avenue and Jefferson.
Take a look. Crews are out here on 2nd Avenue North in downtown Nashville working on assessing the situation here. Behind me, just these 2 blocks alone, we've counted at least 6 telephone poles that have been snapped and are down, with also power lines and telecommunication lines down as well. We've seen crews who've already been out here snapping those lines, bringing the lines down to release tension so they can then start to determine how to quickly remove these lines, get the poles back up and restore power. Over here at the Clifford Allen building, you see the damage here with the trees, limbs being snapped from the storm, but the building inside, we were told, was left undamaged, which is good news. And Denise, if you can pan also down here, another couple of blocks, you also still see here on 2nd Avenue North, poles that have been snapped from the top. At least they are not blocking the roadway. But again, folks, this is going to be something that will be an ongoing situation here in the coming hours, maybe even coming days, to try to restore power to this area. For now, I'm Sylvia Castañeda reporting from downtown Nashville. Back to you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Appreciate the update. It's a lot of damage out there.
Speaking of updates, Mary Mays, you got another one from NWS. What did they tell you?
A little bit of additional information about the path.
Okay.
So we have this one here in East Nashville. It was an EF3 damage in East Nashville, and they've confirmed that that path does match up to the one in Donaldson, but we're still waiting to see if the one in Donaldson is connected to the path in Mount Juliet. So they're still surveying out there. We'll find out soon, but we do know EF3 damage in both cities, both Donaldson and Mount Juliet. Winds in Mount Juliet were 155 to 160 miles per hour. Winds in Donaldson 160 to 165 miles per hour. What happened in Putnam County is for sure a separate tornado. So we're going to continue to keep you updated on that as more information comes in from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, whatever it was devastating.
It
just
certainly was.
Powerful.
Now we want to look at new images from News 2's Linda Ong. She again is in Wilson County.
Well, we've been out here in Mount Juliet for a couple of hours taking a first-hand look at the damage. It is very widespread here. We're standing along Catalpa Drive, one of the hardest hit areas. You can see several homes, and right behind me, you can see trees, large trees completely uprooted. This neighborhood in the direct line of the tornado's path. You can see several of these homes completely destroyed, roofs missing, windows completely exposed. A lot of them will be considered total losses. We've been speaking to several of the family members, of the owners of these homes. They are, of course, devastated, trying to salvage what they can. A lot of people trying to assess the damage, still early on in this process. But as you can see, again, widespread damage here. Not too far away along Bennett Lane, we spoke to Austin Buford. He managed to ride out the tornado in a small closet with his dog. He feels absolutely lucky to be alive. We have some of those images if we can't take them. But again, his home completely completely destroyed. His ceiling is now missing, his roof, his deck, all completely destroyed. His family trying to see what they can salvage, but luckily all of his family's members are okay. But of course, this is not the same for a lot of other families in the Mount Juliet, Wilson County area. Wilson County EMA confirms 3 people have died from this tornado, 2 directly from the tornado, from the path. 2 adults discovered in one home dead. Another died from a medical episode. And of course, with that search and rescue still ongoing, multiple agencies trying to help out Wilson County right now, that number could go up. So we're waiting to see if there is update on that. But again, at least 3 people confirmed dead in Wilson County due to this tornado. Again, take another look at the widespread damage here. Trees, homes. You can see several not only rescue teams going door to door checking to see, but families trying to assess the damage. Just really sad out here. People trying to see what they can save from this terrible tornado. Again, 3 people have been confirmed dead. We'll have more updates. We're going to stay out here and talk to more people, find out more information for you. Reporting in Wilson County, Linda Ong, News 2.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate the update.
All right, Mary, so I have a question for you because we're looking at some of these rural areas, and to my knowledge, I've just known tornadoes to hit rural areas more often. But last night, we saw the tornado specifically hit the metropolitan Nashville.
Yeah.
So how does that happen, and how rare is that?
And I'm glad you've asked that question because I do get it a lot. And it comes down to statistics. So if you think about it, rural areas take up a larger area, or less populated areas take up a larger area. But metro areas are usually very compact and smaller. So statistically speaking, just because you're smaller, you're going to be less likely to get hit by a tornado. But it does happen, as we've seen in 1998 here in Nashville. And now, today, we were hit by a tornado. Oklahoma City has been hit. And many other big cities have been hit or glanced by tornadoes. But it is less common just because the fact that cities are more compact.
So it has nothing to do with like the hills or the
No.
skyscrapers?
No.
Because I always wondered about that.
Yeah,
I mean,
a lot of people do, and cities can impact the weather. We have urban heat islands, which can produce thunderstorms, but when it comes to these severe storms that drop tornadoes, they don't care. And they will go over mountains, they'll go over anything. They do occur in mountains, we can prove that. We've seen those on cameras, we've seen them from aerial photography. But there's all these, this information, and that's a question I get a lot, and it just comes down to the statistics of it. So I'm really glad you asked.
Tornadoes,
I'm glad I asked you.
Big, strong tornadoes. The EF3 went through Wilson County after going through East Nashville. News 2's Emily Proud is in Wilson County. Emily?
All right, guys, I'm in Mount Juliet where, frankly, it looks like a war scene coming from these storms last night. I mean, it is absolutely unbelievable. I want to kind of take you around some of the destruction and just show you how vast it is. You see right here, a tree has been uprooted. There's a pair of jeans on the route. I mean, just the amount of stuff that was picked up and thrown about is unbelievable. I mean, these were homes, and they're just absolutely devastated and destroyed. But the one positive that we are seeing is there is a lot of work being done right now. They're not sitting around. There's people working. We saw Comcast crews here hoping to get some cable back to this area. We've seen a lot of workers building and rebuilding and going through some of this rubble. I want you to see this home over here. I mean, you see the front door, there's a wreath, but everything else around it is just destroyed. It's hard to look at. You see people working over in this home over here that also lost its roof. There's a man standing on the second floor that doesn't really look like a second floor anymore. We're going to continue to monitor this damage, but just wanted to show you kind of the devastation that you see in this area here in Mount Juliet, though. For now, send it back to you.
Thank you, Emily. Just devastating damage that people are going to have to deal with for days, weeks, months.
and some people are dealing with the damage. Again, they've seen something like this before. Alex Dennis, she is live in East Nashville. And Alex, not live, sorry, but she spoke to somebody a little bit earlier today, a woman who's dealt with damage before on her birthday.
More scenes here from East Nashville as we continue to walk up and down the streets. We see the rubble just sitting outside of these people's homes, places that they have lived for such a very long time, like these gentlemen. You actually were here and braved one of the tornadoes in the past, same area. So when you're standing here, fast forward all these years later, what has it been like for you?
This is, I can't explain it. This is, I don't know what you want to call it. The luck of the draw, the short end of the stick. But I'm just thankful that everybody's okay.
Yeah. And this is an important house to you too, because your grandma lives here.
Yes, ma'am. Been here a very, very long time, and this is actually the second occurrence that this has happened. Same day, I was told. I'm younger than
I don't remember.
I think it was the same day. I think my grandma told me it was the exact same day, same time, 12 years ago.
Let's go talk to then Miss Delano Ridley, because it's also her birthday. Hi, my dear.
Hi, sweetheart.
You're sitting up here, and I hear all these people coming to help you here. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Oh, man.
That.
As you sit out
what
here,
a party, huh?
right, as you sit out here and look around, what are you thinking?
The second time around, I have a piece of wood from the 1998 tornado in the house there. Now I get another piece of wood for 2020. So this is the second time around. In 98, the flag downtown, it blew a complete circle like somebody had cut a hole in the circle. And only one person died then. This time they says at least 20-some people dead.
22.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that. You know, so sorry. Yeah, but I'm blessed to still be here.
Where were you? Were you inside sleeping, or were
Yeah,
you?
I just laid down to go to sleep. Just laid down. I just had right hip surgery in September of 19. Just had hip surgery done a week ago. My daughter just brought me home. His sister just brought me home. So she brought me home Saturday.
Yeah.
And as soon as I come in here, got myself relaxed, I laid down. I said, I'm going to go to sleep now. Next thing I know, I heard hail, wind, and everything. The windows blowing in, and a loud pop.
You've got good grandbabies. Hand me her hat. Look at them. So they're all out here. I see this debris everywhere.
Everywhere.
You look out your back porch. What are you thinking?
Again? That's right.
Yeah.
Again, not again.
Ugh.
And my oldest grandson was here in 98 when it happened.
Attic,
He was up in the attic. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And my son was working then, so I had to fight through everything to get to him.
What would you say about this community? It looks like everybody has come out and is already trying to help.
This is a beautiful community. Everybody, all neighbors help here. Everybody helps here. Everybody asks if you need anything, can I help you? That's what they do. That's what, and the Music City roofers are here. They done already come to set up, and they put the tarp on my house. So, what can I say?
You sound like, despite everything, that you're really optimistic.
I am. Why not? We still here.
That's right.
Why not? Yeah, and why not be happy? Live and be happy if you can.
Yep.
That's right.
Thank you.
You're
Happy
more than welcome.
birthday to
Why,
you.
thank you, sweetheart.
I know.
Love you.
You too, dear. All right, we'll send it back to you, but that just goes to show the spirit of East Nashville and the entire.
And the funny thing was, I didn't like East Nashville at first until I moved over here. I love it now because it's so unique.
That's
It's
right.
different. The streets are different and everything.
Right. Middle
Different.
Tennessee's got it
Right,
going on.
right.
That's right. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Alex, thank you so much for that story. I don't know about you and all of you watching, but I think that was the first time I smiled since I woke up this morning. And those are the stories that we need to hear. And it's talking about neighbors helping neighbors and how we're all going to fight this together. We can get through this devastation.
Sweet soul, sharing her birthday with my son's birthday today.
Really?
Happy birthday to her.
Yeah, happy birthday.
She talked too about the tragedy of this with 22 people that we know confirmed dead. We know that 16 of those died in Putnam County. It was devastated with damage. We did speak with some survivors in Putnam County. Let's hear what they had to say.
I mean, the numbers just keep getting bigger and bigger. And then we start finding out it's people that we know, people that, you know, are looped through the web of, you know, we're a small town. Everybody knows everybody. So it's really hard when your neighbor gets hit because that's also your church member, your best friend, you know, and you may have grown up with their kids, you know, or went to school. So even though, you know, you didn't get hit, you still got hit one way or another.
That is going on in Cookeville. This is new drone video from Putnam County, from the Cookeville area. Look at this. This looks like new homes, and they've all lost their roofs. At least a good portion of them have lost their roofs.
I'm looking at that, and I wonder if some of those cars are kind of, you know, tossed around as well. And then now we're getting another look at more homes, and it's just awful. And you got to think, you know, families, they were living a normal life, and then they went to bed, and then just in a split second, their life
Power of the storm has
upside down.
changed their lives for a time being, and hopefully they survive. But you can see the damage here. That whole section there is gone. You can see the roof buckled and the blue tarp there already as folks try to keep what's inside dry. This is in Putnam County in the Cookeville area. This was, again, we know, an EF3 tornado, a very powerful storm as it rolled through there, and sadly the most deadly so far. 16 people known dead in Putnam County because of this terrible storm. We're getting new videos of pictures. Governor Lee was in that area assessing the damage. We're hoping to hear from him in a half an hour or so. So we continue to update the story, get new information, and we pray for those victims who are still trying to put pieces together and survive this terrible storm.
And still an active search and rescue in that area. We want to get back to Stephanie Langston with another view of some of the damage we're seeing today. Hi, Steph.
Well, guys, hi there. Yeah, no doubt the Stanford Estates neighborhood here in Donaldson was hit hard. You know, we have homes completely wiped out like this. Folks are still out here kind of cleaning up the area. It's gotten a lot quieter, though. It's been a whirlwind of emotions out here, from shock to somber to a lot of activity, and now it's kind of quieting back down. I wanted to bring in David Baskin. We were going to talk to him earlier, and if for those viewers that may have been with us, I was worried because we were getting ready to talk to him, and he didn't have any oxygen, and they actually, right when we began to talk to him, kind of swooped him off and took him off to the hospital. So tell us what happened there.
Well, they just put me on oxygen, and I had to wait till the oxygen supply company could get to me and bring me some more tanks, because what I had here at the house wasn't working after the storm.
So it was a pretty scary situation, though, for you.
It was to a lot of people, but I grew up in Oklahoma, so I kind of knew what to expect.
But you didn't want to go to the hospital. You were kicking and fighting not to go.
I didn't want to go to the hospital because I knew I'd just be sitting there doing nothing when I could be here kind of keeping an eye on my stuff, what's left of it anyway.
Well, it's vital, though, that you have that oxygen. I'm glad you have it now and that you're safe and back with us. We're looking at your house here. Your house has a big piece of brick missing off the front there. Your windows are obviously shattered. Tell us about where you were and what you heard and what happened.
Well, actually, my wife had gone to bed, and I was going to watch TV in the den. I was sitting in my recliner and had dozed off, actually, and my phone alerted me with a message, and when I saw that, I got my wife up and made her go to the basement. I put it on the local news so I could keep a track of what was happening, and then I heard it coming, and I knew what it was when I heard it, so I just started down the stairs, and by the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, it had hit.
And tell us, whenever you looked outside, what you saw.
Well, I went out last night, but it was so dark I couldn't really see anything, and this morning is when the shock really hit.
Governor Bill Lee, who has been surveying the damage on helicopter throughout the area, he has landed in Nashville. He's at the state hangar. There is the governor.
We'll go ahead and hold the mic up. Yep. What are the things you've seen over there when you've been flying?
Heartache and devastation. Lots of damage, lots of loss, lots of neighbors helping neighbors. A lot of tragedy. As you know, we've lost a lot of lives, and I talked to a young lady that had to identify her neighbor, and you've got whole families displaced. So it's a lot of loss, but there's a lot of hope. There are a lot of neighbors out there.
Have you talked to some of those neighbors and some of the storm survivors and some of the victims there?
We talked to many today. We were on the ground and walked up to a group of men, and I said, "Is this your place?" It was a rubble from a store on the side of the road. He said, "No, this is where we eat breakfast every morning." So we came to help the store owner, and so I talked to the store owner, and sure enough, all of the folks that come to his store every day came to help him, work through the rubble. Met with family members that were combing through their debris, who had fatalities across the street. It's a very difficult situation out there, hard to take in. It's so vast, and but again, there are lots of folks. We had first responders from multiple counties. We were up in Putnam County today. We had responders from multiple counties from all around the region who had come to help. We talked to those first responders as well. So there's a great outpouring that's already begun.
Can I ask you about the conversations? Did you talk with President Trump or just with the White House?
President Trump called me personally before we got on the helicopter and expressed the White House and the federal government's complete support and his personal concern and care for Tennesseans. So he reached out, and FEMA has called me personally. We've talked to multiple agencies, departments of the federal government. So one of the things that's very encouraging to me is the way the state, the communities, the cities, the counties have come together, and the way the federal government has reached out as well to help.
Governor, will you be calling a state of emergency, and what do you mean we already have? Or
Right. There is a state of emergency, and that is what triggers work with the federal government and others. It triggers coordination that doesn't occur otherwise. So that emergency is in place, and subsequently everything that comes behind it is in place.
If I can follow.
I'm sorry. Extra funding. Extra funding. We'll be assessing. In order to request funding, you've first got to make assessments, and then once those assessments are made, then requests for funding will be made.
And Governor, about calling out the National Guard and helping with patrolling areas, is that something you may be doing?
Well, the National Guard is already on their way. They will be helping to Putnam County right now. They'll be helping with search and rescue. There are still people missing. And so we have local authorities. TEMA, as you know, is working around the clock to make sure that we are providing security, we're providing shelter, we're providing generators, and most importantly, providing a coordinated effort between locals and the state and the federal government.
Governor, do you mind if I call in the two lawmakers from that area, Senator Bailey, and also, if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker, Representative Williams, if you don't mind coming over? I mean, these are your friends. This is your community. You were in the chopper. Can you tell us a little bit about what you saw and what people shared with you, Representative Williams?
Well, of course, from overhead, the devastation was pretty amazing. It really left us speechless, to be honest. We knew that there was a lot of loss of life, but the good news is that as we walked with the governor and as a group, we were able to talk to the residents of Putnam County and discuss with them about the tragedy that's befallen their families. But there was a hopefulness, I think, that was evident. You know, there were residents that were waiting at the barricades to these areas who were wanting to get in there to help, and neighbor was helping neighbor, and it was a great thing to see. But it is obviously there's families that are going to take some time. It's going to take weeks, if not months, to really clean up from something as devastating as that.
I can bring in Senator Bailey. This is your area as well, Senator Paul Bailey. Your thoughts and the people you talk to over there.
It's heart-wrenching to see the devastation that has basically all across Tennessee, but especially in Putnam County, the loss of life that we have heard about that's in Putnam County, and especially with those that are still missing. Community has come together in a mighty way. The state has sent many resources there to help in the aid of search and recovery. So it's what Tennessee does, and so we're proud of Tennessee, and this is a tough time, but we're going to make it through the time. It's also very interesting when you see a mother and her children come back to where their home was lost, just searching for memorabilia from their family.
I'd like to bring in the Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton. What is next up at the legislature? Are you going to be meeting tomorrow? What can be done there as far as the situation is concerned?
Yeah, our plan is to meet tomorrow, but of course our
sorrow goes out to the families and to the members' districts who are affected by this. And as we said to any employee of the House or a member, if they can't make it in, they're going to be excused, and that's okay. And we'll continue working as we can go. What I will say is, we're going to work with the governor and his staff and TEMA and let them do their job, which is I think they're in the response and assessment mode. And if there's things that we need to do, we'll definitely do it to help the governor and help these communities get back up on their feet. The one thing I will say is when you look at the air and you get on the ground, there was a lot of lost life early this morning. But what I'll say is when you look at it, there's miracle of life too, because there was people's lives who were spared. And just being able to see that they're still alive and maybe a little bit hurt, but still alive and still functioning does give you hope. And so as we mourn those who lost their lives and the families who lost loved ones, we do pray for those families who were spared and who have life, and we'll continue working. And Tennessee has a great volunteer spirit, and we look forward to having that and continuing to do this. And this is a long road. As Representative Williams said, it's just not days or weeks. It could be years to get some of this back. And so we're committed to getting this back to where we need to be.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unless there was something else, Governor, that you wanted to add, I understand you're going to have another briefing tonight, potentially.
That's right. We'll give an update about all of the coordinated efforts between TEMA and the local officials as well. We have lost. We've been in Putnam County today, but there's also Wilson County. We had loss of life in Wilson County, Benton County out in West Tennessee. So this stretches from one end of the state to the other. Tennesseans are affected all across the state. So we will be giving an update in the next hour or so. And if there's any new news, then you'll hear it then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
News 2's Chris Bungard with Governor Bill Leak, Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton, and legislative senators and representatives from the affected area. Maybe the most important aspect of what the governor just said is that the search and recovery effort continues, that people are still missing in Putnam County. So we want to give our prayers, and those first responders are out there still doing that. We heard earlier the excavation of homes continues as they look for people who possibly are trapped. So that's the latest information from the governor. We'll hear from him again later this evening.
And Governor Lee also was talking about how the National Guard has been deployed to Putnam County to help with that search and rescue. By the way, before we go to Josh Breslow, he has a new update for us. I do want to talk about the American Red Cross, and if you are living in one of these hard-hit areas, I would suggest going to the American Red Cross, and you can list yourself as safe and well, so then your other family members can go on that website and they can make sure that you are safe. But for now, let's toss things on over to Josh Breslow at the WKRN.com alert desk. Josh?
Right, so if you have pets out there, as the storms are rolling through, you have the lightning, you have the thunder, and pets get very scared there. So a lot of times they do run off, and it's hard to find them, especially when the power's out. So Metro Animal Care and Control says they get a lot of calls throughout the night from people who are looking for their lost pets. They do tell us right now they have 8 lost dogs that are now in their custody, and they've been able to reunite one of those dogs with the owner. So that's good news. Now, reclaim fees are usually charged there to get the dog back, but they tell us they will now actually waive those fees because they have the storms roll through. So just something to keep in mind if you do have a pet that you haven't been able to locate as a result. Guys?
Yeah, because they can escape during this. Families take cover and they get frightened by the noise and the wind, and they're roaming the neighborhood. Some have collars, some don't. So keep an eye out for your neighbor's pets. We want to try to recover them all as well.
Again, if you're watching this right now, you are trying to figure out a way that you can help. You can text Relief 2020 to 41444. Again, that is Relief 2020 to 41444. And what you're looking at right here on the screen, this is brand new video coming out of Putnam County. We were just talking about that specifically. 16 people dead in that county. We have heard that some of them could be children, which, gosh, you just hate hearing that.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is. And again, new video. And I mean, you can see just how devastating that county was hit. I mean, EF3 tornado. And man.
We talked to the Putnam County officials. They're going to update us on their continued evaluation of the area about 6 o'clock tonight. Wilson County is going to give us an update about 4:30. 2 of the hardest hit areas, especially Putnam County, where Governor Lee just returned from. The damage there, the loss of life there, and the continued effort in search and recovery efforts taking place as we speak.
And we hope none of those death toll numbers rise. We're just that would be devastating. Again, when we're talking about these EF3 tornadoes, specifically, we're talking about one here. In Donaldson, it looks like the winds were 160 to 165, and then Mount Juliet, they experience winds between 155 and 160, and that's information coming from the National Weather Service. And Mary was talking to us a little bit earlier today and how we had this long path, and this tornado was on the ground for maybe a little over an hour, but we're still trying to figure out whether or not it was kind of jumping up and down, if you will. And now we're looking at some more aerial footage. This is Donaldson that we're seeing right here. This is from one of our viewers, Derek. Look at those trees, Bob.
Yeah, EF3 comes roaring through there. It devastates the scenery. It devastates the homes and the trees. It just makes a path. It literally clears a path as it goes through.
Yeah, and you hate to see that. So many people impacted by this. Let's go back to News 2's Elizabeth Lane. She is live for us in North Nashville. Elizabeth, earlier you were outside of the Kroger. Looks like you have stayed in that same spot. What's going on?
Erica and Bob, I want to show you what's going on here. This is a long line. It's been here for hours of people trying to get free meals and water because a lot of them don't have access to that at this very moment. And so lots of different restaurants and food trucks have set up shop here at the Kroger Jason Aldean's, which is a spot that most of us are probably familiar with down on Broadway, has also been passing out bagged lunches. And this is just really doing so much for the people in this community right now because the very last thing that a lot of them need to be worried about is where they're going to get their next meal as they're trying to begin this cleanup process. I'm going to pan you over a little bit to the left. My photographer Jerry Barler is going to show you this straight shot up Monroe Street. It really gives you a picture of the damage and how far down the street it goes. I mean, we are talking for blocks and blocks here in this historic Buena Vista community that are just destroyed, different levels. Some homes and churches are severely damaged. Others are just leveled. On the left side of the street, we're seeing some tall and skinnies that have had the doors ripped off of their hinges. Of course, that's creating somewhat of a security issue for the people who live in these because they don't want to leave and risk leaving their valuables home and just open to potential looting or just open to the public. And then as you look further down the street, you're seeing power poles and power lines that have been totally ripped up off of the ground, snapped in half. We've got light poles that have been snapped off of the ground, and we're talking about iron and metal that this stuff is made of, guys. That speaks to the strength of this storm when you see it, and we've actually got a lot of debris that's sort of mangled up together. I'll show you a little bit closer here. This is a pedestrian crosswalk sign, and it's sort of mangled up with these branches and other debris. There's steel here, there's plastic bags, all kinds of things that were just tossed around and picked up in these winds. And when you see debris that's really all mangled up together like that, that really speaks to the strength of the storm. There's lots of people walking around. They've been out here all day long. They're trying to get a better picture of what's happening, but then a lot of them are also trying to grasp this because they are shocking images. I want to turn you around for just one moment, bring you back up the other side of Monroe Street here. This was an auto supply store, O'Reilly Auto Parts. Seeing a lot of major damage on the back end, and then this building, we're not quite sure what it was, but it's been totally leveled. There's really not much to speak of. This is a brick building, so pretty sturdy construction that we're talking about that's been just leveled through this storm, and we're taking you through some of these areas that the police have taped off because they do it for your safety. There's also some power lines down, so we're being very careful as we're moving about today, but this is just complete rubble. It's a total loss, and that's really the worst case scenario when we look at these severe weather events. You never want to see just a total loss like this. right here I want to show you, this is the bottom part of a power pole. Probably has been here for quite some time. It snapped. We're not sure exactly where the other end of this power pole that holds up the power lines is. It appears that there is one over here on top of this rubble and on top of these bricks that used to make up this building here on 9th Avenue North. It appears that it might have been snapped off and tossed on top of the rubble, but it's hard to say for sure because things do tend to sort of get mixed up when we're talking about these high of winds. So walk over here, we'll see the power lines. This is what we want you to avoid, guys, and this is what could take power crews quite a while to get picked up and to get sort of out of the way for your safety. This is another just pile of rubble. This is from a church that is right in this area. There's been several churches that have been either majorly damaged or totally destroyed. So you can see how close we are to downtown Nashville here. Let's walk up a little bit further up 9th Avenue North because these are images that we haven't gotten to show you yet. If you look over to your left, this open space just gives you a good look at how much debris we're talking about. I mean, this is a lot of stuff that's going to have to be picked up, and it's going to take a long time to be sorted through, picked up, recycled. Whatever can be salvaged will hopefully be salvaged. And there are several power crews off here in the distance. Major damage to another church in the distance that you're looking at. So this is very, very overwhelming for the people in this community as they start to think about how they're going to clean up, start over, and bring their neighborhood back to what it looked like when they went to bed last night. We're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Elizabeth, stay safe out there. And she was mentioning all of those power poles that were just ripped in half. I do want to mention that I'm on NES's website right now, down to 43,000 outages. That's the affected customers. That's down from 4,500. So we're seeing some progress here. Still a lot of people, but those crews are out there and they are working hard.
What a great scene to see the folks from Nashville bringing food up to the area, helping out these folks while helping the workers who are trying to get the power back on. We want to give you the latest information. We want to keep you updated so you can plan the rest of your day. We're going to be here continuing this coverage. We do know that Governor Lee, we just heard from, is going to be meeting with Tennessee Emergency Management Authority officials and Mayor John Cooper at 4:30. There'll be a news conference. We will carry that to you live.
Yes, we will. Let's go back to News 2's Linda Ong. She is in Donaldson, I believe, in Mount Juliet. Let's see what she's seeing there.
Well, you really don't have to go very far to see the destruction of this tornado in Mount Juliet. We're standing along Catalpa Drive, one of the hardest hit areas. You can see several homes line this street, and you can see here behind me this utility pole pretty much at a 45-degree angle, giving you a sense of the strength of the tornado. But the damage really just begins there. Just across the way, we have uprooted trees, massive uprooted trees. The force of those winds also pushing cars into dishes, lots of damage here. And of course, home damage as well. A lot of people are trying to pick up the pieces, see what they can salvage. Roofs are now missing. Complete facades of houses are now missing. Really, of course, not livable condition. So people are just trying to see what they can save from the inside of their homes. And of course, this is a really sad situation. At least 3 people have been confirmed dead in Wilson County due to this tornado. 2 found in the same home, hit in the destruction, the line path of this tornado. Also 1 person dying from a medical episode. That number can go up, of course, with the search and rescue still going on. We've seen several helicopters in the skies trying to survey the area. We also have a lot of assessors already out trying to assess the damage, but with what we're seeing so far, it looks like a lot of these homes will be considered a total loss. Also lots of businesses along North Mount Juliet Road, schools as well. West Wilson Middle School, lots of damage to the facade, trees uprooted, windows blown out, ceiling gone, facade gone. And also nearby at Mount Juliet Christian Academy, also seeing widespread damage within its building. So, you know, really right now it's a wait and see. The damage seems widespread, but again, we're just getting a first glimpse of that. As the hours go on, likely it's going to be much worse. So we're going to stay on top of this and give you more information as it becomes available. Reporting in Mount Juliet, Linda Ong, News 2.
All right, Linda, thank you so much for that. You had some new information?
Yeah, well, Linda was talking about the search and rescue effort. We can tell you that the Urban Search and Rescue Team have completed their task in East Nashville. That's good.
Yes.
They have moved on to Hermitage and are doing some search and rescue in areas that are still untouched yet in Hermitage. So that recovery effort continues in the Hermitage area.
It's going to take a long time. Let's take another look at Wilson County. That's where our Andy Cordan is standing by.
How you doing, gentlemen?
We have better days.
Well, I don't know that you've had a better day than this. You're alive and you're walking, my friend.
Feeling blessed. Well, you do what you got to do when you get that's something like that. You don't even have time to think about it.
I know it was dark. Yeah. Could you see anything? What did it sound like?
Well, we had flashlights and all. I mean, I heard the debris hitting the truck. Got him to get down out of his upper bunk down into the floor of the truck, and then about that time the windows blew out of the truck and I dove back on top of him, and we rolled over. And Steve here come over and busted out the window and windshield so we could get out. You know, it was a hair-raising experience, but it could have been a lot worse.
Oh, well, it's just part of my training. I was an ex-police officer, military and all, and I drive the U.S. Army truck over there. And when I heard him yelling and I asked them if they were okay, and they said, yeah. So I got out and they said they were flipped over, and I grabbed a pair of bolt cutters I had there, went over there and knocked the window and got them out. And then we proceeded, there were other trucks flipped over there. We were going from truck to truck to make sure that we got everybody that was inside out and got to make sure they were safe and okay. So it came on suddenly and that truck was jumping up and down and blowing sideways. I thought I was going to go over, and then the windows started blowing out in the truck.
That's pretty unusual.
Well, yeah.
You don't get that every day.
Not every day. But then I threw the blanket over my head and waited until the windows quit busting out and everything settled down.
How long did this take?
Oh, gosh.
30, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
So that was the longest 30, 40 seconds you guys have existed for.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You learn to thank God real quick.
Andy Cordan from Wilson County, and just looking at those trucks toppled over.
Unbelievable amount of strength from these storms and the resilience of these gentlemen here. And you know what? It's life. We're going to move forward. We're going to move on. That's a great way to look at it, because there's a lot of recovery needs to happen.
All right, we've got some new video coming in. This is actually drone video from Donaldson. And again, you're seeing the images of where certain houses, they were, I want to say, quote, spared, and then the other ones, they're completely gone. So it just goes to show how the tornado, you know, and the winds, they all differ, and you're seeing different areas damaged a little bit more.
Look at the power. Look at it.
I know.
Skips over this and then collapses the roof on this section of it. You can see the debris laying there. You can see that roof gone. The next roof, part of it's still there. The next roof gone. It's intermittent. It skips. It comes down. It takes one house away. It misses another. On the right here, no damage. On the left, 2 homes lost most of their roofs.
In all of these images, you can see the people walking around, assessing the damage.
They're in shock.
Yeah, of course they are. They woke up to their lives were completely changed. They're flipped around, and we were hearing from most of the reporters that people are out right now and the cleanup process has started. We've seen the chainsaws, people heading out to communities to help out. But then the one thing you're also seeing is we're seeing a ton of traffic. People just want to see the damage for themselves, and we've told you time and time again, please stay home. That's what officials are saying. You're safer in your home, and we're showing you these images live on television as best as we can. We're trying to keep you updated. But
some of the most damage and the most deadly storms impact was in Cookeville and Putnam County. News 2's Brooke Reese is there.
It's been a devastating day here in Putnam County, as about a 2-mile stretch west of Cookeville was hit very hard by this tornado, and it has been confirmed this morning that 16 people have died so far. Let me get behind the camera here and just show you some of the damage that we are seeing right now here on West Broad Street. You can see that this home right here has suffered major damage to the roof, and just over here to this side, a house that was completely flattened and power lines down. You can see that power crews have been coming by trying to fix those lines. Cell service, power, water main breaks, all problems that are affecting this particular stretch right here. And people say that that is only going to get better. There's about 500 first responders out here in Cookeville today that are trying to get everything back to normal. But the county mayor and the mayor of Cookeville saying today that this is going to be a multi-day effort and they need all the help they can get. So stay with us here on News 2 as we continue to learn more about how you can help. Reporting in Cookeville, Brooke Reese, News 2.
Thank you, Bruce. Brooke, I'm sorry. Julia police are now telling us that they are going to implement a curfew because of the damage. They want to keep folks at home. So a curfew at 6 o'clock tonight if you live in Mount Juliet. Get yourself supplied and then get home by 6 o'clock, trying to keep the streets clear. Still a lot of houses and businesses without electricity.
And before we toss things over to Chief Meteorologist Danielle Breezy, I do want to mention again, if you're watching this, you would like to help, we do have an article posted on our website that, of course, WKRN.com. Go to that website and then you can type in how to help, donations, volunteers needed following Nashville tornado. That's the website's, or that's not the website, but that is the article's name. And then it lists places that, you know, that need help, organizations that you can give your time to, what have you. So if you're looking to help, head to our website, check that out. But now I want to go to Chief Meteorologist Danielle Breezy. She is standing by in Donaldson for us. Danielle, you have had some awesome stories coming out of there, people helping each other, neighbors helping neighbors.
I mean, you know, we've been talking to each other. We've been talking to so many different people out here. One thing they're saying is just how beautiful today has been this afternoon after such a deadly, really dangerous night we just went through in a really early morning. Now, I do want to show you, you can see over my shoulder here, they are working together back there. It looks like they're getting, you know, the roof, piling out, deciding what they're going to throw away, what they're going to keep, because as this EF3 tornado came through Donaldson here, it strengthened as it left really the East Nashville area and came this way. It became a stronger, wider. It had winds of 100 to 165 miles an hour. Just to give you some scale on this, at 166 it would become an EF4 tornado, and it scattered debris everywhere. Now, we went to Donaldson Christian Academy. A lot of stuff was wrecked there, and you even see this along this area right in here, this person's yard. There's debris, there's wood. We were just pecking through some of this. There's a shovel, then there's a ceiling fan, then I don't even know what this is. It looks like a motor or something over here, and there's some siding. Everything's kind of mixed, mangled, tangled all together, and that is really the damage we're seeing all over the place here. Now, you know, the damage here has been pretty impressive, and talking to some of the neighbors, I mean, here's a house. Luckily, no one was home in this house. Actually, they're in Dallas, but you can see that the way it was almost flat and there's only a little bit standing and things are just scattered. It kind of went through this entire area right here. You can kind of tell this was the direct path of this storm. But one thing's for sure is we haven't gotten any reports of any injuries in this neighborhood, and you can see several houses, I would say at least a couple dozen houses, have been partially, if not totally, destroyed by this tornado. But a lot of them were saying that they took our warning seriously, and when they heard it, they went down into their basement, into their safe zone, and they were okay. And now the community is really coming together. We've talked to folks that have driven as far as Murfreesboro to come up this way just to help folks in need, you know, give them whatever they want. We just talked to a 5-year-old. It's her birthday today. She's out with her mom helping people out. I mean, it's such a positive environment, even after such a destructive, horrible thing happened earlier this morning. And, you know, this happened around 1 in the morning in this area. So, you know, most folks usually are asleep. They said they had to literally wake up out of bed and go into their safe zone. And they had not that much time, but they had enough time to get there, and they were safe. So that is the latest here in Donaldson. That's what we've been hearing, but it's just been very interesting. Of course, still a technical EF3 tornado as of right now, but this is all preliminary, folks, and they may go ahead and look at some of this damage again and then say, well, we're actually going to push it up to an EF4. So we're going to have to see, and of course, there are several areas that have been heavily damaged around this area.
Hey, Danielle, before you go, I do have a question or something I want to kind of point out. You mentioned, and thankfully, nobody was hurt in that area that you're in right now. And I'm just wondering, you know, last week, coincidentally, we had the Severe Weather Awareness Week, and I just wonder if some of these people were watching some of those past stories and our weather team was telling people how to stay safe in these situations, and then boom, here we are a week later.
You know, I mean, I definitely talked to a lot of folks out here. I can tell you they were definitely watching us last night. They were definitely watching us early this morning. And they did say they had heard the stories, and they heard about the survivor stories of the tornadoes, and they knew that they had to have a safety plan ready to go. And we made it very clear this was going to be a late night event, you know, when most people were sleeping. So they figured out a way. Now, one thing I will tell you, I've been talking to folks, and they have been actually going up and picking up, you know, debris. And, you know, we were showing you some random things like ceiling fans and pieces of wood, but people are actually finding wedding photos. They're finding checkbooks. They're finding even IDs per se. And they're wondering, and I don't know about this, but I'm just posing this out to you, you know, what can the folks do with this? They're asking me. I don't even know what they can do with this, but I'm just saying these folks are finding things that are maybe personal belongings to people, and they don't know where to put it. I mean, is there a way maybe we create a community shelter? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. But this is something, you know, this tornado scattered things 50 miles away, so you never know where something's going to end up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. And you mentioned shelter. This isn't specifically answering your question, Danielle, but if you are in need of shelter, Nashville Farmers Market on 900 Rosa Parks Boulevard in Nashville, they have opened their doors for those who need shelter tonight and for, you know, days. I don't know how long this is going to last. I mean, we could be dealing with this for months. You know,
meteorologist Davis Millen here. We now know the tornado in North Nashville was an EF2.
Yeah, in Germantown, EF2. Now, it's still pretty bad there. And here's the latest information that we have as far as the tornado is concerned. That's the damage in Germantown. They considered that 125-mile-per-hour winds.
Strong storm.
Yeah, very strong storm. I mean, you know, the difference between a strong EF2 and an EF3 is not a whole lot. Look at the damage. It's really hard to tell. They use sort of engineering tactics to determine the EF strength, of course, and it's not like you have an anemometer that measures the wind. You look at the damage, and the meteorologists are instructed in engineering and the type of buildings, and also out in the countryside, the types of trees and what type of wind it would take to snap one as opposed to pull the roots out and things like that. Well, when you're in the city where there's buildings, they've learned how the buildings are built, what type of buildings they are, and just what type of strength of wind it takes. It's not as much meteorology as it is engineering, and Mr. Theodore Fujita started the original F scale based on those types of things, and now it's been evolved to the EF scale where they've fine-tuned it a little bit more. Let me show you our weather map here, and it shows the newest information that we have as far as the strengths of the tornadoes. And if you want to take a look at that, down the bottom you got Germantown EF2 with 125-mile-an-hour winds. Now, as it went through East Nashville, considered EF3 with 136 to 140, Mount Juliet 155 to 160, and 160 to 165 in the Donaldson area. So a very strong tornado, whether it's EF2 or EF3. And of course, it continued its track here, starting over by John Tune Airport. They haven't gotten us a survey on what the damage was over there, but then across Nashville, Germantown, East Nashville, and then through the Hermitage Donaldson area over to Mount Juliet, and then it continued over to Lebanon, and of course didn't end there. Well, whether it's a complete track or whether it lifted and went back down again, we saw it once again around the Buffalo Valley area, then coming across I-40 again and right through the Cookeville area. I think we really had two circulations in Cookeville, one northern suburbs, one southern suburbs there, and so it was quite a track that went probably some 75 miles or so across the area. So really, whether it's EF2 or EF3, really quite a storm. And coming up on News 2 at 4 or 4, I've saved some what we call radar scope data. That's all the meteorologists have this on their phone, and it uses all the high-tech stuff. And I've tried to save some of them. We're going to try to show you some of the radar data from the storm from last night as to how it evolved and that type of thing. By the way, we mentioned about debris falling. I was coming in from Old Hickory Lake, and the storm had passed a good 5 miles south of there, maybe 5 miles to south and southwest. There is debris that fell out of the sky. The Weather Service reported they had debris falling out there where the radar is in Sheets Branch, and there's like building insulation all over the place and pieces of aluminum that have fallen out of the sky from probably 5 miles away.
Can you imagine walking out during that time?
Yeah.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, good thing it was early in the morning. And our good friend Bart Barker, who used to work here at News 2, he's now the public information officer at Wilson County Schools. He pointed out in the radio I was listening to on the way in, they just praised God that this didn't happen during school hours.
I heard that.
To West Wilson Middle School. Can you imagine if all the kids had been in school? Now, those are nice, sturdy, big brick buildings, and they're probably better than our houses.
They still lost their roofs and they collapsed.
And kids would have been hurt by debris, so we're glad that wasn't during school hours.
Let's keep updating information. News 2's Josh Breslow is at the alert desk with the latest. Josh?
Yeah, that's right. So we've been talking about the emergency shelters that are all throughout the area, not just here in Nashville, but in the surrounding counties. But speaking specifically about Nashville, emergency officials here have said they will have 4 shelters that are open tonight. Those are going to be Centennial Sportsplex, which is already open here. That is the only one that is going to accept pets. So if you do have pets, keep that in mind. East Magnet High School, Holy Rosary, and Hadley Park Community Center, which will open when voting ends at 7. You can find all that on our website, WKRN.com. Bob?
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it very much. Let's head to NES there, the news conference at the Nashville Electric Service, going to see if we can downgrade some of those outages. Let's hear what they got to say.
In damaged areas that we cannot stress enough to everyone, please stay away from any down power line and report it to 911 immediately. Here is what we know at this time. At this hour, we have 43,000 customers without power. This morning, we had 4 substations that were severely damaged. We have been able to get 1 back online. And to give you context of our substation, we have one of those in Hermitage that provides service to approximately 24,000 customers. At this time, we are aware of approximately 250 power poles, and that is continuing to rise as we're able to get into the damaged areas that have been damaged or completely fallen and destroyed and will have to be replaced. In addition, we have approximately 20 primary power lines. In addition to that, we have high voltage TVA transmission lines that have fallen. We have mobilized all available crews and contract crews to make repairs and restore power as quickly as possible. We have approximately 300 additional linemen that we have contracted to arrive here in the morning to begin helping our restoration efforts. We will continue to work around the clock, 24/7, and to restore power to every single one of our customers. Our employees will continue to work this until every single customer has been restored that is able to accept power. We do ask for everyone's patience at this time, as we know that there is no way we are able to predict how long the process is going to be to restore power at this time. As I mentioned, some of this is related to TVA transmission lines that we are dependent on receiving that power in order to complete the distribution service. Once again, our hearts go out to every affected Tennessean. Our prayers are with them during this terrible, terrible tragedy. If you have power, we ask that you reach out to your friends, reach out to your neighbors, and especially those with special needs and the elderly, and see if you can provide assistance or offer them a place to stay. As a reminder, NES wants to ensure, I want to reiterate, please do not approach or pick up or get near any downed power lines. Respect the lines that everyone is live. They can be deadly. Please report them to 911. For your safety, stay away from any power lines. At this time, I am able to take a few questions.
Can you talk about it? I know you just talked about just how dangerous it can be, but I know being out in the neighborhoods, Germantown and East Nashville, we were just commenting on how many kids you saw on bicycles riding in the street, riding over these power lines. Can you say anything just about how important it is maybe, you know, for parents to keep their kids out of the street and just maybe elaborate a little bit more on just how deadly and dangerous it can be?
Absolutely. Every single powered line needs to be respected, that it could be live. It will provide the voltage. It is deadly. Please keep your children away. Everyone, do not drive over. Do not touch them. Assume if you think it's even a telephone line, stay away from any down line. You do not know if it's a power line. Just do not get near any line that is down. We are working with all of the public safety to try to have spotters and to have emergency crews standing by the lines that we can until we can get someone out to restore or make it safe. But if you do have one or see one, please keep your children and yourselves away. Do not even drive over these type of lines.
Have you heard of any injuries so far from them?
We have not.
Is there any area that's one specific main focus at this point, or is it just everywhere?
So the path of the tornado that begins in Germantown, goes to East Nashville, and goes out to Hermitage and Donaldson is the primary hit areas that we are focusing on. Those areas have the majority of our damage, and we are at this time trying to restore power to all of our emergency facilities, to the hospitals. Those are our first priority. Then we're working on getting our primary substations, our primary lines, and of course assisting TVA with the transmission services. Once we can get that power restored, we will then be working on the individual secondary into neighborhoods and individual 1 to 2Z outages.
And then you said you had a ton of crews coming tomorrow. Where are they coming from?
So they're coming from different areas. We have called them in. Some are from other areas in Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia.
I know NES tweeted out last night that they were working in preparation knowing that there were storms coming. How much did that early preparation pay off today?
Well, NES, this is what we do. We are prepared for storms. We monitor storms. As soon as we saw the damage that we had, our crews, not just our linemen, all of NES personnel jumps into our emergency restoration processes. That goes from calling in our customer relations to be able to help answer our phone calls, from our engineers to the accountants to everyone puts a hand into making this restoration efforts. So all of our employees jumped in that process, and of course it does assist in getting it done a lot more quickly.
How would you say this compares to any other outages that you've seen here?
Well, anytime,
that you guys have dealt with,
right.
Really?
This storm is one of large magnitude. It is very concentrated, but we're still assessing, so it's hard to make that determination at this time.
Okay.
Any other questions? We have time, maybe one more.
Can you just reiterate how many areas have been restored at this point, or I mean, how many, I guess, numbers?
Well, at our highest point, we had a little over 50,000 customers that were impacted this morning. We're down to 43,000 customers as of right now. Again, we have large substations, the transmission services, and primary lines that are down. Once we can get those repaired, we hope that will get a large amount of our customers back on.
I know you said it's hard to predict how long, but are we talking it could be days for some people?
It's very hard to determine at this time because, again, we have transmission lines that are down as well as primary substations, so it's really no way I can provide a time at this. So that is the reason we want to reiterate. Please, if you have friends and family that you know need assistance, please reach out. Let's offer that helping hand as neighbors and come together as a community here at NES and all of us, because I know that is what Tennessee and Nashville is made of.
NES officials updating us on the outages here. 50,000 to begin with. They're down to 43. Patience is the key. It's going to take a while to get all that power restored. Yeah. A quick update. My good pal Lisa Patton, who was on this desk with us, keeping Middle Tennessee safe in many, many tornadoes, has confirmed that indeed there is a curfew in Mount Juliet at 6 o'clock, but just for those areas that are affected by the storm and the damage. So just neighborhoods that the damage has occurred in, that's for the curfew in Mount Juliet.
Thanks for adding that. Thank you, Bob. We want to go back to News 2's Elizabeth Lane. She is reporting live from North Nashville. Elizabeth, what you're seeing is just devastating in that area.
Erica, devastating is the best way to describe it when there really aren't a lot of words you can use, because we're still just in shock, like many of the community members are. In news, we cover lots of devastating severe weather events, and this is one of those that really makes you catch your breath and really think hard about this. We can now confirm that the National Weather Service has classified the weather event that went through here last night as an EF2 tornado. They have said that the peak winds in this severe weather event reached up to 125 miles per hour. So I'm going to step out and show you some of the damage, some of the work that's going on. We've got a lot of power crews here. There's actually 3 right now that are working. That is the most that we've seen at one time in one place in this area since we've been here in the Buena Vista community this morning and throughout this afternoon. Plenty of damage pretty much as far as the eye can see. We've got a church with a steeple that's sort of tilted, which isn't nearly as bad as some of the other churches that we're talking about that we've showed you in this area, but they've also got some major window damage and glass breakage there, of other debris flying around. Then when we go a little bit further up to your right, we're seeing some homes and businesses. There's an AutoZone store, there's a Regions Bank that's just totally destroyed. They are on some of the, probably the worst end of some of the damage that we're seeing in this North Nashville community. And if y'all will just walk with me a little bit here, we're going to take you further up 9th Avenue North. Gosh, I mean, we are seeing power poles just completely ripped up from the ground. And when you see something like this, it really makes you think about how strong the winds had to be able to do something like this. And what's really interesting about tornadoes, severe weather events, is that the path sometimes isn't so clear, because we're seeing, you know, huge iron poles uprooted like this one that you're looking at here. Well, then a little bit further down the street, we're seeing some poles that are standing perfectly upright that don't appear to have been touched almost at all. So, you know, these storms, they pick and choose where they're going to land and what they're going to hit, and there's really not always a rhyme or a reason. So we're seeing some poles that are standing upright just fine, but for many, that is not the case here. And these power lines are creating an absolute web. That is why this road is a complete no-go. There are some areas where drivers have been trying to get around the power lines all morning, but as we just heard from the NES officials, they really don't want you to do that, because it's hard to judge sometimes if you're dealing with a total web like what we're looking at here, or if those lines could be still hot. So there's just a lot of issues and safety concerns there that we don't want you to have to deal with, and we don't want to deal with it either. So we've been trying to avoid those spots at all costs, because safety comes first in these types of situations. We're going to walk back up the street here. And, you know, we've been walking around sort of this block. It's Scoville Street, it's Monroe Street, it's 9th and 10th Avenue North. We've been showing you all of them. And if you look a little bit further down Scoville Street, just a little bit earlier this afternoon, we were showing you some images from further up the street where there was an apartment complex that's under construction, and in that case their roof and their decking that was under construction was lifted up by these winds, and it was totally blown off. That debris then closing down a road over there in that area, and then also hitting a house and causing that home's roof to cave in. So people there are dealing with a lot of issues as far as trying to get their belongings out of their house, trying to figure out exactly what kind of property damage they're dealing with here and how to fix it, because of course, you know, if we don't stay dry for the rest of the week, they've got to have a plan so that their belongings are not getting wet on the inside. We're going to continue a little bit up this street. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 churches in this area that are dealing with severe damage or that have been totally leveled in this severe weather event just overnight. Some of them held vigils. They're praying for support. They're asking God to help them through this terrible situation, to help their community. And as we move on up the street, you're seeing this is the back of an O'Reilly Auto Parts. This auto parts business has cars in the parking lot that are just tossed around. And when we talk about the strength that the winds have to be to just toss cars around that weigh thousands and thousands of pounds, this is not a joke. These power crews still continuing to work in the distance as we walk back up the street here. And before we go, there's one other image I want to show you, is this brick building. Again, this is 9th Avenue North in the Buena Vista community, just flattened. So we're seeing a couple of different sort of bases of power poles here. They're made of wood. The poles have been totally ripped off, snapped at the base. And again, another example of the winds that we're talking about here. So we're going to continue moving around, and we will send it back to you guys in the studio.
And that image that you just showed us there, Elizabeth, that made my heart go from here down to here. Thank you so much for that information. By the way, new information just coming in. Former President Barack Obama recently tweeting within the last 10 minutes. He said, quote, "Michelle and I are sending our prayers to those affected by the severe storms in Tennessee, especially to those who lost loved ones. Our hearts are with you and the first responders working so diligently to protect the vibrant communities of Nashville," end quote. Again, that's from former President Barack Obama.
Nice thoughts where Elizabeth was in North Nashville. This storm moved east into East Nashville, then Donaldson. That's where News 2 meteorologist Danielle Breezy is with storm survivors. Danielle?
That is right. I am out here right now, and joining me is Frank. And Frank, you were here last night when everything happened. You actually saw the storm, didn't you?
I did. I was standing on my porch, almost directly in front of us in those houses, and I could see all the debris flying. It was real dark, and I stood there and almost got mesmerized by it. And then I went in the house and gathered my family. We went in the bathroom, and it just, I guess it hit that hill and kind of went to its right, our left. It's the only thing, we just got a lot of debris.
Right.
Lots and lots of debris, a lot of DCA, bleachers and that all in my backyard. And
that's you were talking about down there.
yeah, from here, because I just walked down there and saw it.
Right.
And we were wondering where did blue 10 come from? It came from DCA.
Wow, that's the power of that tornado.
Yeah, all that stuff was in our yard. We cleared trees. We've been up all night doing that.
You said after you got hit, what'd you do?
Went outside, and people started to come outside, and then we discovered that you couldn't get in and out of the sub, so we started gathering. We had 6 or 7 trucks and some chainsaws and chains, and we did that till it started raining again about 3:30.
Okay.
And we got all that cleared, and I tried to lay down, but it was just your adrenaline's kind of going.
Yeah, you're going.
Because I actually thought we were going to get hit.
Right.
It was coming right at us. And I said, man, I can't believe this. I can't believe this is happening.
Well, you've been a really good neighbor today, too. You were just tell me about the story over there, what you were doing.
Well, yeah, so my pastor stays in my sub, and he said, well, we're going to walk to see DCA, and we just kind of stopped here, and a guy grabbed us and said, hey, this guy's missing a gun that's loaded in his wallet. And so we spent most of the afternoon looking for it. Right. And I did find the gun right by the house. I don't know if they found the wallet or not.
I mean, but if you look back here, this is,
yeah, it's crazy because you got little black pieces of shingle everywhere. Right. And you're
scattered.
Yeah, and it's easy to step on nails. It's weird looking back there. It really is weird looking. It's spooky. I can only imagine what this is going to look like after dark. But I just couldn't imagine not helping. I'm tired, but my house is still in one piece.
Yeah, and I'm sure all of your neighbors are appreciating you, getting out here and helping.
Gotta help.
Yeah, you got it. That's the right thing to do.
Gotta help.
Well, we appreciate you talking.
Hey,
telling
thank
your
you.
Story. I appreciate
when you ran off the set last night, that's when I got scared.
That's when he knew. He knew it was real, and I was talking serious business.
You said it's really speeding up. It's really speeding up.
Yeah, and
you disappeared.
Well,
I'm like.
And then the power went out, you said.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, now you got to get that weather app. Then you can stream.
I do.
Okay, good. All right, he's got it. Frank's good. He's already got that. There we go. See, I'm already selling the weather app to him, and he already got it. Anyway, well, I just want to let you know that's the very latest right now. Again, this was an EF3 tornado. It had winds of 160 to 165. At 166, that becomes an EF4 tornado, and you're seeing some of that damage back there. That's what the damage can do. So, luckily in this neighborhood, no one was hurt. I've been talking to the police. They've been going around. They're actually putting yellow tape as they go to each home just to make sure everybody is accounted for, and so far everyone in this neighborhood has been accounted for, so that is some really positive news as we get closer to sunset. We'll send it back to you.
Danielle, quickly, I'm hearing chainsaws in the background, so these folks are already clearing debris, moving forward towards recovery.
Oh, they're definitely moving way past recovery. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of people. They have chainsaws. They've also got even, well, I'll show you even some of this chainsaw here. If you go over there, Joe, you can show it to them. They're actively working back there. We've got several people with chainsaws that are working all around the clock. We've got, tons of people moving their trees back to the edge of the thing, kind of clearing their yards. We've even saw the power company coming around, because I know that as we were driving here, just to let you know, all the lights are out in this area. So everybody was watching that carefully too. So the recovery is happening. It's going to take a little bit of time though, folks, because this is an EF3 tornado and there was a lot of damage in this neighborhood, but luckily the big thing is everybody is okay, which is good news. They took the warnings seriously, guys.
That's good
Neighbors
to hear.
helping neighbors. It's a great thing to see.
Again,
Thanks,
that's Danielle from Donaldson, and it puts into perspective how precious life is. All these people are talking about how thankful they are that their house is still in one place. Can't take those things for granted.
Nope.
Let's toss things over to News 2's Josh Breslow, standing by at the WKRN.com alert desk.
Right, so we do have another tornado that has now been confirmed. The National Weather Service just confirming for us that an EF1 tornado hit Christian County, Kentucky overnight. Danielle Breezy was on air when this came through, warning people to avoid that area and seek shelter. Take a look at these pictures that are just in from WKDZ radio. It had winds of about 90 miles per hour and caused quite a bit of damage, touching down near Crofton, Kentucky. Damage reported all over Christian County, but thankfully no injuries were reported there. Once again, you're looking at those pictures just in from WKDZ radio showing that EF1 tornado, the aftermath that hit Christian County, Kentucky. And Bob talked about this just a little bit earlier, but Mount Juliet Police just putting out some information here saying that they have instated a curfew for areas that did suffer extensive tornado damage. As a result, they say the purpose of the curfew is to aid police in protecting those homes and property from thieves. Individuals who are not property owners or guests of property owners are prohibited from remaining or traveling on public or private property in the designated curfew areas between 6 tonight and 6 in the morning. The curfew being applied to areas here: Triple Crown neighborhood, Catalpa Drive, Fescue Drive, Dogwood Drive, Clearview Drive, Barrett Drive, Volunteer Boulevard, Athletes Way, and Athletes Way North. So a lot of areas in Mount Juliet under that curfew. We're going to post all that on our website, WKRN.com. You can also find all the video of storm damage on there, including video we shot from drones in several different areas that were hit by those tornadoes. Again, check that out at WKRN.com.
Josh, thank you so much. Just to reiterate, if you're just joining us right now, we want to kind of go over the numbers. We're looking at 22 people who have died, at least 22 people, 16 specifically in Putnam County. And National Guard is out there. They are still searching for people, and this is going to be a long process. I mean, going through all of that rubble. Again, the National Guard is out there looking for people. 16 dead alone in Putnam County, 22 dead, all due to the storms that we saw last night.
Urban search and rescue crews have moved from East Nashville to Hermitage. They are searching there. This is still an ongoing situation. Folks are still missing in Putnam County that we know of. Governor Lee just told us that. We're going to hear from the governor and the mayor of Nashville and EMS officials at 4:30. We continue to get new information, but the good news is the injury count and death count have stayed solid and have not increased as of yet.
That's great information. Let's give you another look at Wilson County. This is Andy Cordan.
Well, we are just now checking out Highway 109, and the damage is just almost indescribable. But let's just do a little arc for you. That's the interstate over there, and we just talked to some truckers here, but that truck flipped over. We just talked to a couple of guys that were inside of it. They told us they knew it was bad when the windows in the truck just started exploding out. And then there was a change in atmospheric pressure. Then they hit the ground and put a blanket over their head. And then they were breaking out windows to rescue people. That was their story. Then you just walk a little bit more and you can see windows blown out, debris everywhere, wood and metal, and you can see roofs are just shredded and the trees filled with destruction. Now I'm just going to walk a little bit further. Look at this. You've just got, you can see the sheer force of sheet metal getting thrown into anything that's erect. And now you've got this. You've got Thornton's, and they went inside and made sure everybody was okay there. But look at that place. It is now, it looks like it's as empty as can be. It looks like it's just been devastated. The gas pumps shredded. I mean, look at that. They're just torn down to the bare mechanism. We're just talking pieces of sheet metal everywhere. You're talking debris everywhere. Here's the air pump. The air pump is just, you know, this is the place where the sheet metal from a building wrapped around, and you can see the sign above us just totally annihilated. There's a lot of debris under our feet here. More sheet metal, more wires down. Look at this. There's a fire plug, and around that fire plug another piece of sheet metal. This is heavy pieces of metal just strewn across the sidewalk. And I'll tell you what makes this really amazing is that in the distance, and everyone said, oh yeah, it's been burning for hours. That's sort of an industrial complex, just plumes of smoke, and it just reeks of chemical composites in the air. It's awful. As we walk further, and you can see you've got emergency mobile command centers. That's the MAPCO across the street, and the Wendy's torn apart, debris and trees. They've got this entire intersection basically closed except for emergency traffic. I mean, this is like a walk along a nightmare. You have bike lanes. It says, look, be safe. That's laying in the grass. That's a gas pump just laying in the side of the street. You see all manner of debris that doesn't belong here and has been blown here from somewhere else. Little trees wrapped with sheet metal. You can see wires down. It's amazing. This awning, this portion is safe. That portion blown off. This tree knocked over. Look at these gas pumps. Destroyed, the bottoms ripped out with such amazing force. Can you imagine, Hector, look at over here. Can you imagine getting gas? How do you think that guy felt in that truck? Look at that truck. I bet he just got out and ran for his life, because that's a moment in time right there. A guy getting gas or pulled in for safety. We don't even know that story, but there's obviously a story there. So everywhere I turn, devastation. I've covered a lot of tornadoes, and this one certainly is starting to add up and be one of those real awful memories. We're going to keep looking for news. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
We heard from Mayor John Cooper declaring a state of emergency here in Nashville. We've heard from Governor Lee. We're going to hear from him later today. He may be declaring part of the state a state of emergency. We're going to hear from President Trump on Friday when he visits the damage. It may become a federal state of emergency. All those entities are going to help these folks recover.
Sounds like we have some new information coming in from the alert desk. Josh, what can you tell us?
All right, good afternoon, guys. So we knew that Metro schools were closed today as a result of the storms. Now, once again, tomorrow, Metro schools is now saying they will be closed again due to storm damage and power outages. This information just coming in from Metro schools about a minute ago. Metro Nashville Public Schools will be closed again Wednesday as the district does continue to repair damage and deal with those power outages that were caused by that powerful tornado that tore through North Nashville, Germantown, East Nashville, and other areas early this morning. Quote, we know that families are facing challenges due to their children suddenly being out of school. That's a quote here just sent in by Dr. Adrian Battle, who's the interim director there of Metro Schools. So once again, Metro Schools just telling us here that they will be closed once again tomorrow due to storm damage and power outages. We already told you earlier today that Wilson County schools will be out for the rest of the week as a result of storm damage there. Same situation for Smith County. You can find all of our school closures at the top of our website. Head to WKRN.com. Guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say we're seeing so much widespread damage, and I just wanted to talk a little bit more about that and how this tornado that we saw overnight is very similar to the 1998 tornado that we saw.
Similar path. It didn't go through downtown the way that one did, but it went through East Nashville very similarly like that. just wiped out East Nashville
So many
and then moved
areas
on.
impacted by this, and it's devastating to see that.
We can also, it's not too surprising about the school closings. That may extend. We'll probably know more from Metro day to day.
Yeah.
We heard Wilson County is going to be out for a week. Putnam County schools we haven't heard from yet. My guess is they're going to be closed too.
Hands
So
down.
keep an eye on WKRN.com. We'll have a complete list of all those closings. And these things will change as new information comes in, as power gets restored, as communities begin to recover. Looking at some of the damage here, it's just hard to describe how completely devastating this damage is, how complete the damage is in some areas, completely wiped out certain neighborhoods.
And it's hard because, for me at least, a lot of these images are leaving me speechless, but it is my job right now to talk to all of you and kind of walk you through what we're seeing, because as we
Flipped
told
over
you.
RV, the trucks with all the windows blown out, pieces of brick, pieces of wood.
Awful.
The trees, all the leaves and all the branches are ripped off of those trees from the strength of that tornado. You can see those are pine trees, and it's all just cleared.
Right, and again, we were telling everybody that this is an EF3 tornado, and we've now learned that there are multiple strengths we're seeing. I know Davis mentioned the EF2 tornado, and then I believe Josh mentioned a little bit earlier that there was an EF1 tornado as well, and this is a very fluid situation. We're still getting a lot of information, and we're bringing it to you as soon as we get it, but we're still trying to figure out the exact path and then whether or not it was going up and down, how many places it touched down. So this is all information that we're still waiting to find out.
We've been trying to bring you information since this storm was predicted. We will continue to do that now here on News 2 at 4.
You're looking at absolute destruction in the 5 Points area.
It was awful. Debris flying, metal bars flying.
It was like going through a war zone, and I had never had such an experience before.
Pretty much speechless. You know, I was not prepared for what was out here.
Best I can tell, it's pretty much completely gone.
It's just like life has changed amazingly just overnight.
As the sun rose, a shocking scene in Nashville. A tornado with wind speeds up to 165 miles an hour slams into people's homes and places of work, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. News 2 is dedicated to bringing you the most important information in the wake of this tragedy.
And sadly, nearly 24 are dead and even more injured after the late night storms ripped through our area.
News 2's Alex Dennis is live in East Nashville. Our chief meteorologist, Danielle Breezy, joined us live in Donaldson. Here now, the latest information we can tell you. We are expecting updates from Putnam County, Wilson County, and Tema. We will bring you those live as soon as they happen. The two East Nashville victims who died tragically during the tornado are identified as Michael Delfini and Albry Sexton. Metro Police finished their search in East Nashville. They are now moving that search to the Hermitage area.
All right, so here's where the most damage and fatalities are reported. Davidson, Wilson, Putnam counties all have significant, devastating damage. We have been showing you all day now as crews continue to search and make sure everything and everybody is accounted for.
Taking a look at some of that damage, this is East Nashville, 5 Points area. You see the sign there entering you to East Nashville. Brand new apartment buildings completely devastated, knocked to the ground, nothing left. The debris throughout the area, power outages throughout East Nashville. A lot of the businesses in famous 5 Points where a lot of people congregate are gone.
Just devastating. That's where we find our News 2's Alex Dennis. You have been live for us all day now. And Alex, I love seeing how many people are out there right now helping their neighbors.
You know, it's incredible how this community came together so quickly, just hours after this EF3 tornado tore through this area. We're talking wind speeds between 150 and 160 miles per hour. If you're familiar with this area, this is a staple landmark here, this liquor store. This sign has sat above this store in this corner since the 60s. I can't tell you how many people have come by with tears in their eyes, looking at this sign saying, oh, please, are you going to restore this area? It means so much to us. But, you know, the hope that we are seeing from the people out here is really incredible, because as you walk just a couple of streets over, there are homes that are already tagged on the door that says that it is ready to be demolished. It needs to be uninhabitable. They can't walk in there. We are seeing just really so much devastation in such a quick period of time, not only here at this strip mall where there once was a nail shop, a clothing boutique, and a convenience store. Fieldhouse Jones. These investors are in from out of town from Chicago. Their air conditioning unit was literally picked up like a feather, thrown probably 2 or 3 blocks. It smashed on a car on the other side here. But I think we also had some drone video that shows you the stark contrast of this area, even just what it looked like earlier this morning before the tornado ripped through the area where this sign was still on top of this building. But we spoke to some young little children too that were hunkered down in their bedrooms when that tornado ripped through. Here's what they had to say.
I was asleep like at 1 o'clock. All I heard is a boom in my window. Then everything shattered. I was like scared. I thought I was gonna, use my bathroom myself. Got scared a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Because the tornado was coming right through your area.
Yeah, I was scared. I couldn't do nothing. At first, usually I don't be scared of stuff, but oof,
yeah,
that scared me.
And so what? Did you call for your mama?
Oh, we was with our granny. I woke up like this. So I ran to my granny. My granny was like, "Is you okay?" He ran up crying to my granny's arms.
You know, we walked over there by their home too, and you could see the devastation up and down the street. We also spoke to a grandmother here who is celebrating her birthday, who lived through the 1998 tornado as well. And she said that she is just so thankful to be alive, that all of this can be replaced. It's their lives that matter the most. And I think that that is the sentiment that so many people are feeling as we see that death toll climb to 22 people here as those tornadoes ripped through our beloved area earlier this morning. Eric and Bob, I'm send it back to you.
Thank you, Alex. You can see the folks walking behind you. It's all just settling in for all these people, the damage that's out there. This is drone video shot by Drone 2 operator Armando Morales in Wilson County. These pictures are from the Mount Juliet area showing the extreme damage of Wilson County. You can see there the house's roof is gone, most of the house is gone, cars were flipped over, mangled planes at the John C. Toon Airport, this in Nashville, in West Nashville. Those planes are piled up, they were pushed together in a pile, the hangars are gone. The whole situation is going to be closed at John Toon Airport for at least the next 10 days.
Now we want to go out to Chief Meteorologist Danielle Breezy. She is live for us in Donaldson, taking a look at the damage there. And Danielle, thankfully everybody in that neighborhood, they say they're okay.
Yes, I mean, that is one of the best things I can report to you. And, when we show you some of this damage, you're going to be surprised that there were no injuries or any fatalities. But luckily, everyone was paying attention to the weather and they did stay safe. Now, this is a storm. It was ranked an EF3 as it hit. It had winds between 160 to 165 miles an hour. Just to give you some perspective, at 166, that becomes an EF4. And again, this is just preliminary data, so it could even be ranked an EF4. Want to show you some of this damage, and Joe's going to pan over here and show you where this storm came from. It actually came over from East Nashville. This may even be connected to the East Nashville, North Nashville tornado. We're not sure if everything is connected yet or not, but it looks like as that tornado started in Nashville, it was an EF2, became an EF3 in East Nashville, and then strengthened and became the strongest around this area, hitting DCA and really doing a lot of damage to the softball fields, to the actual building there. Luckily, of course, this was happening at 1 in the morning. I say luckily because no kids were in school and in that building, but you can see the homes here, most of them have been totally leveled, only a little bit of like columns standing. But most of these homes are older and did have basements. So we heard from many folks that waited out the storm in the basement. They said they heard the warning and they took heed and they went to the basement really quickly. But this storm jumped all the way around past all these houses you see, went all the way back there and then continued to the north and east towards Mount Juliet is what we're thinking here. But it threw debris everywhere. We saw wood, we saw there's wires, there's people's ceiling fans. I've seen everything all over the place, just scattered. And the biggest thing I can take away from this, though, even though there's all this destruction, we've actually seen a lot of good happening and a lot of people coming from all over the place to help each other out. So that is the very latest. We'll send it back into you.
Thank you, Danielle. Governor Bill Lee is also addressing the situation. Let's listen into the governor.
Part of it. So thank you very much for what you do. You make me proud, and I'm proud to be out there and represent what y'all are doing for Tennesseans. So, thank you.
Governor Bill Lee, he's at TEMA headquarters, I believe, the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, talking about the hard work that they do to keep everybody safe, to coordinate these efforts. We're expecting to hear from him and Nashville Mayor John Cooper a little bit later, and TEMA officials as we get updated information on this storm.
Governor Lee also mentioned earlier today that he spoke with President Donald Trump. He has been talking to him about what to do. A state of emergency is in place. And also, I do want to say President Donald Trump will be assessing the damage here in Tennessee on Friday. Friday.
The governor said the president called him this morning, talked to him
Yep.
about it, and wished his condolences, and that the federal government would do whatever it could to try to make the situation better as recovery happens.
So let's take a look at this drone video right here. I mean, it's just crazy. I believe this is Donaldson that we're looking at.
Yes.
And I mean, we've seen this time and time again, and it never gets better. It still takes my breath away every single time I look at it. With those houses leveled, the trees knocked over, all the power lines. And mind you, if you're watching this right now, stay away from those power lines. They're dangerous.
The tornado's path also hit Wilson County. At least 3 deaths have been confirmed.
Linda Ong just got back. She's here now to share a story of survival. Linda.
Yeah, we just got back from Mount Juliet, and several families are now without a home. Very emotional time, as you can imagine. Some people very upset at their situation, trying to salvage what they can inside their home. Other people just thankful to be alive. Now, one of the hardest hit areas was along North Mount Juliet Road. Several subdivisions there, lots of homes there, completely leveled, really not salvageable. This is just some of the images that we have from those neighborhoods. Also, West Wilson Middle School, as you see there. Seeing much damage there that will have to be assessed. So I want to tell you the story of one of the survivors, Austin Buford. He lives along Bennett Lane. He rode out the storm. He was first watching a movie when he heard and saw kind of the tornado heading his way. He quickly brought his dog Bear into a closet inside his home, and he shared his account with us. Very touching. Take a listen.
Well, we lost everything. I came over this morning about 4 when I heard on the news that the junior high had been hit. I came over and I knew we was going to be hit. And that truck was flipped over. The office completely destroyed. Trailers were everywhere, and luckily nobody got hurt. So I've lived here for 35 years and I've never seen anything this bad. So this is devastating.
Best I can tell, it's pretty much completely gone. Looked in, saw quite a bit of damaged equipment, and just don't know that recovery or repair of this is possible at this point.
Right up the road there's people's lost their lives, and you know, I mean, we can rebuild this, but they lost houses, and yeah, they lost a lot. Yeah. I mean, we lost an office, so we'll rebuild. Yeah, no problem.
So as you just saw, business owners, also homeowners, we will hear from Austin Buford a little bit later, but you can see so much damage, a lot of it just not salvageable and just not safe. So really just trying to see what they can salvage of their homes and businesses. And I do want to remind folks, you know, traffic, the rush hour is starting to pick up. North Mount Juliet Road, earlier closed off, has since been reopened, but a lot of those traffic lights are not back on. So this is causing huge backups there. Please just be patient, expect delays, big backups there. We are seeing a lot of people use those alternates, so just a heads up, expect those drives home to be much longer. I do also want to remind folks there are some great resources in Wilson County for business owners. The Mount Juliet Chamber of Commerce is opening its doors to business owners who need Wi-Fi and power, and also for folks who need kind of shelter and food. Victory Baptist Church and Highland Heights are offering their services and opening their doors. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Linda. A lot of folks trying to do their best to get through this and move forward.
Yes, they are. We want to talk more about President Trump, as we just mentioned. He will be visiting Middle Tennessee on Friday to survey all the damage.
Yeah, today he spoke from Washington, D.C., and here's what he had to say.
Before I begin, I want to send my warm wishes to the great people of Tennessee in the wake of the horrible and very vicious tornado that killed at least 19 people and injured many more. We're working with the leaders in Tennessee, including their great governor, Bill Lee, to make sure that everything is done properly. FEMA is already on the ground, and I'll be going there on Friday. Our hearts are full of sorrow for the lives that were lost. It's a vicious thing. Those tornadoes, I've seen many of them during a 3-year period, and I've gotten to see the results, and they are vicious. If you're in their path, it's bad things happen. There's really bad things happen. I went to Alabama 9 months ago, and I saw the devastation that left in Alabama too. And everybody was so incredible. The people were so incredible, but so many people get killed if you're in the path. And we'll be going, as I said, to Tennessee on Friday. We send our love and our prayers of the nation to every family that was affected, and we will get there and we will recover and we will rebuild and we will help them. And condolences, tough situation. Such bad news when you see that.
President Trump, he will be here on Friday. News 2's Andy Cordan is live in the Donaldson area. Andy? Can you hear me, Andy?
Hey, I can hear you now. Hi, Bob. How are you?
I'm good. We got you live.
We're out here in Germantown. Well, I'm good. I'm glad to be live. If you can see me, then I'm holding up tape. This is Rosa Parks Boulevard. Obviously, you can't go here. That's for those who are initiated with the city. That's Jefferson Street. The baseball stadium's right over there. The first thing I noticed coming from Channel 2, it's really hard to get here. This was very difficult. Some lights are out, a lot of traffic cops. Your normal ways that you would transpire, not available. First thing we got here is I was talking to some of the electrical crews that are working and subcontracting with NES. You can see these guys are working their tails off right now in these bucket trucks. And essentially, these guys are, I think their main office is in Miami, but they're out of North Carolina. They came up from Georgia. They're here to help the NES folks and basically the greater Nashville network as it relates to electricity. And I said, well, where do you begin with this, guys? And they said to me, sort of, you have to deconstruct this whole mess. You got to figure out what's broken. And they told me some 7 blocks of electricity is broken. So then they've got to take all this apart. Imagine that. It's like a million Lincoln Logs or a puzzle you dump out in the street, and then they've got to fix it. And that's what they're doing. And I asked the guy, I said, well, how long is that going to take? Maybe by tomorrow? He goes, it's going to be a minute. I don't know what that means, but it means that this is a big job and he's got a lot to do. So Hector, let's walk this way and show people what we can. Now, I haven't been across the street yet, folks, but I can tell you that's the Regions Bank, and it doesn't take a whole lot to see. They've suffered a lot of wind damage there. And then as we get closer to the crime tape, that was an AutoZone, and I use that in the past tense now because as Hector zooms in, my eyes aren't as good as his camera, but I guarantee you're seeing a whole lot of nothing. Bricks and mortar, and just look at the AutoZone signs down, and there's a lot of problems over there, a lot of yellow tape. And if you slide up the street even a little bit, Hector, you just can see there are other power crews and bucket trucks at the other stretch of this street. So honestly, it's just everything that you can imagine that's harsh. It's no electricity, difficult to get here and there. Businesses that are now not here, some businesses that probably, like Walgreens, may have some ability to be open, but nobody can come. And, you know, look how barren it is for a Tuesday evening. I don't even know what time it is, 4 o'clock? I mean, normally this would be wall-to-wall cars, right? There's, you know, downtown Nashville, essentially. So really hard to know what's going to happen here, but I can tell you, you've already got crews that people that don't even live here helping out the people that do live here, and that's kind of a great thing. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
Love hearing that, Andy, and he's kind of right. It turns Nashville and surrounding areas kind of into a ghost town.
It's a big path, 75 miles long. Right. Davis is here to show us how they tracked it all.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're going to give you the latest as far as what those wind speeds are concerned. Germantown, we just learned during the last hour, EF2 damage, but 125-mile-per-hour winds. And then in Nashville, East Nashville, EF3 of 136 to 140. In Mount Juliet, 155 to 160. And in Donaldson, 160 to 165, where Danielle's been showing us that strong EF3 damage. Now, we've got some radar data here, sort of from a high-tech app called Radar Scope. And we're going to show you first the tornado as it went through the Nashville area. You know, we've talked about those reds and greens and how those show the inbound and outbound winds on the radar. And you're going to see those going across the northern part of Davidson County, starting in the western part of Davidson County. If we don't have those, y'all can just let me know. Okay, there we go. And you see the red and the green on the bottom one there. You're going to watch that go by, and they're couplet right across Nashville. Now, look on the top. That's our debris tracker. See that dark blue? Wow. That's the debris being lofted into the air as it leaves John Tune Airport, goes across Germantown, and then into East Nashville. Now we're going to shift it from Nashville over to Rutherford County. The bottom graph shows that red and green inbound outbound winds, and watch how that just tracks right through Mount Juliet, over Mount Juliet Road, paralleling I-40 into Lebanon, and last but not least it continued. Now we don't know if it's a continuous path or not, but this is the path all the way over to Carthage in the Cookeville area, and you can see that bottom graphic, the red next to the green, whether it was touching down continuously there. The Weather Service is still to determine that, but definitely they had unfortunately fatalities in Cookeville. I'm sure they're going to be coming up with EF2 to EF3 damage in the Cookeville area as well. So just a whole lot to see there as far as that track is concerned. We don't want to forget Camden and Benton County. Major damage there. I'm sure somebody's going to survey there. I believe Memphis is going to take care of that. And we did confirm an EF2 up there in Crofton, Kentucky, where Danielle was on earlier in the evening. And also in Warren County, Bowling Green County, southern and southeastern sections had a tornado, I believe it was EF0 to EF1 damage in Warren County, Kentucky.
Yeah,
Information.
Yeah, it continues to come in. Thank you so much, Davis. We'll check in with you in just a moment. But first, we want to go over to WKRN.com alert desk. Josh Breslow standing by with new information from Putnam County.
Yeah, so the mayors of Cookeville and Putnam County just holding another briefing here to update the news media and the people living there about the current situation there. They now say the death toll is still considered to be 16, but they say that could change over the next few hours. They do expect to hold their next briefing at 6:10 to provide a bigger update here. Another update is, again, scheduled for around 6 o'clock. The mayor saying 88 people have been treated at the hospital in Cookeville, and at this point, 50 people are unaccounted for. Crews going door to door there, checking out damage or looking for anyone else who's injured or possibly even deceased. We know that 2 shelters are open there in Putnam County, Cookeville Community Center over on Carlin Drive and Putnam County YMCA on Raider Drive. Once again, the death toll right now at 16 for Putnam County alone. Another update scheduled for about 6:10. We'll bring you the latest here on air and online. 88 people, though, have been treated at a hospital there in Cookeville, and 50 people at this point are still unaccounted for. You can find all this information and images of the damage on our website. Head to WKRN.com. Guys.
Josh, we hate hearing those numbers. Thank you for the update, though.
It was an EF3 tornado that hit Donaldson. News 2's Stephanie Langston has been there all day. She joins us live tonight. Steph?
That's right, Bob. Well, I've been speaking to all the neighbors in this neighborhood and really getting to know everyone at this point who, woke up terrified in the middle of the night and then realized once they got up that it was heartbreaking. And now it's really a race against time to collect any of those last minute items they can find out here. That's what you'll kind of see behind me. These 2 homes just completely wiped out. This home over here, well, I said you can see that behind me. They all just cleared out. There was probably 20 people behind me just moments ago. But this home where you see one room still standing, the white one here, I don't know if you can tell or not, but there's actually a mirror that's untouched there, and then his clothes are still hanging on the other side there. And that home has a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old that usually spend the night there, but last night they just kind of happened to spend the night with their grandfather, and we talked to him. Take a listen to that sound.
It just so happened that my daughter-in-law was in Dallas and my son wasn't here last night, and the grandkids were with us in Hendersonville, so nobody was here. The kids and I were going to spend the night here, but I decided I'd rather sleep in my own bed. It's a little bit too much of a coincidence, I got to think God was working with us.
And back out live now, you're getting another close look at that mirror, and that's really what everyone in this neighborhood is saying, is that they feel blessed, they feel like it's a miracle that they're alive today to share their stories, and that this is just all of a coincidence. And I believe we've been talking about this much of the day as well, is that how many people are coming out here and donating their time and giving water and food. It's really special to be able to see this camaraderie, these people come together as, again, they're kind of racing against the daylight now to put any last minute touches on the roofs that they can and pick up any of those last minute items. Bob?
That's what we're dealing with right now, too. It's almost nighttime. Stephanie, thank you so much.
Well, when this tornado devastated John Tune Airport in West Nashville, it moved east and went over what they call the castle. This is it. These are close-up photos of the old state prison from the Department of Correction. You can see the massive destruction that took place there. The walls are knocked down on the right. You can see it over there, that white. The bricks have completely crashed. This is the outside of the building. Some of the roof has been taken off as well. The tornado went right over top of it.
And then this, what you're looking at here, is an aerial view of the storm damage around the old state prison. It's just a beautiful building, isn't it? But you can see the roof sustained some heavy damage and the surrounding buildings, well, they're flattened.
This is Alex Dennis has been covering this storm. She joined us with the latest information as well.
Scenes here from East Nashville. As we continue to walk up and down the streets, we see the rubble just sitting outside of these people's homes, places that they have lived for such a very long time. Like these gentlemen, you actually were here and braved one of the tornadoes in the past, same area. So when you're standing here, fast forward all these years later, what has it been like for you?
This is, I can't explain it. This is, I don't know what you want to call it. The luck of the draw, the short end of the stick. But I'm just thankful that everybody's okay.
Yeah. And this is an important house to you too, because your grandma lives here.
Yes, ma'am. Been here a very, very long time, and this is actually the second occurrence that this has happened. Same day, I was told. I'm younger than
I don't remember.
I think it was the same day. I think my grandma told me it was the exact same day, same time, 12 years
Let's
ago.
go talk to then Miss
right.
Delano Ridley, because it's also her birthday. Hi, my dear. You're sitting up here, and I hear all these people coming to help you here. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
I appreciate
man.
that.
As you sit out
What a
here,
party, huh?
right? As you sit out here and look around, what are you thinking?
The second time around, I have a piece of wood from the 1998 tornado in the house there. Now I get another piece of wood for 2020. So this is the second time around. In 98, the flag downtown, it blew a complete circle like somebody had cut a hole in the circle. And only one person died then. This time they says at least 20-some people dead.
22.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that. You know, so sorry. Yeah, but I'm blessed to still be here.
Where were you? Were you inside sleeping, or were you
Yeah, I
awake?
just laid down to go to sleep. Just laid down. I just had right hip surgery in September of 19. Just had hip surgery done a week ago. My daughter just brought me home. His sister just brought me home. So she brought me home Saturday.
Yeah.
And as soon as I come in here, got myself relaxed, I laid down. I said, I'm going to go to sleep now. Next thing I know, I heard hail, wind, and everything. The windows blowing in, and a loud pop.
You've got good grandbabies. Hand me her hat. Look at them. So they're all out here. I see
Yes.
this debris everywhere.
Everywhere.
You look out your back porch. What are you thinking?
Again? That's what I said.
Yeah.
Again, not again.
Ugh.
And my oldest grandson was here in 98 when
In
it
the
happened.
attic, he
Yeah,
told me.
he was up in the attic. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And my son was working then, so I had to fight through everything to get to him.
What would you say about this community? It looks like everybody has come out and is already trying to help.
This is a beautiful community. Everybody, all neighbors help here. Everybody helped here. Everybody asks if you need anything, can I help you? That's what they do. That's what, and the Music City roofers are here. They done already come to set up, and they put the tarp on my house. So,
Yeah.
what can I say?
You sound like, despite everything, that you're really optimistic.
I am. Why not? We still here.
That's right.
Why not? Yeah, and why not be happy? Live and be happy if you can.
Yep.
That's right.
Thank you.
You're
Happy
more than welcome.
birthday to
Why,
you.
thank you, sweetheart.
I know.
Love you.
You too, dear. All right, we'll send it back to you, but that just goes to show the spirit of East Nashville and the entire.
And the funny thing was, I didn't like East Nashville at first until I moved over here. I love it now because it's so unique.
That's
It's
right.
different. The streets are different and
That's
everything.
right. Middle
Different-
Tennessee's got it
Right,
going on.
right.
That's right. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Strong young lady there. She's resilient and got the right attitude for getting through this tragedy.
Love hearing her story. It's fantastic. All right, well, I'm going to get to the press conference with Governor Bill Lee.
Yeah,
Are we ready for that?
We heard from Governor Lee earlier today as he toured the area. He toured
With the National
Putnam
Guard.
County with the National Guard and saw the devastation there. We talked about how there are still searches going on. We're going to hear from the governor, hear from Nashville Mayor John Cooper, hear from TEMA officials as they continue this search and rescue operation, talking about this just incredible damage as they try to assess the situation, come up with some kind of ballpark figures for damage estimates. That's all to be determined, and then the president comes on Friday to lend the federal government support. So we're waiting to hear from the governor more about what he saw today in his helicopter tour, more about what assistance he can give the folks of Tennessee and specifically those counties that were hit by this tornado.
And a state of emergency has been declared. We do know that. And again, I'm looking forward to hearing some new information out of this press conference. What we are looking at right now is our drone footage from East Nashville, another area that was just absolutely devastated by the storms last night.
Yeah, it was an EF2 that went through, or EF3 that went through East Nashville and then on into Donaldson. You saw the damage there.
Yeah.
And a lot of those areas, we had reporters on the ground, are still without power this evening. About 42 to 43,000 Nashvillians still without power. In Putnam County, where those 16 people lost their lives, still a lot of power outages there. They are continuing that search and rescue effort there. This is ongoing. Search and rescue operations are taking place in Hermitage as well. So as we close this day, moving in towards nighttime, there's a lot of work taking place as folks try to shore things up to get through the night and then in tomorrow.
And we got to make sure all of you stay safe when it does start to get dark out. And by the way, Bob, you did mention the power outages. I do have the NES website up right now. At this point, we are at 42,528 customers that are still being impacted by these storms. They do not have power at this point. However, I do want to add that number has dropped significantly since we started our coverage. About, what, 3,000 customers?
Yeah, it's a hard job. A lot of those lines have to be completely replaced. You saw them in the streets. Power poles are broken. They have to be dug up and replaced, and it takes time.
Wow.
And you heard the NES spokesperson earlier talking about if they need it, they will call in bucket trucks and other help from other electrical agencies. They have kind of a partnership, a brotherhood, as it were. If you need help, we'll go to you for a tornado or for a hurricane. If we need help, we'll come to you and help you with your situation.
A lot of organizations helping out in this storm. And I do want to add, if you are looking for a place to go tonight, or you know somebody that lost their home in this storm, Nashville Farmers Market on 900 Rosa Parks Boulevard in Nashville, they have opened their doors graciously as a shelter. So if you are listening to this right now and you're thinking, man, I don't have a roof over my head tonight, head on over to the Farmers Market, again in Nashville. That address, 900 Rosa L. Parks Boulevard.
And as we always see in times of disaster here in Tennessee, we saw it with the flood, we saw it with the '98 tornado, we're seeing it now. Neighbors helping neighbors, coming over to lend a hand. Folks bringing food to the volunteers and to the first responders. Everybody's trying to do what they can. Everybody feels that community, that spirit of being part of this tragedy and helping folks get through it. It's a great thing to see, and we're going to see more of it because there's a lot more work ahead. And a lot of these folks are going to need help clearing debris, getting their homes livable again. Some of those homes are going to have to be torn down and completely rebuilt. Businesses are closed. Folks may be without paychecks for a while. So there's a lot of effects that we haven't felt yet that are just beginning to feel the result of this storm that now is less than, 12 hours old.
We have to stay patient. And like you said, I think it's all coming down to helping our neighbors, and that's going to get us through that. So again, we talked about how we're going to hear from Governor Bill Lee, and it sounds like he is walking up to the podium. There he is. Let's listen in.
Here. It's a tragic day in our state. A sad day. There are 25 confirmed fatalities across our state from West Tennessee to East Tennessee. I spent the day touring and visiting with victims and walking through neighborhoods, and the devastation is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. It's incredible. Our prayers are greatly needed for families out there who are dealing with a sudden tragic event that has occurred in our state. At the same time, let me just say, I am proud of the response that's been made. It's from our officials, from TEMA, from Metro, from county officials in the counties, other counties affected. As you know, we have had loss of life in Benton County and Wilson County and Putnam County and Davidson County. And the officials there, the boots on the ground, first responders, have been inspiring to see them come together. From the federal government all the way to the neighborhoods, we've seen a very coordinated effort. President Trump called me personally today. The head of FEMA called me personally. Have had multiple governors from across the country reach out. We are working together. The emergency operations centers, both Davidson County and the state, are working together in a very coordinated effort. The mayor will speak in just a few minutes, as well as the director of TEMA, our emergency management operations here. But I just want to, our hearts do go out, and I want to express great concern that we have across Tennessee. I visited with folks who are helping their neighbors left and right all across this state. You know, in the worst of circumstances, the best of people comes out, and that's what we're seeing here in Tennessee. It is as we would expect. I walked up to a site that was a pile of rubble They used to be a store, and I walked up to some folks who said, and I asked them, was this their business? And they said, no, it's just where they have coffee every morning. But they were there to help the store owner rebuild his store and to clean up the rubble. So it was one inspiring example of how Tennesseans are coming together. At the same time, I talked to a victim who had to identify the body of a neighbor, and it is a remarkable situation that we have, both tragic and hopeful at the same time. The good news is that the response has been great. There are counties from across the state that are sending resources, generators coming, pallets of water coming, highway patrolmen being dispatched to places where they're needed, shelters being put up all across the state to make sure that people have a place to stay tonight who have lost their homes. There's a tremendous coordinated effort, and we're very encouraged by that. We're going to have questions and answers in a few minutes so you can talk and we can have specifics about what is being done, what will be done, and questions that you have around that. But be encouraged. As tragic and as difficult as this day is, Tennesseans are doing what Tennesseans do, and they're coming together to redeem a really difficult place that we find all of ourselves in. I want to ask Mayor Cooper to speak. The devastation in Nashville has been significant. I toured those sites myself this morning as well, and talked to a lot of the neighbors that we share right here in Nashville. So, Mayor Cooper.
Thank you, Governor. And I'm extremely grateful to Governor Lee for his leadership and willingness to work hard and hand in hand with the city as we respond. We've heard from the White House, FEMA, Homeland Security. They've all offered their assistance, and we're very grateful. I had the opportunity myself to see more neighborhoods affected by this morning's tornado. And the damage is devastating, but I am also, like the governor, so encouraged to see Nashvillians out on the streets doing what they do best, which is to help each other. Now, I want to report back. I've been told that Hands on Nashville website has crashed 3 times due to the incredible volume of people trying to sign up to volunteer to rebuild our community. More than 5,000 individuals have signed up online to volunteer, and more signing up every minute. More than 27 companies have contacted Hands on Nashville to donate time and services, and the Community Foundation has $351,768 in contributions, and this is just in a few hours. I'm grateful for that level of participation. What a testament to our city and our solidarity. Now, to facilitate efforts, today I signed an executive order for an emergency state in Nashville. That's very helpful for a city for funding, to give us the ability to fund things like overtime in the city. That's going to be very separate from other states of emergency. I want to be careful about that. But for the city, it helps us deploy funding to our fire and our police department. And it's going to streamline our ability to acquire and distribute supplies and services. And it's going to make it easier for us to respond. But I want to thank the various metro agencies and Public Works, clearing roads, water, and NES. Now, NES already has a distinct challenge. 47,000 customers are missing power, and we're going to be accountable, and we're going to get on that. And I want to thank all Metro employees and NES for the sleepless nights that they're going to have in the weeks ahead, getting us back to where we should be. And again, thank you all very much, and thank the governor and the state for providing leadership in this time of trauma for our city. But we are resilient, and we're going to rebuild. Thank you.
Patrick Sheehan is the director of TEMA. This is the operations center behind us where folks have been working all night and all day. So, Patrick, I'd like you to make a few remarks about specifically what's being done to coordinate efforts across the state.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. So we opened the State Emergency Operations Center last night when the storms first started moving through the middle part of the state, and with the tornado warnings, and seeing the damage and the devastation that they were causing. And we do that so that we can coordinate with our local partners and bring together state agencies and our non-governmental partners. So we've been working since the middle of the night with the Red Cross to make sure that shelters would be available and open, and with the Department of Health to make sure that we were tracking the medical needs in these communities that are being devastated by these damaging storms, and of course with 25 fatalities, and making sure that we're providing resources to those communities that are devastated by the tornadoes that have moved through overnight. When we do that, we go into a state of emergency, and in the Tennessee Code Annotated, that gives us the ability via our plans to take expedited action and to cut through red tape. And we'll be examining other needs as we move forward, but we'll also be working with the Federal Emergency Management Agency. They had a liaison officer here last night, and an incident management assistance team is on their way here now. And we'll be examining, continuing to do assessments and assess damage, and working through, in a disciplined fashion, the protocols to make sure that we're documenting what we need to document to get federal aid that I think that will merit. We'll continue working in the State Emergency Operations Center 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, until such time as this immediate need is over, and we'll then continue to work for years with these communities, with the city of Nashville, and these counties to encourage their recovery. So thank you, Governor.
Thank you. I just want us all to remember as we see the pictures, and if we go out there on foot and see the piles of rubble and the devastation of buildings and neighborhoods, that behind every pile really represents people. It's businesses that have lost, it's families that are hurting, it's people that are the real, that have really seen the destruction of this. And while all of us can provide shelter and restore power and clean up and set a stage for recovery, hope comes from the neighbors. Hope comes not from our response, but hope comes from Tennesseans reaching out to help Tennesseans. The mayor expressed how we have begun to do that already. Neighborhoods, churches, community organizations, that's where hope for those who have really faced a devastating night, they'll find it. So we encourage everyone to engage in that at the right time in the right place. I'd like for officials from fire department, police department, NES, others to step up, and we'll entertain questions so that we can get information out to people as best as we can. That's going to be our goal over the next as the days unfold. It's to keep people abreast. We had a press conference here this morning or at the Nashville Emergency Operations Center. Today we're doing it, this afternoon we're doing it here. Those will continue. We'll continue to provide information as the days unfold. So we want our folks out there to know exactly what's happening so they can engage. Be happy to answer your questions.
Governor, you mentioned that the death toll is 25 people now. Can you break those down? I mean, are those most still in Putnam County?
There are, I believe, 19 in Putnam County, 3 in Wilson County, 2 in Davidson County, 1 in Benton County in West Tennessee. And let me just say, too, there are missing people. There are still people that are unaccounted for, particularly in Putnam County, and search and rescue continues there. The National Guard is on the ground there helping with both cleanup and search and rescue, along with all of law enforcement and first responders in that vicinity and in that region. So, but as it stands now, 25.
Do we have an estimate of how many are unaccounted for in Putnam County?
We don't know the specific numbers about that right now.
Do you guys have any understanding of how effective the warning systems were? We've heard from some folks that they maybe didn't get the text message or didn't hear the sirens.
You want to address that?
Sure.
So sirens are an outdoor warning system, so I'll start by saying that they're not meant to be heard inside homes. They're meant to be heard when people are outside, and communities adopt and choose whether they have sirens. It's not something, so while the people in Nashville are very familiar with having sirens and how the polygons work, and some other places, communities have not opted to have sirens. So the National Weather Service, mobile phones, we're all familiar now, have wireless emergency alerting services, WEAs, and the National Weather Service was issuing alerts via the WEAs. So I have not heard problems surfaced yet, but I'm sure in the next days we'll hear how effective certain devices were. People will have things to say about carriers, but right now, as we understand it, the National Weather Service was issuing warnings as it was appropriate, and you know, folks can also turn off those alarms, which are loud, and sometimes people don't like hearing them.
Were there sirens anywhere in Putnam County?
I don't know.
Local counties control their sirens. The state does not control weather sirens at the local level.
If I
Governor, could you go over what you talked about earlier of National Guard and what their role might be in the coming hours and days?
We will. You know, a part of what happens here, and General Holmes, you might step up here and make remarks to that, but a lot of what happens is you assess and then determine what the next steps are. So a lot of today was assessment. I will say this, when we got to Putnam County and we saw the need for search and rescue even greater than what was originally anticipated and the amount of devastation that was there, immediately the National Guard was called out, and we sent how many troops there?
We've got 30 there now, another 30 on the way. 30
on the ground now, 30 on the way. So as we assess and as we see the damage and the need, then we deploy resources. But you might comment further about that.
Yes, sir. So plain and simple, we have 12,000 soldiers and airmen that are citizens of this state that are serving in the National Guard. We will make every last one of those available to our communities on an as-needed basis. As the governor said, we've already deployed guardsmen, both Army and Air, in multiple locations, Putnam County primarily. We have debris removal teams that we're moving in from West Tennessee, and then the wing in Knoxville. So we're prepared and poised. We realize that the initial response is going to be some time that's needed to assess certain areas. We've already talked to Metro about possibly providing some additional manpower and soldiers there as needed. We've got a C-17 that's on standby in Memphis, ready to haul any needed supplies into any of the areas as needed. So we're available, we're actively engaged, and this is why our soldiers and airmen wear the uniform, is for this very instant. Thank you.
Governor, if I could ask a question of Chief Anderson. Mount Juliet has decided to put in a curfew starting at 6 o'clock tonight in some of the most damaged areas. Williamson County Sheriff has also specifically mentioned the danger or the prospect of possible looting. What level does that concern you in Nashville, Davidson County?
Well, certainly this department is doing everything possible to ensure the safety and security, and most of all, the peace of mind of the citizens of Nashville and Davidson County. And I've talked with Chief Hambrick in Mount Juliet. I've talked with Chief Evans in Cookeville, and I know they're doing the very same thing. At this time, we have called everybody in, no days off, 12-hour shifts, which effectively increases our force by about a third, and we'll take in about 40 detectives. So essentially we'll have two missions: our regular everyday mission, answering calls for service, investigating things that need to be investigated, but also the safety and security of those affected areas. So at this time we're not seeing a need for curfew. Should that occur, then obviously we would reevaluate. But at this time, and this is based on our experience in the 2010 flood, 1998 tornado of similar nature. So we feel comfortable at this time with the resources that we've put in place.
If I may, I have some remarks that I missed on the reverse of my note card here. So state agencies and our partners have been also working to set up services for survivors, for those who were surviving on the storm. So the Department of Safety, for instance, is sending a mobile driver's license station so that those that have lost their driver's licenses can have them replaced. And they're going, I think they're working with the governor to waive the fees for those that need replacement. Commerce and Insurance has worked with insurance companies to have those companies set up mobile stations so that those who need to file claims rapidly will have access to that information. And then non-governmental organizations and the Department of Human Services are also setting up so that people that need those services, that need help, can have access to it in one place. And so We're trying to make sure that those things get consolidated as much as possible so that survivors don't have to go hunt for services, but they have essentially wraparound services where they're going to be sheltered or in a place that's conveniently located. And then we just had a number of organizations doing tremendous work, TDOT clearing roads, working with TVA and other organizations to make sure that the roads are safe. Troopers, I failed to say this earlier, are in each of these counties that are impacted, augmenting local law enforcement and helping keep communities safe. And the National Guard has several missions they'll be stepping into. And so I just wanted to make sure that I gave credit to those organizations where it was due.
Any other questions?
If there was one thing, Governor, and Mayor, or any of you who want to weigh in here, when you talk to folks out there, what do they need most, and what can the state or the city or FEMA provide very quickly?
You know, I think people need to have their felt needs met, right? We need to provide shelter. We need to provide security. We need to provide resources. And we're doing that, as has been explained, via generators or law enforcement or debris cleanup, public works, providing services to make way for people to utilize the streets. Felt needs need to be met. But then I think the other thing that has to happen is people need to have hope. They need to feel encouraged that people are going to surround them. As I talked to a person today who had lost everything that they owned completely, walking through rubble trying to find the last pieces of what they owned. And they had previously, earlier in the day, been called upon to identify bodies of victims. You realize that people out there need us to provide hope, and that's why we will provide the resources to meet those needs, the physical needs that people have, but the community will provide the hope. And we're, as we said, we're beginning to do that. We've seen a great outpouring so far, and that's what we should do, and that's what we will do. Well, thank you all. We will be, as we said, continuously providing information for the people out there. We want folks to know exactly where to go, where to turn, how to have those physical needs met, and we want to be a provider of that information. Again, thank you for everyone who's coordinated efforts. The response and particularly the coordinated response has been impressive. It's made me proud to be in the spot I'm in, because what I get to watch are people getting it done on the ground, and that's happening in our state, and we should all be very proud of that. At the same time, we need to be very mindful of the incredible devastation and heartache and pain and tragedy that's happened to many of our neighbors out there, and let's not forget that's what's behind this rubble that we see out in the streets. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for spreading information. Be sure to reach out to all of our departments, all of our offices, if you need more information, because that's what we want. The more information we can get out there, the quicker people can recover. Thank you very much.
Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, along with Nashville Mayor John Cooper, TEMA officials, first responders from police and fire, updating Tennessee on this devastating and deadly tornado. We now know 25 Tennesseans lost their lives overnight, 19 in Putnam County, 3 in Wilson County, 2 here in Davidson County, and 1 in Benton County. We pray for their families.
And there are 3 of those deaths, actually, that you just mentioned, all specifically in Mount Juliet. Yep. And Josh Breslow is standing by with the names of those victims. Josh?
Yeah, so during that news conference with the governor there, Mount Juliet police sent out the information on those 3 people who died in Wilson County, all of them in Mount Juliet. 84-year-old James Eaton and 81-year-old Donna Eaton died in a home on Catalpa Drive. 38-year-old Brandy Barker was killed while working at the Siva warehouse over on Athletes Way North. The Lebanon woman was working security at the time of her death. So again, those 3 deaths in Wilson County all happened within the Mount Juliet area. 84-year-old James Eaton and 81-year-old Donna Eaton died in that home on Catalpa Drive. 38-year-old Brandy Barker killed while working at the Siva warehouse. That information just coming in from Mount Juliet Police as the governor was speaking there during that news conference. You're looking at a live view there. This is actually drone video from earlier on today showing some of the damage as a result. A lot of damage there in Mount Juliet that has led those officials to create a curfew from 6 o'clock tonight until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So keep that in mind. If you're in that area, you do not want to be out on the roads traveling at those times. And also, if you don't have to be on the roads, make sure to stay home. We'll add this information on our website, WKRN.com. Guys.
Josh, thank you so much for that update. And while you were talking, we actually received another tweet from Mount Juliet Police. This one says that all destroyed structures have been thoroughly searched by multiple crews. There are no outstanding reports of missing persons. So that's good news coming out of Mount Juliet.
The damage has been devastating. We've shown it to you all day long. News 2's Brent Ramonda is in Germantown, where some of those areas have been really hard hit. Brent?
Absolutely, and you can see the destruction here behind us. Power lines broken down. This is a building that's just collapsed in on itself out of bricks here. And then if you pan off to the right, you can see some work underway on the AutoZone across the street. That's an AutoZone that I stopped in. It's really a surreal feeling driving around and seeing some of these buildings that many of us have stopped in. Destroyed now. As you can see, the cleanup is underway here in Germantown. The construction teams are out trying to fix some of these buildings that are structurally look like they're about to collapse. That's just a note to people as well. If you are out, I've seen some people's going in some of these buildings that look like they have some major issues. Certainly stay out of those. A very dangerous situation. We'll be driving around Germantown here trying to take in some more damage. We'll let you know what we find here as we continue on. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you, Brent. Devastating damage in Germantown. That damage headed east.
And that's where we are going to Wilson County, where a live presser is taking place. We're listening to officials. Let's listen.
Lebanon Fire, Lebanon PD, Mount Juliet Fire, Mount Juliet PD, the Sheriff's Office, WEMA, 911, and other supporting organizations. They answered their call. They did search and rescue and some search and recovery. They are the best at what they do, and they did not quit. They treated everyone as family, and they treated every home like it was theirs. When it's dark and it's raining and you can't see where you're going, it's a scary time. But I saw that not in our first responders today. You know, John 15:13 says, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life," or in this case, put it on the line for his friends. To our first responders, I say thank you. For those that came from other counties, I say thank you as well. In just a minute, our leaders, Joey Cooper, our WEMA director, Sheriff Bryan, our sheriff in Wilson County, will speak about some details. But I would like to tell you that today, as we traveled, we saw hundreds of volunteers that scoped our grounds to help friends and neighbors. There are many more that are calling as we speak, trying to help. I want to encourage you to reach out to two different places. Mount Juliet has a website, www.mjtdnews.org/volunteers. www.mjtdnews.org/volunteers. You can go on there and register, and they will direct you to the appropriate place. In the morning here at Lebanon PD, which is located by the ball fields, at 9 o'clock, any volunteer with equipment can show up there. They will have buses that the schools are donating to get you to the appropriate place to help. If you need to meet with your insurance agency and you have not had a chance to do so yet, we're encouraging insurance agencies to meet at Lebanon Home Depot in the parking lot, at Hermitage Home Depot, and Mount Juliet Lowe's. That's Lebanon Home Depot, Hermitage Home Depot, and Mount Juliet Lowe's. Mount Juliet tonight, for their subdivisions that are the most devastated, has placed a curfew of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. But they would ask you, per Captain Tyler Chandler, Chief James Hamrick, and Mount Juliet Fire Chief Jamie Leffman. Victory Baptist Church today has housed a lot of victims. They have also fed first responders and volunteers, as well as displaced families. The Red Cross has joined them, as well as Highland Heights Church here in Lebanon has done some of the same for the local surrounding citizens. Baymont Inn at Hermitage and the Mount Juliet locations are providing overnight stay for displaced victims, as well as Holiday Inn in Providence will also house displaced victims tonight. Schools will be closed the rest of this week, and next week they will be on spring break. There are 2 schools, Stoner Creek Elementary, West Wilson Middle School, that was damaged severely. The details about those schools and when and how they will be taken care of will come out next Tuesday or Wednesday. The school system says please give them patience, and they will let you know exactly what to do. Our police officers tonight will be working red lights that do not have electricity, so we ask you to be cautious for those people. And if you come upon a red light that does not have a police officer there, please treat it like a 4-way stop. We have had some accidents today at those intersections. We will continue to keep you informed throughout this week with as many updates as we can through all the media sources possible. I will say tonight before I leave that maybe the blessing of this, if this would have happened at midday today, the casualties would have been unlimited when you think about the industries that were affected and the schools that were affected. So as you settle in tonight, I just ask you to count your blessings. Look around at your home, hug your families. Tomorrow will be another day that you can help a neighbor. I ask you to go find them. Now, WEMA Director Joy Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Joey Cooper, Director for Wilson County Emergency Management. An update from earlier this morning. Currently, we still have power outages, just a little bit over 12,000. Middle Tennessee Electric is working continuously to restore as many power facilities as you can. We did end up transporting 23 total patients today, those having various injuries from minor to moderate. 3 were transported to outside the county hospitals, one of those being Summit, TriStar, and Vanderbilt. We do have multiple road closures, which will be discussed by the sheriff. We did have 3 fatalities. 2 of those were located at Catapla Drive. One of those, 84-year-old male and an 81-year-old female. Both were inside their home. They were located in their bedroom, and their house was completely destroyed. Also, we had a 38-year-old female fatality on Volunteer Boulevard. She was a contract worker for a security company at Siva Logistics. She was sheltered in the bathroom, and a wall collapsed on the bathroom, but she was located there. All water systems have been restored at this time, so there's no problem with drinking water or sewer. Again, as the mayor mentioned, we did have a shelter located at Victory Baptist Church. That shelter will be closing at 6 p.m. tonight. Highland Heights will remain open throughout the night. Currently, they have 17 people located there. No one is reported missing at this time, and there's no resources outstanding that have been requested. Search and rescue went to search and recovery. That has been completed at this time. So now we'll be entering the recovery phase. We still are under a state of emergency, coordinating with the impacted areas, working with local churches, nonprofit organizations, and local businesses to help support and restore those affected areas. Our priorities going forward are to ensure the safety of responders and the public, establish a perimeter around the impacted areas as mentioned, continue our shelter operations in Lebanon, and control all utilities in the impacted area. And we will continue our damage assessment teams throughout this week until that is concluded. So that's all I have at this time. Sheriff.
I'm Sheriff Robert Bryan. Again, I would ask the public to keep their thoughts and prayers for everybody impacted by this horrific event we had last night. As Director Cooper says, we're moving into a security type phase of all the damaged properties and areas. I just want to give a list of all the roads that are impacted that we'll have a high visibility presence in. A few of these areas will be shut down. A couple of these roads will be shut down. Only the residents who live in that area will be allowed in them, and I'll let you know which one of them are. The majority of them will have just a high police presence to try to keep watch over these damaged houses, to keep people from going in and trying to steal things and take advantage of these individuals, which does happen at a time like this. I just want to read this list of roads. Melvin Road, Lynn Court, Tanglewood Court, Valley View Drive, Chandler Road, Anthony Way, Kelly June Drive, East Meadows, Bradford Lane, Lee Court, Clifford Court, Shelley Trice Boulevard, North Commerce Road, Linwood Road, Cole Lane, Bluebird Extension, Spring Creek Lane, Bluebird to the county line, and Peyton Road. The area of Melvin Road, that area in the western part of the county off Central Pike, we will have a large police presence in that area because of the extent of the damages there. The area of Peyton Road, Sparta Pike, Bluebird Road, that will be one of the areas where we will lock it down the best we can. There will be a officer stationed at each entrance to them roads, and we will be trying to verify if people's got the right to be in there or not. Peyton Road, that area out Bluebird, was severely damaged. There's a lot of damage out there, and houses are not livable. So I just ask that people be, as Director Cooper's talked about, it's going to be a minute before we get this electricity on, and it's dark out there. It's fixing to get dark here as we speak. We're going to have a presence in all these areas. We'll have a presence in Mount Jewett and the city limits of Lebanon. We've got people assigned to them. I would ask that people, if they see something, let one of these officers know or call the sheriff's office. We will be close in them areas to assist in anything they need. So with that concludes my, any questions?
Do you have any guess on how many structures were damaged?
No guess on that right now. We did do a initial windshield survey on those, and we have crews going through doing damage assessments on those to get those numbers in total. So right now, I wouldn't want to guess on actually how many, because I wouldn't be right.
Hundreds, scores, any idea?
I would say so. From minimal damage to major damage, I would say, I hate to put a number on it right now, but yes, the areas of Mount Jewett and Lebanon had the biggest hit. But these areas I mentioned, like Peyton Road, there's probably 30 or 40 houses on that area right there that's damaged or unlivable.
How do you think, this is miraculous to me that more people didn't die. Can you talk about that? I mean, a lot of people would have been home at that hour. How were not?
Well,
how were some lives spared?
I give y'all credit for that. It's information being put out by y'all, by us. People are vigilant. A lot of them went to bed last night knowing there's going to be a storm, and we thank y'all for what y'all do. I can say that.
Can we talk about just how quick and widespread this tornado was?
It was very fast. One time I think y'all had it going at 50, almost 60 miles an hour. It went through fast, and it hit hard.
But it taxes your resources and your personnel, especially with going through across the whole county. So, you know, you have a wider area to cover, and plus the darkness, you know, of safety of personnel, trying to get out there and get an initial assessment and try to locate victims that goes on. So that's why on the front end, you know, additional mutual aid from other counties were called immediately because we knew going in with that big of area that it was going to take extra people to accomplish that goal.
Do you know how many people you extricated today? We talked to a couple at Clearview who were brought out by rescue workers out of the rubble. I was curious if you know how many extrications you performed.
I do not have that total number, no. We are communicating with both cities and what they were able to do, plus our personnel. Those numbers have not all come in yet, so I do not have a number on that, no.
Have you heard anecdotally a story that might stand out in your head? Have you heard of a rescue?
We had an area out on Bluebird Road, I believe it was, where my officer stated that there was a house actually picked up off its foundation and laid about 50 yards away from its foundation, and the people were fine.
Can you talk about the manpower resources you're dedicating to this? Are you suspending days off and time off? You've been working shifts all the way through since this started, but can you speak to your future manpower?
Yeah, how we'll do it is actually break it up into operational hours from here on out, letting crews work so many hours at a time, and then they automatically have to take a break, and then you replace them with other crew members. We're just going to do that continuously until all the damage assessments are completed. And everything's restored to that basic area. So
Can't say that. I mean, just the other outside resources that's been coming in, other counties, sheriff's offices and emergency management agencies that's come into this county are called, and we'll utilize them. Our people get, you know, they're running on adrenaline right now. You know, tomorrow, the next day is when we're going to need some help, and we've reached out and got all that set up and ready to go for that. So, but we have to send some of our people home, get them rest, and get them back, so swap them out. So it does play on your personnel.
How wide of an area? Did it go through the whole county end to end?
yes, to some degree. Some, I guess, have less damage than others, but pretty much overall at this time, until we get the final report from the National Weather Service on the exact length and width, in which they should have completed that today, but we haven't heard back yet.
Do you have any idea how many total people have been affected?
No, I do not have a number on that.
But hundreds?
Yes, yes, at least hundreds. Yes.
Or more.
Sum up the tough day.
Yes, it is. Please pray for everybody, if you don't mind, responders and citizens.
You mentioned that the 38-year-old woman had been taking shelter when she was found and the wall collapsed and she passed away. Did it appear that the elderly couple had tried to take shelter, or was it a situation where they were in their sleep when this storm passed over?
They were asleep.
Wilson County emergency management officials and first responders updating the situation in Wilson County. We do know that 3 people died in Wilson County. At least 23 other people have been transported for injuries. The situation is going to continue. You heard them talking about securing for the night because it's going to get dangerous with all those power outages out tonight. They're going to make sure that people are aware that traffic lights won't be working and those kinds of things. Also, we're going to stay with you throughout the day and throughout this evening as we continue our coverage. Remember, we'll have special coverage throughout the evening here on News 2. Our primetime coverage begins at 7 o'clock with live coverage from the hardest hit areas here in Middle Tennessee.
And as we continue to follow this awful tragedy, we have to remember today is Super Tuesday. Tennessee, of course, one of 14 states voting today in the presidential primary. Josh Breslow is at the WKRN.com alert desk with some new information. Josh?
Right, so polls opened a little bit later this morning due to that storm damage, so people across the area were trying to figure out what to do. And I just spoke with the Secretary of State for Tennessee, and he tells me after a lawsuit, all polling sites in Nashville will be open until 8 o'clock tonight, and 5 of those will actually stay open even later until 10 o'clock tonight. Those 5 that will be open until 10 are Cleveland Community Center, Donaldson Presbyterian Church, the Election Commission Office, and Howard School, as well as Pearl Cone High School there. So all 5 of those are posted on our website. You can find that information. But again, all polling sites in Nashville will be open until 8 o'clock, except those 5 that will stay open until 10 o'clock on this Super Tuesday. Guys?
Good stuff to know. Thank you so much. And I'm actually looking at an email from Stassi Olmo. She's at one of the polling locations, says 2-hour waits.
Yep.
People are not happy. Thank you, Josh.
If they're in line, they get to vote. What this means is election returns will not be released until everybody has voted who was in line. So it's going to be probably 8, probably 10 o'clock, maybe even later before we get any of these returns today. We're going to go out to News 2's Brent Ramadna. He is in Germantown with the latest information. Brent?
That's right. We moved from Monroe Street. Now we're here on the intersection of 4th Avenue North and Jefferson Street, and you get a 360 view of the damage down here. You can take a look. Just this apartment complex right next to First Tennessee Park. The windows have been shattered out. It looks like most of the windows here not sustaining that much damage, but Derek, if we actually pan towards me, you can see another apartment complex off in the distance, major damage. And this here, Germantown Place, right on 4th Avenue North. Derek, if we can pan off this way real quick, you can see that wall right there. It looks like they got the full brunt of that wind. All the glass is shattered. They've put up some boards over the windows. One of the roofs actually that we were looking up through one of the apartments was ripped off as well. So a miracle that we talked to some police and emergency responders in this area saying that, you know, they hadn't had any reports so far of any injuries. Of course, that could change. There's a lot still to be cleaned up here, but we're getting, just like I said, a 360 view of damage. The Spring Street Bridge off in the distance there. And if we walk this way, I want to point out, we've been seeing a lot of people start to clean up. Obviously, this storm hitting overnight, but we're seeing a lot of construction crews come out and try to take care of the damage. This restaurant next to Neighbors in Germantown doing that right now, boarding up. You can see that brick wall that was just blown down. These are structures that, you know, are very hard to break and to waver or to push down, and this strong wind did just that. Again, this is an area with a lot of residents, a lot of apartment complexes, and you're seeing all the damage. As we kind of walk, we actually see off in the distance there's a big warehouse that looks like it's been crumbled in as well. So we're going to try to get to that area here and give you guys a visual of what that looks like. But again, it's just surreal walking around and seeing all the damage and so many people out walking, many of these people displaced from their apartments because of all the damage like we're seeing here in Germantown. Guys, back to you.
Brent, thank you so much. So tough to see the damage at the Geist and Neighbors, and I mean, this is our community. It's
hours
awful.
into the storm passing, we're still discovering new damage. That's going to continue for a while. We're going to find more and more damage that has been occurring. News 2's Danielle Breezy has been in the Donaldson area. Hard hit out there, an EF3 tornado. Danielle, what's the latest?
Okay, so Bob, yeah, we've been out here all afternoon long, and just to let you know about this storm, it was an EF3. It had winds of 160 to 165, and now the National Weather Service is talking about the possibility of this being a long track tornado, meaning it was on the ground for a long period of time. Now, this one may have started as far west as West Nashville near the John C. Toon Airport, and then traveled through Nashville. Of course, this is all preliminary here, into East Nashville, doing all the damage, and then strengthening to almost an EF4 tornado as it came right through this area in Donaldson and hit a ton of homes. Dozens of homes are damaged heavily, if not completely leveled. I want to show you this home behind me, okay? People were actually in this home when the storm hit, and this storm hit around 1 in the morning in this area, okay, folks? And so they heard the warnings, and they took shelter in their basement. If you notice, this top of that top area, that's actually their bottom floor, okay? And all their levels up higher, gone. They're wiped all the way in the back and mixed and mangled. But their basement is still standing, and that is where they stayed. And they stayed safe and lived through the storm. I will tell you that most of the neighbors we talked to in this neighborhood did have basements, and I think that is one of the saving graces in this neighborhood, because they were able to go to the basement and the storm did not take down the basement. However, you can see what it did do, okay? It spread damage everywhere. That tree back there, look at that. That's the roots of a huge tree just pulled out from the ground and tossed over like nothing. We're looking at all this different, there's a couch just sitting there. There's a patio table there, but the chairs are over there. Oh, I don't think the person parked their car back there, by the way. You can see the windows are broken in. That was moved, and it looks like there may have been a trailer attached to that. That was thrown way down there. So things were just scattered, thrown, because we had winds here as this went through this area of 160 to 165 miles an hour. Now, luckily, as you look at all this damage, and we bring this to you, no one in this neighborhood was hurt. And, you know, we've been talking to the police. They've been going off, marking, making sure everyone's accounted for, and so far they are. And today, well, today has been a very positive afternoon being out here with all the folks. Everybody's been coming from all different directions to help, offering water, support. You hear the chainsaws in the background. It's all about recovery here, and I think with all the neighbors pitching in, it's going to be better each and every day here. So I just wanted to let you know that's the latest. There is no power still here, unfortunately, so as it gets dark, it's going to be hard to see what's going on around here, but you can tell there's been a lot of debris, a lot of damage, and a lot more to come from this tornado. I'll send it back into you.
Danielle, thank you so much. Like she mentioned, still a lot of people without power. Just checked the NES website again. We are now down, thankfully, to 38,701. So it dropped again. And then while we're here, I do want to talk about some of the shelters that have opened. I'm looking at the American Red Cross of Tennessee on Facebook right now. So if you were impacted by the storms overnight, you need a place to stay. We've got Nashville Centennial Sportsplex. That's at 222 25th Avenue North. Nashville East High School, 110 Gallatin Avenue, Mount Juliet Victory Baptist Church. However, that one closes at 6 p.m., so in about 45 minutes. And then in Lebanon, you have Highland Heights Church of Christ. That's 505 North Cumberland Street. And then Cookville at First Baptist, 18 South Walnut Avenue. I'll send this to our web team. Hopefully we can get something posted for all of you. You can go on our website.
Danielle was showing us the devastation in Donaldson. And while this is a tragic storm, 25 lives lost, hundreds of people have been injured. It truly is a miracle when you look at what happened in Donaldson that no one was hurt there. The neighborhood is basically gone. Let's go to East Nashville News 2. Stasi almost has the very latest. They're also hit very hard this morning in East Nashville. Stasi?
It was a booming area, bringing a different flair to Music City. 5 Points, East Nashville. Restaurants, bars, music. Struck by tragedy Tuesday morning as a tornado ripped through from Main Street across McFerrin Avenue to Woodland and up 10th Street. Businesses and restaurants, one after the other, crumbling to pieces. Roofs ripped off. Power poles obliterated. Vehicles picked up and thrown. Wood, brick, debris everywhere. An alley of destruction where the tornado claimed 2 lives on McFerrin, a woman killed on the spot, a man later dying at the hospital. Perhaps the most powerful statement lies here at Basement East. East Nashville's most popular concert venue, completely destroyed. But the only piece left untouched is a mural, "I believe in Nashville." Words residents say mean everything. Reporting in Nashville, I'm Stasi Olmos.
And that is an image that is circulating on social media that I believe in Nashville untouched. Love seeing that.
We saw earlier today condolences and anything we can do, tweets from the Nashville Predators. The Tennessee Titans are doing things as well. They are not strangers to these kinds of situations. When the stadium was being built in '98, the tornado went right over it and knocked the cranes down. So we're hearing responses from the Titans as well. Here's News 2 Sports Director Corey Curtis.
All right, thank you very much. Now, as we see the pictures of the devastating damage that happened with these tornadoes, it's amazing to think that the Sound Stadium, First Tennessee Park, sustained small damage despite the fact that this tornado hit just 1 block from the ballpark. The Titans facilities, both of them, were in the vicinity of the storm. Neither St. Thomas Sports Park nor Nissan Stadium sustained any damage in the storm. The Titans, Sounds, and Predators say all of their employees are accounted for and safe. Now, Titans controlling owner Amy Adams Strunk did put out a statement this afternoon. She said, "We extend our deepest sympathies to those families who lost loved ones in the tornadoes last night and are heartbroken to see the damage across Nashville and Tennessee. We know the strength of our community and the volunteer spirit that lives in us all. We will join the efforts to rebuild in these areas and know our neighbors will join us." Now, Adam Strunk donated $1 million to J.J. Watt as he raised $41 million for Houston during Hurricane Harvey. So I would assume a large check is coming Nashville's way. Now, you see this right here. Titan star tackle Taylor Lewan is already raising money in relief efforts. He and his podcast partners from Bussin' with the Boys, Will Compton, are selling these Nashville Strong t-shirts with all proceeds going to relief efforts for people who have been hit by these tornadoes that ravaged everyone so badly. To find the link, you can find the story on WKRN.com.
Tennesseans or Tennessee Titans helping Tennesseans. We really appreciate it. Way to go, Taylor Lewan. I know he's going to raise a lot of money that'll go really help a lot of people through a tough time.
I love hearing that. Let's go back to East Nashville. That's where we find Alex Dennis. She's going to walk us around there.
So we are here in East Nashville, where it has been confirmed that an EF3 tornado touched down early in the morning. That means strong winds of about 150 to 160 miles per hour. And this is the destruction and devastation left behind. A beloved church off of Ramsey Street here in the area. Downed power lines still strung across the street. We have property assessors out here already looking at the damage. You can see this gentleman behind us here with his vehicle, but so much more going on. Power crews are out here. They've been out here for hours now. The power to this area is still off. Over my shoulder, you can see this home, the doors blown off, the roof ripped off, and unfortunately, this is the scene all up and down the side streets in East Nashville. I spoke to the owner of this complex. It's this gentleman down here in the plaid shirt. I want to walk you over here so you get a better perspective. They said in the middle of the night, the residents in this building heard what sounded like a train. They said that it was just rumbling, and that's when they knew that the tornado was coming through their area. The damage is so evident, and you can really see the juxtaposition because you have all of this damage and then something as sweet, precious, and innocent as a car seat. You know, it's just a reminder that these are families, 18 families in this complex displaced. This is their home. You can clearly tell in their vehicles that they had little ones. It's the toys and everything that we typically have. But the front, completely shattered and damaged right here. 2 people died in East Nashville. And that number continues to grow as search crews surf through the rubble. We're up to 22 in Middle Tennessee. But it's just absolutely devastating as you look through the rubble and see that these are people's lives that are now completely uprooted. But the one thing I will say is every person I have spoken to has had a sense of hope. They're thankful to be alive. They're ready to rebuild already, even just moments later. They came out and started to sift through the rubble. And as we stand here right now, we can see all this damage up and down, piles of clothes as people come back to assess. But there's going to be a lot of work, more than just a few days worth, to get everything back up and running. Now, the 18 families that were displaced, they are going to be placed in a different home temporarily, and the company that owns this building said that they will do everything they can to try to help them, decide where they need to go next. But for now, we're in East Nashville, and you know what I just noticed, Zeb, to my camera person? These lights are still flashing, like emergency crew lights are flashing here. Unbelievable. Yeah. All right, well, we're going to toss it back to you, but we are right now in East Nashville.
Alex Dennis has brought us some incredible stories today. They are tragic, but just seeing the positivity in all of these people's
Moving
voices
moments.
and, their moods, they're great. So,
we've talked a little about earlier the impact of this storm is going to be felt for days, maybe weeks to come. We've talked about school closings. We now are hearing from Putnam County devastated by this storm. Let's go to the alert desk and News 2's Josh Breslow.
Yeah, obviously a lot of activity there in Putnam County. The school system just announcing here they will be closed for the rest of the week due to storm damage and power outages. Putnam County